All right, surfers, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Jameson, if you can hear me, could you raise your hand, please? Thank you. Best of luck. 10 minutes to start. Free surfers, clear the lineup. Free surfers, clear the lineup. 10 minutes to start. Only want to see red, blue, white, green out there. All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. It is Saturday the 15th. Just welcoming everybody from the broadcast side. Mitchell Salazar, Jeffrey Baldwin, Carla Zamora with you. Jeffrey, good morning.
Good morning, Mitchell Salazar.
We are 9 minutes from the start right here, so just going to let our public be informed that we are starting at 8 a.m. sharp right here. It is the first day of competition, but should be really fun, and got a couple of rounds to go through today on the men's side and one women's round as well.
It's going to be a great day. A little inclement weather, but magic happens in the rain, Mitchell.
Yes, it does, and we do have really fun waves. The sandbars are good. Tide's decreasing all day, so it is 7:52 local time. See you guys in 8 minutes, so free surfers, clear the lineup, and surfers, 8 minutes from the start. 8 minutes from the start. All right, about 5 minutes, to start. So free surfers clear the lineup. There are boundary flags, so free surfers either move north or go to the south side, please. That left is looking pretty good off of the pier, so if you are outside of the boundary flags, you do have to give way to the surfer in the heat. 5 minutes to the start, 5 minutes to the start. So free surfers clear the lineup, and then competitors, hold your positions, please.
Plus, that far bar looks good, and the
5 minutes
markers
to the
are
start.
the purple flags. The purple flags on the beach, surfers.
So under 5 minutes, competitors, hold your positions, please. Only want to see 4 colors out there: red, blue, white, green. And free surfers, either move north or go to the south side, please. Thank you. Okay, so just under 3 minutes. Free surfers, move north. And competitors, hold your positions. We are starting at 8 a.m. sharp. So starting at 8 a.m. sharp in a couple minutes. Hold your positions, please.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. This is a microphone check. Testing 1, 2, 3.
All right, just under 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes. So green, FYI, if you are not out in the lineup before the heat starts, once you make it back out there, if the heat has already started, you will be going to 4th priority. We did tell you a few minutes ago to hold your position. You did catch that wave on your own. So once you make it back out, if the heat has already started, you will be going to 4th priority. Under a minute, under a minute. Hold your positions, please. Thirty seconds to the start. All right, counting down. Here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the start of the event. Aiden Cruz, Arturo Garzoni, Jameson Roller, Evan McElwee, Mitchell Salazar, Jeffrey Baldwin. We have Carla Zamora here with us too. Welcome to the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. Jeff, first wave of the event, Jameson Roller in the white.
Yeah, getting one of these long, beautiful lefts. This one's nice and slopey, too. Some of them stand up really steep. He's getting a lot of busy work on the nose. Great way to open this first heat of the event here. The first stop on the Longboard Tour, the Regional Longboard Tour. And there we have it, Jameson Roller on the books. We saw our surfer in green get a wave before the heat started, lost the board. A lot of surfers electing not to use leashes on the longboards. And so he'll paddle back out, start in 4th priority. And we got fun waves on tap. Yesterday, the contest called off, but here's that beautiful replay, Mitch.
Yeah, and as you were saying, yesterday was a bit too big for the longboarders. Today, I mean, it looks beautiful out there at the moment. And Roller was able to get on the board, first wave of the event and of the heat. And we just saw the surfer in red cruise with a quick wave. As for everybody online still watching the replay of White, Jamison. So we do have a busy day scheduled as we look at Garzoni right there, the surfer out of Italy in the blue, running 24 heats, 8 of the men's opening round, then 8 of the women's opening round, and then finishing the day with another 8 of the men's second round. So going to be a long one, Jeff, but we're used to it at the QS level.
We are. We've had many events that go all day, and when you know that one day is suspended due to inclement weather and large surf, that you just got to pack it in. So the format changes as this whole weekend rolls out. It won't go to head-to-head matchups in the quarters and up into the final like it was planned. So it's 4-person heats all the way through to the final.
So White, your opener, Jamison, 4.33. Blue, just a throwaway, 0.67. And red, a 1.178. And so White, your opener, Jamison, 4.33. You're currently in first. 17:40 on the clock. Surfers priority goes green, red, blue. But yeah, Jeff, really good sandbars. I mean, since the inception here of these events, both on the QS level and on the longboard QS level, we've had really good events. We've had others where there's been a lot of closeouts before. Doesn't seem like the case this year on the north side, which is a good element too. Brings in a lot of bit of difference, but especially this time of the year, you have the right going into the pier, and of course this left. I mean, non-stop out there at the moment.
Yeah, yep, right now with this medium tide, it's dropping until, well, noon. And that feature right into the pier like you were talking about, once the tide draws out, sometimes it stands up and holds really nicely. Otherwise, that left that shifts a little bit further north up the beach runs really far. So again, it's going to be about their strategy too in timing their first wave to get their backup second wave or vice versa, because if they ride the long left, there's no current pulling them back out. They're just fighting it. A lot of times we've seen in the past people running around, but that's difficult.
So that was McElwee right there in the green. Just a quick one for him. He did use priority, so priority will go red, blue, white. And now outside, Jeffrey, blue, Garzoni. Those are the ones that we were talking about. A little bit of a rogue set every now and then that does close out, but look at this outside. Somebody looking here.
Priority with Aiden in the red now.
And Roller going to let that one go in the white. It's a pretty quick wave. Seemed like a smart move. Still got the best of the heat, a 4.33. And outside of that, guys, really nothing much going. So really the 4.33, the only score on the board so far, Jeff.
And the judges kind of setting the scale. You saw that was when we watched the replay and then live, it was a long, slopey wave, but the distance between sort of the cutbacks to find himself up on the nose, judges want to see him ride the nose in the critical part of the wave, really arching and getting that work done with speed, power, flow, and grace.
Mm-hmm. And this is our opening round 2, so we'll be seeing our top seeds in the round of 32 for the men. Women's round of 32 scheduled for later today. Heat 2 check-in, Kevin DeWald, Anthony Flores, Byron Rohrer, and Nico Espinosa. And then Heat 3 be on standby, Dakota Cottle, Cormac O'Brien, Will Allen, and Parker Johnson.
Well, Green kind of hunting on this inside. This one came under the sets, dealing with a little of that inshore current wobble.
Well, let's talk about what's on the line, Jeffrey. You do well here, you do well in Virginia, you're probably qualifying for the World Longboard Tour. That's the objective for everybody. We just crowned World Longboard Champions a little over a week ago back in Central America, and now coming to this event right here, you have the people from North America that are looking to get onto the WLT.
And what a tour it is. It's great, and I heard that they might combine them for the event in Abu Dhabi.
It's a possibility,
It's a possibility. I don't know if it's official, but that would be pretty cool to have the shortboard and longboard all at once. Our surfer in red, Aiden, using that priority on a foamy one. clean rail line through, looking for this inside right to stand up. Elects to get out of it. I thought he might get a little floater to finish. You'd think maybe they're thinking in their head, oh my gosh, short heats, we got to get back outside, don't want to spend much more, riding this wave inside and longer paddle out.
Well,
So
20
right
minutes.
now, small scores so far.
Totally. Just under 14 minutes, surfers, just under 14. So after the last of red, white, you are in the lead with a 4.33. Red, you are in second. Your last score, 2.67. Low score, a 1.17, Aiden. Green, you're in third, needing a 2.02. Your high mark was your last, a 1.83. And blue, Garzoni, you have a couple of throwaways. You need a 3.17, Arturo. 13 minutes, 20 seconds. White leads, red second, green needing a 2.02 in third, and blue in fourth needing a 3.17. Here you go, Jeff. Red again, Aiden.
Well, he's staying so busy. Look at the clean face on this one. Nice cheater 5. Nice. I love it when they get up and sort of swing the nose up, back and forth.
Well, did well. He's wearing booties, too. It's never easy to really shift your feet like that up and down the board with your booties.
Yeah, we've talked about that before. And you wonder, too, with the offshore, holding them up. You almost saw it right there. They're effectively a big sail, not only paddling into a steeper wave, but the offshore pushing the nose up, not letting them in. And then they stand up, try to get to the nose, and it's just right in their chest.
They're standing up tall, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yep. Well, here's the replay of red. Cruz, his last. He's only looking to improve on a low 1. So well done, given the wave.
Interesting to watch him on the inside. While we were watching the free surf leading up, it looked like such clean peaks, clean face on the outside. That inside, there's definitely a cross-face wobble that you see sort of messing with him a little bit at the moment. We see our surfer in blue now, Arturo.
Yeah, this is an important wave, too. 12 minutes, got to the nose, but that's going to be incomplete. So 12 minutes. White, you're still in first, 4.33.093 on your second, Jameson. Aiden in second, your last score, 2.4. It is your second best, red. You are in second place. McElwee in the green, you're in third with priority. You're needing a 3.24. And blue, Garzoni, you're needing a 4.4. Although waiting on your last, it will be your best. So stand by, 11:30 on the clock, surfers, 11:30. And big thank you to all of our sponsors. Of course, our host, Surfing for Hope Foundation. We'll be having the gala later on tonight right here at the Vespera Hotel, one of our great sponsors as well. And, of course, the city of Pismo Beach, inviting us back right here to the north side of the pier. That was our heat leader, Jeff Roller. It's going to be a quick one for him. So 11 minutes, guys, 11 minutes. Stand by on the last of white, and we'll give you guys an update.
Priority goes blue, red, green, white, almost halfway through the heat. And yeah, Mitch, it looks like we were talking about the offshore. And as the tide's pulling out, there's that inshore sweep that almost looks like it's making a phantom current going up the face that's sort of stopped them in their tracks on a few waves.
And it's hard, too. A lot of people weren't able to surf yesterday out here. It was pretty big. There's a reason why we didn't run the event. Here's Garzoni, and this is a good indication for him at this point of the heat. He needs a score to move up into the top 2. Once again, top 2 advance into the next round. And blue does well right there, so he's going to kick out. It's going to be his best score. 10 minutes, halfway through the heat, surfers. 10 minutes. And now Roller on the outside, white. Quick one for him. So priority goes red, green. Stand by for scores.
That's blue. Your last wave came in at a 2.50. You're still in third, looking for a 2.58 to go up into second place in advancing. Aiden, you have priority. You're sitting in second place. Jameson out in the lead. So Jameson holding that opening 4.33 with a backup 1. Wants to increase that. And here we go. Green, Evan with that priority on that right. That right is looking tricky. They're sitting there, and it's not really letting them through. And we haven't seen any of the really peeling rights that come right up into the pier yet.
Yep.
They're a little further north of the pier.
Once again, not having the chance to free surf here yesterday for the majority of people. It's kind of a big toss-up whether do you try to paddle out or not. It was large. There's a reason why the event wasn't run yesterday, but most importantly, it's quite different out there at the moment. Slightly offshore, as you're saying. It's raining, and not just that, fuller tide than it was yesterday, and it's a bit delayed today too. So 8:40 on the clock, surfers. Here's McElwee in the green, needing a score in fourth. 3-2-4 would move him up into second. And trying to get the connection onto the inside. He does, Jeff.
Yeah, nice, easy plane through the flat section, little switch stance. Looking for a 3.24 to get himself up into advancing position. Evan beaches it.
Well, poses the question, 8 minutes. Stand by for the last of green. Priority, white, red, blue. So blue at the moment, low score 117, but you are in third needing a 258. But we're waiting on the last of green. And it's just under, Evan. It's a 3. But you're now in third, only needing a 207 green. White, you're leading. Your low score white 1.0. Red in second, low score 2.4. Green needing a 207. And blue, you're needing a 258. Here goes white, Jeff, heat leader.
Yeah, another one of those long, slopey lefts. This one's opening up for him. You can see the wobbles giving him some challenges. So the judges really wanting them to connect it, and the waves just being a bit pesky in the way they're letting the surfers ride it. They're spending quite a bit of time waiting to get to where they can perform on the nose. So will that better the one? It looks like it does already. A 2.47 on that, so he increases his lead marginally.
Well, at this point, a 2's making a big difference. So white, you're in first. Red, you're needing a 414. You do have priority. Green needing a 207 in third. And then blue in fourth, needing a 258. 6 minutes 40, surfers. 6 minutes 40. Then red, gonna let that wave go on the outside.
So that next heat should be getting checked in. Kevin DeWald, Anthony Flores, Byron Roner, and Nico Espinosa. Heat 2. Get yourself checked in. Get ready to paddle out. 20-minute heat.
Yeah, and when you do paddle out, stay close to the pier. Do not interfere with the surfers out in the lineup, please. 6 minutes, 6 minutes. Red in second. Your low score red, 2.4. Green in third, needing a 207. Blue, you're needing a 258. And white, the heat leader, your low score Jameson, a 2.47. Maybe red here, Jeff. He's having a look at this right.
Ooh, nice drop knee cut back there. Clean face. This one's more bending into that pier bowl we were talking about. But it fades there for him. But a quick wave for Aiden, looking to get rid of his low of a 2.4.
Yeah, so
small scores.
Maybe yes, maybe no. We'll see. 5 minutes 20. And you do slightly 2.8. So red, that is now your high mark, Aiden. Green, you now need a 247. And blue, you're needing a 297, basically a 3. 5 minutes remaining, surfers.
Interesting how certain heats just have that kind of personality. Everyone fighting for 2s or 1s or 3s or whatever it is.
Yep.
It seems like it just ratchets up. Right now, it's the battle for those mid-range 2s. Here we go. Our surfer in blue, who is currently in fourth, needing a 2.97. Nice, holding the line on the nose there. Will he get this reform smash? He does.
Oh, the claim, too. The hair flick claim. Oh, that's cool. Kelly wishes he could do that. So he needs basically a 3. We'll see. And here goes green now, McElwee. This is an important way for him too, Jeff.
Yeah, third and fourth now, trying their best. Where will the score come in for our surfer in blue, Arturo? Needed a 2.97. We're down to 4 minutes, surfers. Priority is with our heat leader in the white. Second priority with red. Waiting on that score for blue.
Here's the replay, Jeff. Good nose right there. Gets the 5, tight one in the pocket, and then was able to get the lip line hit too. So stand by, blue. Stand by. 3 minutes 45 to go. And it's enough. It's a 4-5 straight to the lead, blue. White, you're down to second. Low score for white, 247. Red up and riding needs a 401. And green, McElwee needing a 381. 3 minutes 20. Looking at red here. So Cruz doing good work. Nice redirect right there on the inside.
Very fluid connection and combination there. So red had just dropped to third. Arturo had just gone up into the lead. That was the best wave of the heat, that right that he had, the 4.5. Now where will Aiden go?
And now McElwee, he's got a chance going left here. Redirects and just a bit too high in the face right there. 2 minutes 45. Stand by for the last of red. Blue in the lead at the moment, 4.5, 2.5. White, you do have priority. You are in second currently. Low score is a 247, but once again, we're waiting on the last of red and a couple scores that don't seem to change much for green.
Well, I like it as we settle into the event. First heat, always that guinea pig. The judges have been watching the free surfers. They've set their scale, you know, and this is the replay of Aiden. The beginning part of that wave, really nice, scooping into these little bowls, and then the wave fades a bit on him. Oh, no, this was the replay of the really fluid combo.
Yeah, the last one.
Yeah.
So still waiting on this score. Stand by. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. So priority goes white, blue, green. And it's enough. It's a 5-3-3. Red to first, blue down to second. White in third, now needing a 268. And green, you're needing a 401, 90 seconds.
Wow, how about that? Jameson with priority now. Had that opener of the 4.33, the high mark until blue got the 4.5, and here he is fighting for it with 1 minute and 20 to go. Will this inside section maybe give him a little rebate, a little extra love?
Oh.
It does not.
Well, the thing is, he doesn't need a huge score either.
1 minute left. The board, is he leashless?
Yep. Here's green.
Nice fade back there. Priority is with red out the back. Second priority blue.
And now red, so we're going to have multiple scores to drop here, surfers. Stand by, red. The new heat leader, he's looking to improve on a 2.8. 35 seconds, surfers.
That was a functional toe tap just to sort of get back down the face of the wave. The magic of longboarding. 30 seconds left, surfers. Drifts the floater to finish, but doesn't ride out.
20 seconds. So waiting on multiple numbers, guys. Stand by. 10 seconds. And we are counting down our first heat of the event. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Well, Mitchell, we'll get those scores. See what happened right at the end there, if anything changes. And
well, red improves, Jeff. 357. He's going to stay in first. Now the question here, does white get the score he needs?
Looking for a 268.
Last of green, not going to be enough. It's a 243. And the last of white, 2.4, not enough. It's red, blue. We'll go to a break on the broadcast. The next heat counting down.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Guys, welcome back everybody watching online. This is Byron Rohr, Heat 2, round of 48 for the men. Saw Byron free surfing earlier this morning, Carla, and first wave of the heat right here for the surfer in white.
Yeah, good start, working the board all the way through here, and doesn't quite make that little foam pop off there. But he's going to feel good getting his toes in the wax as we see Blue getting that stretch 5 on his goofy foot stance. Not able to make it again through that little whitewater foam.
Yeah, so going to be a couple of small ones right there to start things off. And Aiden, we'll see you over at the interview tent in a few minutes. So 18 minutes to go. Surfer is waiting on a couple of numbers right here to start things off in Heat 2. Heat 3, check in, please. So looking at the replay of Byron Rohr in the white from the U.S. One surfer from Costa Rica in the heat in the blue. That's Anthony Flores. Rohr can move that thing around pretty well. I mean, that's a big board that he's moving around like a shortboard.
Yeah, he's definitely keeping the wiggle going. He kind of lost sight of the curl that was behind him, was aiming maybe a little too high there for the front of the shoulder. But this is a big improvement from yesterday. I know there was some, fight back on the social webs of, oh, it was too big for the longboarders, but it was properly too difficult to paddle out yesterday. And quite a number of the surfers did go out. There was a few of them that did make it out. There were a few that sacrificed their surfboards in doing so. So it was definitely the right call to wait till today.
So here's green now. This is Nico Espinosa. Saw him the other day at the Vespera, enjoying his time right here in Pismo. This thing might link up on the inside too, as red way on the outside. Still looking at green on the broadcast. Nico, good goofy footer. Nice style right there with the redirect. He's going to kick out.
Look over here to see the scores needed.
All right, so Aiden, whenever you're ready, see you over there at the interview booth.
It's right there.
Be right back, Carla.
All righty, with 16 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Rides have been underway, waiting for a score to drop. A lot of the action we saw in the last heat was kind of in the latter end of the heat. So I'm expecting to see some more action here. This is Heat 2, the round of 48. Next heat coming up on deck, Dakota Caudle, Cormac O'Brien, Will Allen, Parker Johnson. As we watch the replay here online here of Green's ride. Looks like that ride of Green came in at a 3.83. Priority sitting blue, green, red, and red up and riding. Getting the tip time there, trying to make it happen, not able to do so on the shoulder. And blue up and riding, gets the tip time. Works it underneath the closeout there, jumps off. So we've got a bunch of scores to drop here. Shout out to our hotel sponsors, Vespera Resort on Pismo, Inn at the Pier, Sea Venture Beach Hotel and Restaurant, and of course Sandcastle Hotel on the beach. Really awesome to be able to stay right here along the boardwalk. Such an amazing scene. Alrighty, we got some scores to drop. Last of red, 0.93. Last of blue, 3.33. Last of green, 3.83. Green up and riding now on the left, getting a nice drive off the bottom. Gets the 5 to the 10. Nice switch turn there. Really working it into the inside, milking it all he can. 14 minutes,
Check 1, 2,
40
check 1, 2.
seconds on the clock. I'm going to take it down to
For
Mitch.
real, this is so nice. Dude, it's like still kind of long.
Yeah, we've got Mitch down there with our heat leader. Mitch, who you got down there?
Wow, how's that one? Where was that at?
Alrighty, just getting a moment to get to Mitch there as we watch Red up and riding here. Kevin here is looking for a 2.67, riding it right through the pier, threading the needle, and out the back. That's going to be Blue. Blue looking for a 5.36 in order to jump into the lead. Working it all the way on this left, and like the way it's threading through here. Gets plenty of tip time there, keeping the speed and the flow. More 5 time as he wraps it around onto the inside and gives us a nice finish. All righty. Well, let's take it down to Mitch with our first heat winner.
What's up, Aiden? Congratulations. First heat of the event, first heat of the morning. I mean, especially after not free surfing yesterday. What was it like out there on the north side?
It was actually a lot tougher than I thought. Once I got out, or I first got out there before the heat, and I saw some waves coming through. And honestly, I thought it was going to be like I had some good rights, some good lefts. But when the heat started, it was pretty rough. I couldn't really find anything, connect anything through the inside. It kind of took me until the end of the heat to really get things going. So I'm glad it ended up working out.
So for every heat win here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic, we got the Cancer Sucks bucks. You got $100 for the heat win. Congratulations. Anything you're going to do?
This is definitely going to go towards gas money on the way home. I got a van, and it just eats my gas. It cost me $100 to get here, $100 to get home. So thank you so much. This is perfect.
Congratulations. See you later.
Thank you, guys.
Carla?
Wow, $100? $100 to win a heat? Maybe I'm on the wrong side of the competition here. Maybe I need to throw on a jersey again. I wouldn't mind taking $100. And with each heat win, you're taking $100. So here's Red up and riding right now. He's looking for a 2.67, and he's hoping to win $100. So that's going to be fun. He's getting some good work. We've seen some nice talent on these waves right now. Lasta Green comes in at a 4.83 as Red. This is the replay as he fished it through the pier. And then another replay here of White. He was also working it quite nicely. Gets the nice tip time there. Almost comes unglued, but manages to stay with it, shuffles back a little bit, brings it back around. So we're waiting for scores to drop for Blue, White, and Red. Priority sits Green, then Blue.
And then we got Red up and riding on the inside still. That was an interesting kind of looking Steez style right there on the inside, Carla. But, you know, bright colored surfboard. Looks all right. So Kevin at the moment needing just a 2.67. Stand by, Red. And we'll give you guys an update once again, 10 minutes 45. Here's the replay of the last of White, Byron. A couple, you know, surfers that maybe haven't competed as much at this level, but there are usually spots available, I mean, up until the last few days. So you get in, you never know, you make it into the quarter semis, and then after a few years, you eventually win your first event. Carla, still waiting on the last of Red, guys. Stand by, waiting on multiple numbers.
Yes, we've got 10 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock, 10:15.
So priority goes blue-green, guys, blue-green.
Yeah, I think people don't really know Pismo as being a longboard spot, but the last 2 years that I've come and been able to do this event, there's a lot of longboard potential here. It's nice and glassy in the mornings. You can see lots of different peaks along the beach, both sides of the pier, not to mention the various breaks that are in the surrounding area.
Yep.
And it's gorgeous. It's absolutely stunning up here. You really get that old California feel. I always imagine myself going back in time and being like Laura Ingalls and, Little House on the Prairie. And
Well, 9 minutes 30, guys. Green, you're in the lead. Last score comes in 4.83, 3.83. Blue, you're in second. Anthony, you have a 3.77 and a 3.3. Red, in third. You're needing a 3.35. Your last score, by the way, Kevin, 2.93. And white, Byron, in fourth. You're needing a 3.75. For reference, your last, a 2.9. 9 minutes. Green leads, blue second, red in third, needing a 3.35. And white, you're needing a 3.75 in fourth. 9 minutes. So, once again, for our audience, this is a simulcast. We are doing the beach announcing and the broadcast work here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. And big thank you to the Surfing for Hope Foundation. Cancer Sucks Bucks. $100 for every heat win you get during the event. Nice chunk of cash just right there alone, Carla.
I mean, you might not even make it all the way to the final, but if you win some heats up the way to there, I mean, you're getting a good chunk of change. And like Aiden mentioned, gas isn't cheap, so it's going to fill your tank and keep you moving.
So 8 minutes 20. Green in the lead, 3.83, low score. Blue in second, Flores. Your low score is a 3.3. Red in third, 3.35 is what you need. And white, Roarer, you're in fourth, needing a 3.75. Here goes white, Carla. Byron, little up the beach. This might be a good-looking wave here.
I like the way it's lining up. I like the steps he did right to the nose there. Gets some steps back. He's working it back into the curl there. Nice sweeping cut back. Hits the white water. He's looking for a 3.75. So feeling pretty confident about this wave so far as he works it in closer to the pier. Wraps it back around as he's going to bring it back out there. That's not even all the way in. That's still quite a bit out there.
Yeah, well, the tide's dropping all day, too, so be expecting a lot of those waves to break even further out later on. Stand by, last of white. 7 minutes 20, surfers.
Coming up next on deck, we're going to see Dakota Caldo in red, Cormac O'Brien in blue, Will Allen in white, and Parker Johnson in green. Up and riding now, though. In this heat, that's what we're seeing, the replay of white.
Yeah, that was a quick one from green right there on the outside, Espinosa, but still waiting on the score from Roarer right here. And now red up and riding on the outside. Good nose right there from DeWald. And punches through the lip line for a good little hit. Blue with the last of white. You are now in third. Blue, you're now needing a 3.5. White, your last 3.93. It is your best. You are up to second place. Waiting on the last of red and the last of green, just a throwaway. Green in the lead, though. 6 minutes 20, so stand by the last of red, needing a 3.54 or better. So priority does go blue, green, white. Looking at the replay here of red. Needs a mid-3. We'll see. Then on the outside, somebody have a look here, Carla. This is Flores right here, the Costa Rican. He's going to end up going left.
Yeah, working it up there, trying to find that 5 time, but he's way too far out on the shoulder. I think if he'd done a nice big fade, he might have been able to get into that power section.
And last of red, not enough, just under. It's a 3.47. You're still needing a 3.54, red. And blue, needing a 3.5, Anthony. Priority goes green, white, red. 5 minutes remaining. Green leading, white second, red needing a 3.54, blue you're needing a 3.5. 5 minutes. So 20 minutes does go by real quick. 2 competitive heats to start things off, really. I mean, the numbers don't necessarily reflect it so far, but
I think it's just going to build.
Yeah, 100%. We go into our top seeds into the round of 32, and outside of that, too, we also have former champion Cole Robbins in the mix in Heat 1.
Yeah, and it begs to be discussed that even in this first round 1, we have a very familiar name that we haven't seen or heard perhaps in a long time. But looking to re-qualify after many, many years, we've got Sir Colin McPhillips, who, that's great. And his son is already seeded into the second round.
Yeah.
So Colin needs to make it through, show us what he's got. And maybe he'll battle it against his son at some point.
Yeah, eventually it could happen. 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes. Red third needing a 3.54. Blue needing a 3.5. White in second, low score 3.33. And green, Espinosa, the heat leader, low score 3.83. Priority goes green, white, red, blue. Yeah, multiple-time world champion, Colin McPhillips. We have a couple new names in the draw, too. Jonathan Melendres is going to be in the first heat of the round of 32. A lot of surfers representing Latin America. Remember, our region does cover a good part of Central America, too, right here for the WSLQS in North America. So a lot of surfers having to compete both here and in Virginia Beach. Just cool. I mean, getting new names, getting more nations, obviously, very good for the expansion of this tour.
Yeah, 100%. We have some new names that got to get on tour from the North American qualifiers, Malia Logan, and then Cole Robbins being able to re-qualify for the tour. So, yeah, this is an important stop for all of these people in that North American region.
Quick one there for Flores. He's still going to be needing a 3.5. 2 minutes 50, guys. 2 minutes 50. Do want to say a big thank you to Surfing for Hope Foundation, the city of Pismo Beach. This event runs until tomorrow. We'll be crowning our champions at this event. The Vespera Resort on Pismo Beach and at the Pier Sea Venture Beach Hotel and Restaurant. And, of course, Sandcastle Hotel on the beach as well. Heat leader Espinosa in green.
Nice drop there. It comes unglued. That would have been pretty fire if he was able to commit and keep that one moving through.
You've been hanging out with the youth. Pretty fire. I mean...
I'm also a substitute teacher. So
oh, okay.
I've been here in 6-7, like it was, it's
I still don't know what that is, by the way.
Stupid. It's not worth talking about. Anyways, moving on. We've got 2 minutes remaining in this heat. This is the heat 2 of the round of 48. Coming up next, we're going to be seeing Dakota, Cormac, Will, and Parker. But then on deck, getting ready, waxing it up, we're going to see Augustin, Winter, Pierce, and Zach.
Yeah, that'll be heat 4. Last of green, Espinosa. You improve. It's a 4.33. That's your low score now, green. And here's white, Carla. 90 seconds, guys. 90 seconds.
Yeah, white just trying to negotiate it on his backside here on the left. Not a lot of work done here yet. He's looking for that open face. Just kind of been doing that tail rail work. Rebounds the Whitewater, not able to come clean off it. The red, though, red really just kind of keeping it cool and easy. He only needs a 3.54. Does a little scoot to the nose there at the end. Keeps it around. He's very happy with that. That could be his higher score. He has a 3.73 and a 3.47. He's working it all the way into the inside here with just 56 seconds remaining on the clock.
Yep, 50 seconds, guys. 50 seconds. Blue needing a 3.5. Red all the way to the beach needing a 3.54. Waiting on the last of white. Doesn't seem like it's going to change anything for you, Byron. And green, you are still in the lead, Nico. So really the important score right here, red, as we're watching the replay. 35 seconds, guys. 35 seconds.
We see the replay there. He's got a nice nose ride out of the top there. Kind of a stretch 5, but feeling in control. Gets a little shuffle 5 onto the inside. Then works it all the way in here to the foam. He felt really strong about that. We're waiting for that score to drop for red.
15 seconds. And it comes through. It's a 4.2. It's enough. White, you're needing a 4.01. Blue, you need a 4.17. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So the heat is over, but this one counts for blue. Flores. Oh, gets a little cover up right there on the inside.
Ooh.
And does not end on his feet, but did some work on the outside. So stand by for Blue's last.
Yeah, Blue needing a 4.17. He did some fancy stuff there on the outside.
So next heat has not started. Heat 3 has not started, guys. You'll go back into last priority once you make it back out, Green. The heat has not started. Waiting on a score for Blue. Is it? What is it? It's the 037. And it's not enough, Blue. 037, so it's going to be green, red. We'll take a break from the broadcast, and Heat 3 will be counting in. And
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Alrighty, we're back. We've got 19 minutes on the clock, up and riding right now. That looks to be Blue. That's Cormac O'Brien. He's getting a lot done. He was one of the few that did make it out yesterday. Got a couple bombers.
Well, really doing some beautiful rail work. Those cutbacks were looking ultra stylish. Got a little stuck there on the splashback. That's for Bucky Berry. He loves the splashback.
Yes. Yeah, shout out to Bucky. Wish he was here. Had him here last year. It was fun to chat with him up. I almost got a spot in the comp. Alrighty, we're watching that replay here. Nice work there. Not able to kind of fully complete it at the end there.
Beautiful rail turn. And now White up and riding. Will Allen enters the party, his first wave, cruising through this flat section, getting through the hole on the outside to the inside, and it fades out on him there.
17 minutes, 55 seconds on the clock. First score starting to drop for Blue. Coming in at one of our high scores so far for the event. We'll wait for them to lock it in.
Well, sorry, Carla. I was going to say that $100 Cancer Sucks bucks must have put a smile on our first heat winner.
Heck yeah, man. In fact, I'm sure we're going to be meeting Nico Espinoza shortly and giving him some Cancer bucks.
Wait a second. Is it summer? What's going on here? Short legs up here in the Central Coast. Green. Parker Johnson getting his first ride. And behind him, screaming out of that one, red, Dakota gets his first wave. So that last heat was the battle of the threes. The heat before was the battle of the twos, as far as meaning the surfers in third and fourth needing those mid-range twos to get into advancing. That last heat, it had ratcheted up a little bit. We'll wait for these scores to come in. Priority is blue, white, red surfers. And there's 17 minutes left. Surfers that are coming in after your heat, don't take your jersey off. Come over to the interview, if the winner of the heat, so you can do your post-heat interview. All right, scores in. Blue opened with a 6.33. Cormac, your first wave, a 6.33. Will Allen, a 1.5. Parker Johnson, your first wave, a 1.87. And Dakota, your opening ride, a 2.83. So everyone has one wave in the books. Priority is blue, white, red, green. And we'll wait until they all get their second wave to really see how this heat settles in. Right now, up and riding, though, Cormac O'Brien in and out. That wave looked like it had some hope for him. And here we go, White. So White with a hood and full suit. Our surfer in green, I think, has a short leg, long sleeve spring. Who's going to trunk it? What would Greg Knoll do? So priority now with red. First priority red, second with white, third with blue. All right, while we have a break in the action, Carla, take it away with our last heat winner.
Mitch, I've got winner of Heat 2, Nico Espinosa. Nico, you said you had fun out there. Tell me a little bit about the board you chose to ride.
So I have a 9.6 Crown Royal tweak that I've been working on with Josh Hall down in San Diego, and we always kind of try to work on something new. Pretty much just kept a little narrower from what I'm usually used to and put a little concave in the nose right where I need it. And so it kind of helped out and gave me a lot of speed in the spots where it was sluggish, and it just kind of worked for what I needed it.
Do you plan on sticking with this board throughout the event?
Priority is now
if the
first
conditions
priority
stay
with
the same,
white, second
most
priority
likely
with
stick with the
blue.
same
Surfers,
board,
we do have
unless
the
we
priority
magically
light
get another
box
massive
up
swell.
on the
I'll be
judging
switching to a
tower
2+1
also that
that
you
he's
can
made
look
for me,
in
and,
at.
It does the same thing, but just a
I
little
think
more
the
thin.
pole might be in the
Awesome.
way.
Well,
but
I'm happy to award you with our Surfing for Hope Cancer Sucks Bucks here. $100 for your Heat win. Hopefully I'll see you again and give you another $100 in the next round. Who do you want to give a shout out to?
Really thankful for Josh helping me out. My family's always been very supportive, so really happy to have them behind on my team, you know.
Awesome. Well, back to you, Mitch.
all right, thank you very much. Congratulations. Blue is stroking on that plum colored surfboard. So Cormac loses priority. He drops to fourth priority. White still with first. Red with second priority. Green with third. Green, you need a 4.29 to go up into second. And Will with priority, you're looking for a 4.66. Ooh, look at this. Bomb set. Beautiful, deep bottom turn. Kind of tucking under the lip. Looking like he might get a little head splash. There we go. There you go. Flies through the section. Clean head dip. Staying in the middle of the board. Long rail line. Finally finds his way up to the nose. And does he have a leash? Ooh, fortunately he does. We saw one of the surfers lose his board before the first heat even started at the beginning of the event. And if you're just joining us, Jeff Baldwin and Carla Simona with Surfing for Hope Foundation, the first event of the WSL QS Longboard US version.
Yeah, this is an important event. We have this event, the one in Virginia Beach will be about mid next year. And that will determine who gets to kind of enter into that world tour.
Yeah, the odds are low. Like, you don't get a lot of chances.
No,
to.
you don't.
So,
yeah, you got to make it count.
Really?
So, yeah, definitely a lot on the line here right now. And looks like we've got some decent scores dropping. Looks like Cormac dropping that 6.33 right off the bat, so I like seeing that. This is probably a good time to give a shout out to some of our sponsors: Cali Squeeze, Mid-State Containers, Slow Cal Roots, Peak Wi-Fi, Natural Healing Center, American Riviera Bank, Radiology Associates, Adventist Health Care, Alpha Fire, Sex Wax, Herc Rentals, Cool Cat Cafe, and Drift Ocean Designs. Thank you all for your support. Up and riding right now, that's Red, getting that high line tip time, brings it back down and then whips it back out. All right, we watching the replay. Time check, 11 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Priority blue, red. Last of red, dropping at a 2.47, not going to factor in his situation. Currently in fourth place, Parker Johnson. You're looking for a 4.29. In third place, White, Will Allen. You're looking for a 3.10. Currently in second place, Dakota Caudill. You need a 3.83, or excuse me, a 3.84 to take the lead. Cormac, you're sitting with a 6.33 and a 0.83.
Man, I look back to that opening wave for Cormac, and had he completed that last roundhouse, where would the score have gone?
Yeah, I definitely could have. Yeah.
Yeah, because he got a lot of great work done on the outside, fluid turn, and then that big rail cutback.
Yeah, well, you can tell the pressure that's kind of put on and the level that the judges are expecting. This is people that are fighting to be in the World Longboard Tour, so they want to see some excellent range surfing. So, that's why we're kind of slowly working up our way to those good to excellent range scores.
Well, yeah, and I was just thinking about that. The Longboard Tour, there's they don't have the Challenger Series in between, so they're doing their regional, and then they go on to the championship tour.
Yeah, it's a
which
lot.
Which is kind of nice, I guess.
In some ways, it's nice, but you can easily lose momentum, I think, too.
Yeah.
Because you have a lot of time in between the events.
So 6 months?
Yeah.
Until the next one?
Definitely makes it challenging. Time check, gentlemen. 9 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Situation with the priority is blue, red, green, white.
Time check, sun check. What is happening? Look at this. A little misty sun coming through. Here in heat number 3, we've got a full day here at the 2025 Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic in beautiful Pismo. They expect rain showers in and out throughout the day. Hopefully, though, the conditions stay this clean easterly breeze.
Alrighty, 8 minutes, 40 seconds. Gentlemen, 8 minutes, 40 seconds. Situation is pretty much the same. Green, you're looking for 4.29. White, you're looking for 3.10. Red, you're looking for a 3.84 to take the lead. Blue, sitting in priority, is the heat leader. He's looking to throw away a 0.83. As I mentioned, 8 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Hey, if you're down here on site and you want to get some event gear, that's available. It's sold by Cool Cat Cafe, which is a great restaurant destination here in Pismo Beach. They actually have locations all throughout San Luis Obispo and, believe it or not, in Maui. And they have this 20-foot container here on site, and you can get all sorts of the official gear. There's T-shirts, all sorts of fun stuff.
Yeah, you can't miss it. It's the white containers on the south side of the pier, and right now we see our surfer in blue, Cormac, the heat leader, ripping into another cutback.
Yeah, he's looking to throw away a 0.83, so I think he's going to do so. It's not going to be a huge score, but I think he'll be able to throw away that dinky one.
Well, thank you to all the sponsors. You'd gone through the list, but Cool Cats has been participating with this event since the inception, before there was the longboard events, when they were just the shortboard regional qualifiers, all the way back to 2017. So thanks to Cool Cats. Here we go. Our surfer in red, Dakota, who is in second, he wants to put a little more pressure on the third and fourth place surfers, finding his feet up on the nose. Comes into that inside section, airdrops, but cannot handle the landing.
That was going in quite nicely, but as you mentioned, the landing just kind of got exploded on there. But last of blue comes in at a 3.9, so he does improve his lead. Sits with a 6.33 and a 3.9 now. The situation for red, in order to take the lead, you need a 6.90. Blue up and riding right now. Kicks out. White, Will, you're looking for a 3.10. Green, looking for a 4.29. Currently up and riding. That is green.
Parker Johnson, so this is his third wave of the heat. Can't get to that inside connection. The right's tricky. There's not a lot of space for them to run up to the nose. Parker was looking for a 4.29, so still not a big score, but we're down to just 6 minutes. Surfer, 6 minutes. Oh, we see someone swim for the board. Will they get it? Parker, this one coming in towards the pier. Hopefully it misses that. That's going to chew up a little time for our surfer in the green. Priority is with white. Second priority with blue.
For a very short time, you did something down there, and it went on. If you do it again, I'll pipe in your ear real quick. I'll let him know.
All right, well, it looks like our next surfers are walking out. I see our surfer in blue, Winter, who I think he buckled or creased that board yesterday.
Yeah, the boys were charging it in the morning. A few of them managed to get out there. There were a few pretty bombing waves ridden, but
The guinea pigs of yesterday.
It was a challenge. Once you got a wave, getting back out was really challenging and quite, definitely taking a risk to the surfboard. That gentleman
I saw
creasing it, yeah.
Yeah, I saw a few broken boards. Like his was buckled or creased.
Yeah.
But I saw some completely broken in half ones. Here we go, rider up. Just under 5 minutes. Our surfer in red, Dakota. Again, nice length of nose ride there. Little cheater 5, good splashback, cross steps, clean to that. Getting through the flat section, trying. You can see that little rib up the face.
Yeah, and he's just, I think, a bit out on the shoulder there. I'd like to see the guys hook it a little bit more into the pocket there. But, Red already in second place, so he's currently advancing. He was looking for a 6.90. Blue making it happen right here. Gets the tip time and then a whipping cutback. Really dominating the heat here. Laying it on rail, back into the foam ball there as he brings it into the open face. Nice drop knee, showing us some variety. This kid here right now, he's definitely on fire.
Well, Cormac O'Brien showing us how to do it there. What a pretty wave all the way from start to finish.
Alrighty, time check, gentlemen. 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Priority sits with red.
Well, these replays, he had a lot of nice hang time there, Dakota. And then the wave, like you said, he got a little bit out on the shoulder.
Yeah.
You were hoping maybe he'd cut back, but the wave before that wouldn't really let him. So there's that deep hole over there that's being a little pesky for the riders. But you know what? That's their job. Complete those rides. It's tough, though.
Yeah, having that, high wave IQ is going to be important here, especially when the wave kind of shifts around a little bit and just understanding where the pocket is. We're seeing some good free surfing also going on just off the pier. But as we watch the replay online, here's another kind of situation where he's just a bit far out in the shoulder. He manages to turn it a bit more straight into the beach and kind of regain the steeper part of the section. That's why he's able to get this second nose ride on the inside. This is white Will Allen. Will's looking for a 4.43, so potentially that ride right there.
Asking the question, right?
That could make a difference for him. We got 2 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Priority sits with red. Last of red comes in at a 4.17. So he improves his situation just slightly, but still needed a 6.07 to take over the lead from Cormac, who's got a 6.33 and a 3.9, and we're waiting for his last wave to drop as we see the replay right here on screen.
Well, he's going to extend his lead, and because Dakota got the 4.17 that you talked about, Will Allen's wave, he got a 3, which then the requirement had increased on him in between the two rides, so he's still in third. Will, you're still in third with second priority, looking for a 4.43, and Parker, who lost his board, needs a 5.3.
Yeah, we had a quick up and down there from red. He wasn't able to stay in the face. And the last of blue dropping in, finally getting some high to close to excellent scores here. Comes in at a 7.83 blue. So blue, Cormac O'Brien, he's currently sitting in second priority. He's got a 7.83 and a 6.33 with the lead with 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Currently in second place, in third priority, that's red. Dakota Cottle, you've got a 4.17 and a 3.33. You're looking for a 9.99 to take the lead. Will Allen, you are in priority. You've got a pair of 3.07s. You're looking for a 4.43 to move into advancing position. And the green, Parker Johnson, you are in fourth place and in fourth priority. You're looking for a 5.30 to move into advancing position. Gentlemen, we've got 35 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, down to the pointy end of this heat, and priority sitting with that surfer in third place. So Will Allen has the opportunity above all else. 25 seconds, looking for the 4.43.
That's right, and this heat is winding down to the final seconds. Coming up next is going to be Augustin Cedeno, Winter Larrabee, Pierce Mendoza, Zach Ehrlich.
All right, surfers, we're under 10 seconds. Will a wave come for white? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beep. That heat is over. So we are going to go to a quick commercial break for those viewers online. We'll welcome you back in a minute, and we will get into heat number 4, which is coming up next.
Ehrlich, excuse me, in the green. Welcome back, everybody watching online, Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. Mitchell Salazar here with the great Jeff Baldwin. So the heat is on, gentlemen.
Well, what a pleasure. What a day it is. The sun deciding to grace us a little bit after the rainy morning. We just saw some beautiful surfing there from our last heat winner, Cormac O'Brien. Got a 6.33 and then a 7.83, so pushing up the scale a bit.
So 18:45 on the clock, 18:45 on the clock.
So surfers, after you come in from the heat winner, keep your jersey on and meet us over at the tent at the end of the judging scaffold so we can do a post-heat interview with you and hand you a Cancer Sucks $100.
Yep. Cancer Sucks bucks, $100. I mean, that's pretty good deal. Here goes Red Cedeno, kid out of Central America, Jeffrey. And nose right there for Agustin. And holds it, and he's going to be able to ride out of it, too. That was well done on the outside by Cedeno.
So you think about the North American region that encompasses a lot of that southern, Central America and Mexico. They've got to travel quite a ways for these two events that are spaced out.
And now White, Mendoza. So that's Pierce. 17:45 on the clock. So Cormac, go over to the Surfing for Hope tent, and we'll do a post-heat interview. So waiting on a couple of numbers, guys. Stand by. 4.17 for Red. Red, 4.17 on your second. And White, it's a 2.5. Pierce. And now green. This is Zach Ehrlich holds on to the rail right there, and that's going to be it for him. 17 minutes. Stand by for the opener of green.
No, I'll go.
So last of green, 2.6. Red, your second score, Agustin, 417. And then white, your opener, Pierce, 2.5. Next heat check-in, Emiliano Mendez Rosas, Bodhi Sahakian, Andy Niblas, and Ryan Langston Luna. So Emiliano, Bodhi, Andy, and Ryan check in. That'll be heat 5. $16:20 on the clock, surfers. Once again, Surfing for Hope Foundation, our host. Thank you very much for having us at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. Big thank you to our staff, our judges, of course. Andy and Laura doing an amazing job, as always, right here in Pismo Beach. Of course, Hilden Larson and his crew from Matrix Mobile TV out of San Luis Obispo, also doing the live broadcast. Ben Schutzer running drone and photography right here. Local dude. 15:50 on the clock, surfers. 15:50. Once again, red, you are in first. 417 and just a 0.4. Green, you have a 2.6. And white, you have a 2.5. So once again, every heat today, 20 minutes. We'll be running the 8 heats of this opening round for the men, 8 heats for the women's opening round, and then 8 heats of men's round 2 to finish off the day. Then tomorrow, finals day.
Yeah, true.
And it seems like, Jeffrey, are you ready to go down there with Cormac? All right, Jeff, take it away.
All right, I'm here with Cormac O'Brien. What a heat. That was beautiful surfing. I want to know about the board you're riding.
Yeah. I'm actually riding Tyler Surfboards, Tyler Hazikian from where I'm from, South Bay. Super stoked. He made me double step deck. It has a little concave, and like I've had that board for a year and a half. I've taken it everywhere, and it's just like probably weighs 20 more pounds than when I got it, but it keeps working, and the heavier the better. Like it's 90% solar as at this point, but I love it.
Well, you were finding waves out there that we hadn't seen anyone in the event so far finding. You had a 683 and a 783. The 633 could have been a higher score, but you didn't make that cutback or come off the whitewash. Yeah, you're loving that board. 20 pounds heavier. Congratulations. You get $100. Surfing for Hope donating $100 to the winner of Heat. Yeah. And you got to say hi to everyone at home.
Yeah, thanks for everyone for tuning in. Shout out Tyler, shout out Amsterdam Wetsuits, and big thank you to the Waxhead Matt for like helping me, tuning me in before heats and stuff. So yeah, stoked.
All right, Matt Chanowski, good job, great job, Cormac O'Brien. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jeff. Congratulations to Cormac. We got red up and riding here. Cedeno, good nose right there for Agustin. Last of white, Pierce, 383. And now waiting on this last one of red. So green, 383 on your last. Your previous a 2.5. You are currently in the lead. Although we got somebody up and riding here. And green and then blue. Blue on the outside. This is Winter Larrabee. His first ride. Green, Zach Ehrlich kicking out on the inside. And Larrabee with 13 minute surfers. Still going. Good footwork. Touches the nose slightly. And then going to try to make the most of this inside section if he can. And he's going to kick out. So 12:50 on the clock, surfers. 12:50 on the clock. Waiting on a couple of numbers. Good job, Jeffrey. Fun interview with Cormac O'Brien out of the South Bay.
Yeah. Working with Matt Chanowski.
Yeah, the Waxhead.
The
our
Waxhead.
colleague.
Yes, he's done multiple events and charges, no matter what. If it's small or 800 feet, he's on it.
So looking at the replay here, Cedeno. Get out of the Pacific side of Panama, over there in Playa Venal. Good waves. He's actually been away from home for about a month now on the road, and he's going to be out for another month with this event too. So he's been missing his time at home, but says it's almost better. 5 points, Red. 5 points. You're in the lead. Low score is a 4.17, Agustin. And White, you're in second.
And look at this beautiful little peak towards the pier. It's small, but he's getting so much hang time on the nose there. Nice sweep back into the section, carrying that clean rail line, and now looking to finish. You almost thought he wanted to run to the nose, but seeing that oncoming section, had to stay back on the board. Hard to get those precise floaters on a longboard.
So Green in third. 3.64 is what you need. Blue, your opener was a 3.57. You're needing a 2.77, Blue. And White, your low score in second at the moment, 2.5. So 11 minutes on the clock, waiting on another number for Red, too. And he does improve. Red, your last is a 4.4. So Red, you extend your lead. You have a 5 and a 4.4, Agustin. 11 minutes. You ever been to that part of Central America, Jeffrey, Panama?
I've sailed from Costa Rica down to the northern edge of Costa Rica. I mean, the southern edge of Costa Rica and the northern bit of Panama.
By Pavones.
And then I don't know where we surfed because we were on a boat and had to go in from the boat.
Almost better.
Yeah, we surfed the whole of Central America all the way to Puerto Escondido that way off of a catamaran named the Loalani that's in Dana Point. And I still don't know the names of anywhere we surfed other than Witch's Rock because we knew it. We just found waves.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I learned something new about you every day, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
I mean, we should make a documentary about you. Jeffrey Baldwin, life.
The story. Yeah, we spent a month sailing that whole coast. The mast broke. It was torrential wind in the Bay of Tehanapec as you come into Salinas Cruz, that bay.
Yeah.
We were, not to bore you, but we were sailing at almost 30 knots. It was insane in a 60-foot catamaran.
Pretty fast.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
You feel the power of the wind in those sails. And then the mast broke, one of the mainstays. And then it was incredible.
You're going that fast, it's probably going to break, yeah. So once again, guys, 9 minutes 40. Red, you're in the lead, a 5 and a 4.4. White, you're in second. You have a 3.83 and a 2.5. Green in third, needing a 3.64. And Blue up and riding in fourth. He needs a 2.77, Jeff.
Which is a small score. Now the waves, as the tide's dropping, he's looking like he's onto something here. Needing that 2.77, flowing through to the inside.
So incomplete at the end, but still did work before that. And Larrabee's, doing good work out there once he gets the right section. It's definitely changed quite a bit. It seems like the rain has slowly stopped. The sun is slightly peeking out, but also the tide dropping right now, Jeff. So beneficial to us at the moment.
Yeah, maybe it's going to clean up that inside, that kind of that hole that we were seeing the surfers get stuck in a bit. Nice runaway left as the replay, though, of our surfer in blue is on the screen for the viewers at home.
Yeah, that's Larrabee, but as Jeff indicated, we are seeing a wave live by Ehrlich. Stretched out 5 right there. 8 minutes 20 to go, surfers, and waiting on 2 numbers now. One for green, one for for blue, excuse me.
It's funny, I get caught up in the nuances of those little moves, like how he held that cross step extra long while doing the cutback. I love that stuff. That's why longboarding is so, they interpret their lines differently. It's beautiful.
I always tell people you can always get better at surfing just by watching different styles.
Well, and he opened with, and it's almost, I don't know if they call it gimmicky, but he took off fins first and spun the board. I don't know if the judges really give major points to that. A lot of it rests on when you're nose riding and how steep and critical the section is, but it was fun to watch anyway.
And it feels good, too.
Yeah, it feels good. It's like when surfers do a 360, or Felipe Toledo at the lowers finals did the single fin floater and did the longboard skate style. Hey, I'll take a little flare.
So the previous of blue, Larrabee, 4.07, Now just waiting on the last of green. He needs a 4.94, but at the moment, red first, blue second, white you're in third. 3.82 is what you need. And then green, you're needing a 4.94. Waiting on your last, though, and watching the replay of green on the broadcast, but blue up and riding live.
Well, the good news, Winter, that right that went towards the pier that sort of fizzled at the very end, he got the score he needed to go up into second.
Yeah, and, it's just going to be one of those days. People are catching waves. It's pretty consistent out there. And red now, the heat leader, Cedeno, and just loses the nose right there, but he is in first. 6 minutes 30, surfers, 6 minutes 30. So waiting on a few numbers. Stand by.
So Mitchell, have you been able to surf those areas? I always wanted to go to Panama.
Yeah.
I know you have to be toured in. You can't just go rogue and kind of find your own waves, or at least that's how I've heard it.
It's about a 6-hour drive from the airport where he's from, and I've been to that beach before. Really consistent break. Waves are good. It's hot, though. That's probably the hottest place I've ever been to in my life.
Which is hard if it's hotter over at El Salvador.
Oh, no, it is there. Yeah, I can.
You're that much closer to the equator. Mm-hmm. You're on the equator.
And the black sand does it for you, too. So the previous of green, Ehrlich, 4.07. Not enough, but it is your high mark. The last of Larrabee in blue, 2.7. So nothing has changed. Red first, blue second, green needing a 3.57 in third, and white, you're needing a 3.82. Here we go, Jeff, heat leader.
Earning that beautiful long tight five, they call that. Nice splashback there. Whipping that 9.6 or whatever length the board is. Beautiful. Found that extra bonus section with a bit of steep face, carrying major speed into that carve. And he does have a leash for a second there.
You saw that board coming, huh?
Piers and boards don't dance well together. That's going to be a beautiful extension of his lead. It might be his best wave so far, even though he's already out in first place. That wave offered a lot of vertical face, giving him an opportunity to really dance with it. A 6.0, Mitch.
So he extends his lead. 5 minutes, guys. Yep, you guys are good. Next heat, you can paddle out, but stay close to the pier and out of the heat in the water's wave. So red, 6. You extend your lead. Your low score's a 5. Blue second, green third needing a 3.57, and white needing a 3.82. And that's what you were talking about. High road, low road, a couple of nose rides, but just well read this wave.
Yeah, there was a lot of different sections that came at him, and he stitched it together poetically.
You're bringing out the Tupac early. Poetic justice. I like it.
Come on, Mitch. I get to do an event with you.
I know.
It's epic.
4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes. Next heat. Emiliano, Bodie, Andy, and Ryan coming up. So that'll be heat 5 of the men's round of 48. We are completing this round, going into the women's round of 32, and then the men's round of 32 to cap the day. Couple waves outside, Jeff. White and blue. Looking at white on the broadcast here. This is Pierce.
So the two peaks kind of defining themselves, especially on the big screen. You can see that white took the southern peak, the right coming in. Then there's a tight right to the pier. Lots of opportunity for all the surfers for sure. And as you were saying before, the tide dropping out is kind of making these waves stand up on their proper sandbar. That middle hole area that was kind of testing the surfers earlier, not so much a factor now.
Yeah, steep is good. You want something with a little bit more vertical face. Obviously, too steep is a little too heavy, but we were able to witness that yesterday during the free surfs. Even a lot of people on larger shortboards weren't able to make it out easily and even get into the waves. But see right now, I mean, it is super fun. The last of blue, 4.2. Last of white, 3.03. Red first, blue still in second. White needs a 4.44. And green, Zach, you're needing a 4.21. Down to 2 minutes 40, guys. 2 minutes 40.
So Mitch, in that first heat, it was the battle of the twos. In heat 2 and 3, it was the battle of the threes.
Yeah.
And now we're into the battle of the fours. As the tide drops, the waves get better. The scores get a little higher.
And you've seen multiple rides already. You've seen the scale. And, of course, once again, having not free surfed yesterday is hard. You know, you come to a new location, you haven't competed here in a while. As we see the replay of green, this one comes in at just a 1.3, so still needing the 4.21 green, and white you're needing a 4.44. Once again, blue with 2 minutes, you're in second, and then red, low score for the heat leader is a 5. But yeah, this is a wave that changes a lot, Jeff. I mean, you've been here doing these events for now, what, 6 years? So
well, there was only 1 year during COVID that they suspended the event. But yeah, since 2017, and we started on the north side for 2 or 3 years, and then it eventually moved to the south side, and they added Morro Bay, and then they also added the longboard event, which is only, I think, 3 or so years in, 4 years in, but I love it.
Yeah.
And we've scored on both sides of the pier.
Wow, remember the shortboarding year? It was the QS 3000. 90 seconds, guys. 90 seconds. Red first, blue second, white third needs a 4.44, and green needing a 4.21 in fourth. A minute 20. The year Taj Lindblad beat out in Cleveland in the final on the south side. The right was as good as it gets here.
and the paddles, those are long heats, fortunately. Yeah. But yeah, they were riding 600-yard long waves, you know, doing whatever, 10 turns. So we're down to just 1 minute. And on the south side here, we've had it be the right and then the long left going down the beach away. On the inside, White Pierce looking for that 4.44, connecting from the outside. He's going to beach it knowing the heat is winding down. He does have 50 seconds.
Yeah, that's not the score that he's looking for, though. 45 seconds, guys. Red with priority and the lead. White, you're needing a 4.44, and then green needing a 4.21. Just a 1.33 for reference, Pierce. 30 seconds. And then maybe red on the pier bowl. He's looking left, and he's going to be up and riding. 15 seconds. Good touch of the nose right there. He's going to bring it back, and in countdown, Jeffrey. Here we go.
I'm on it.
5. Oh, my bad. 3, 2, 1. I should have known better. So the heat is over, gentlemen. The heat is over. Heat 5, stand by. It's going to stay the same. Red going to be in the lead. Blue going to in second. And then white and green, third, fourth, respectively. So heat 5, it has not started. We're going to take a quick break from the broadcast. And heat 5, stand by. Last of red, 277. Here we go, guys.
I got this, Mitch. All right, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So that is the start of heat number 5. Thank you, Jeffrey. I apologize for the previous one. Emiliano Mendez Rosas in the red, Bodis Hakian in the blue, Andy Niblis in the white.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Welcome back, Carla.
Hello, hello.
Welcome back, everybody watching the broadcast too. This is kid from San Diego, Emiliano Mendez Rosas. So his dad, by the way, Memo, has been one of the most successful surfers coming out of the northern part of Mexico before. A longtime resident of San Diego. And then this is a guy who needs no introduction whatsoever. Andy Niblis right here, Carla, one of the best styles in the world.
Yeah, he is no stranger to the fancy footwork. We're already seeing a lot of it there, rebounding the whitewater and making it. We're not seeing a lot of the guys completing those rebounds, so that is going to hopefully spark the interest of the judges right there. It'd be great to see a name like Andy Niblis back on the World Tour.
So looking at the replay, this is Red's opener, Emiliano. Goofy footer out of San Diego. So he's been doing well, WSAs, a lot of the amateur events down south too, Carla. So slowly but surely getting things going on the longboard QS side. And then this is the last of white, his opener, Andy. 18 minutes, guys.
Yeah, you can see how he uses his nose ride actually in the beginning of the wave to kind of drop into it, letting the wave kind of catch up to him, using a lot of variety and versatility in the different moves that he's doing to kind of work this wave through. Not a super fast one, but really just lined up just nicely for his board. And then I really like the completion there. So I think he's going to be dropping a fairly strong score as his opening ride. Looks like opening rides for red, 3.83.
White gets a 5. And then both blue and green going to be throwaways. By the way, green just a 1.67 for reference. Blue, it's a quick in and out. Priority goes blue-red. And Agustin, see you down there at the interview booth in just a few. So 17:20 on the clock, guys. 17:20. Next heat check-in, Tucker Coleman, Raymond Sales, Colin McPhillips, and Yeren Rodriguez. Be right back, Carla.
All righty. 17 minutes on the clock. We had a quick ride from red. Coming up next in the next heat for our heat 6, as Mitch mentioned, we'll be seeing Tucker, Raymond, Colin, and Yeren. Last of red dropping a 2.50, so red currently in first place with 2 rides, a 3.83 and a 2.5. White, single first ride, 5.0. Then we've got single rides for green and blue. Priority sits blue, green, red. Big shout out to Surfing for Hope Foundation, 501c3 nonprofit that was created to help ease the difficulty of cancer through the healing powers of surfing and ocean life. Here in San Luis Obispo County, the host free surf camps for kids and cancer survivors, along with an annual local longboard contest and memorial paddle out, all to put a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Over the last 14 years, they've raised over $1 million to help local families recover from all types of cancer. So make sure you visit their website. You can get more information, surfingforhope.org, and obviously consider donating. Up and riding right now, we got red. 15 minutes, 30 seconds. Red gets the 5 to the 10. Negotiates a little bit of the bump there on the inside. All right, we're waiting for red to finish out this ride. And while we wait for scores, let's take it down to Mitch and get the interview from our last heat winner.
Congratulations, Agustin Cedeño from Panama. Good heat out there, 11 points, a 6 and a 5. How'd it feel after not free surfing out here yesterday?
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, it was a tricky heat. Condition changed a lot in this place. Water is cold, I'm freezing. But yeah, I just went out there to try to have fun and catch some good waves. Thanks God I got a few nice ones. My last wave was very good, and I'm really happy for that.
Yeah, you look good out there. So Surfing for Hope, every heat win, you get $100. It's Cancer Sucks Bucks. Congratulations. What are you going to use it for?
Just cover my expenses here for the rest of the trip, and if I get something, I bring a gift for my family home.
Un mensaje para la gente de Panamá.
Bueno, saludos a todos los que me están viendo en Panamá. Seguimos avanzando y bueno, seguimos aquí en la batalla. Saludos.
Gracias, Agustin. Carla?
All right, great to see the Central American contingent making a showing here. This is the North American qualifier, but many of the competitors living in the region south of us, Mexico and in Central America, this is the region where they would qualify for. So great to see him up there. And last of red, right before that interview, comes in at a 6.0. So Emiliano sits with a 6.0 and a 3.83, putting him in the lead. White, you've opened up with a 5.0. You're looking for a 4.84. Green, you're looking for a 3.34. And blue, you're looking for a 4.51. Priority, green, blue, white. Time check. 13 minutes, 20 seconds.
That's what I like hearing, Carla, right there. That's some great beach announcing. I'm proud of you. You do every facet of the game. organizer, surfer, beach announcing, and of course during the broadcast on the Championship Tour as well.
Call me a Jill of all trades, but baby, I can do it all.
I'm telling you, we're here at Pismo right now, Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. Nice to see new names in the mix too, as we've been talking about, but just some really fun waves at the moment. The right, the left doing its thing, and once again, red leads, white second, green needs a 3-3-4, and blue you're needing a 4-5-1, 12:40 on the clock, surfers. First memory of Pismo, sorry, Carla?
We never came up very much because it was always given a little bit of a bad name. But having come up the last couple years for this event, I've definitely got a bit new of a perspective. That said, I've always loved coming up to this region.
Mm-hmm.
It's so gorgeous up here. I mean, you just really get that feel of old California and the rolling hills. And if I was a little less of a wuss and it was a little warmer, I would totally live up here 100%. So, yeah, if you are in the California area, you're looking for a drive, the drive from SoCal to NorCal is probably the best there is.
So not LA, not the Bay. That's what they say right here, and that's cool.
Yeah, it's definitely a different vibe. You really sense when you hit Central California, out of coming from SoCal. We're definitely in Central California now. It's just a different vibe. You start hitting the rolling mountains. There's more trees, the clouds, the wind. But we've got 11 and a half minutes on the clock for this heat. This is heat 5 for a round of 48. Top 2 will move into the next round where we've got some seeded individuals.
Yep. So our top seeds, defending champion Cole Robbins going to be in Heat 1. Zawi Po out of Mexico is going to be in Heat 3. No Hogel in that heat as well. No Shimabukudo's in the event. Jack Van Wagoner goes to school right here at Cal Poly Slow. He's going to be in the last heat. So some good names on the women's side too. Caitlin Mickelson, Cash Money Hoover, Malia Ilagan, defending champion too. So a lot of new names, a lot of returning names as well. Right here to the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic.
Yeah, everybody giving it a go. I think we were feeling that the girls' draw was going to be a little light, but they kind of stepped up to the plate. So we've got a good bunch of ladies that are going to show us what they got coming up later today. We've even got Luana Suarez from Brazil. She's going to give it a go. She's been in California, so I said, hey, why not get some experience? Let's go surf some cold water Pismo.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's good experience. I always tell people that this location right here, both here and the Rock and Morro Bay, they're two places that really change so much.
Yeah.
You're going to face those conditions on tour. And especially you went to Abu Dhabi. It's not an easy wave to surf, even on the easiest of settings or on the best of settings. Here we go, Carla. Blue, Sahakian.
Blue getting some critical tip time right off the bat. Comes around the section, not able to find another open face. So bit unlucky as far as looked like it was going to be a good wave selection. Turned out not to maybe be the best, but he's got a 4.51 he's looking for to move into advancing position. Looks like he comes in at a 2.90, moves him into third. Looking now, Bodie, you're looking for a 2.11. Time check, 9 minutes, 45 seconds.
And priority goes green, white, red. Surfers, green, white, red on the priority. Red, you're in first. Low score 383. White in second. A 5 is the only score you have, Andy. Blue needing a 211 at the moment now, Bodie. And then green, Ryan, 334, the requirement.
Looks like we got some lines on the horizon, Mitch.
We do.
Hopefully we're going to see I want to see some excellent scoring surfing. I'm going to see the waves. I'm excited for this next heat, to be honest. This is the one I've been kind of chomping at the bit. Coming up next, we're going to see Tucker Coleman in red. We'll see the ever graceful Goofy Foot blue Raymond Sales. But then coming in white, we're going to have Colin McPhillips, and I'm really excited to see what he has to do. But green also, Yeren Rodriguez, a new name for here. But up and riding, we can see from our window here, looks like that's blue, green.
Ooh, goes back prone. He's going to kick out. So going to be incomplete at the end for Langston Luna, but still some work before that. So only score at the moment of 1.67. There's your next heat. As you said, McPhillips, the multiple-time World Longboard Champion, he's going to be in the next heat. Yeren Rodriguez, a new name for us out of Puerto Rico. He's also going to be in the green jersey. 8 minutes, guys. Last of green, 2:17. So once again, green 217. You're now in third, needing a 2.84, Ryan. And Bodie in blue, you're needing a 211. Andy, your only score, you are in second white. You have a 5. And Emiliano, you have a 3.83 as your low score. Top score is a 6.
That's right, Andy. You're sitting in priority, so you're in a good position, just waiting patiently for that next ride to come in.
It can be tough out here at this location.
Yeah.
You think you're searching for a specific wave.
Yeah.
Changes a lot. We've been talking about the tide decreasing too. Goes down pretty low as well.
It
and
does.
It's breaking far out there.
And you made a really good point earlier just about the change that happens out here. And I think that really speaks to a competitor's ability to adapt. And if they're able to hone into that adaptability, they're going to be able to do well at any place, whether it be somewhere like this or a man-made wave like Abu Dhabi, which seems like it would be constantly perfect and constantly
it's so hard, though.
It's not like that at all. So yeah, adaptability I think is like in the top 3 elements that you need to have to be a world champ.
So here goes Andy in white now. Only has the 5 to start things off. Goes to the nose and just going to be a throwaway for Niblas, but he's going to stay in second though.
What I love is that he put it all out there. He knew he needed to kind of come in with a pretty big score. I always kind of tell 10s and turns, man. 10s and turns is really what gives you the high scores. So he was going for the 10 there, but just not able to get under the lip enough to keep that tail, perpetuating forward.
So it is your backup score at the moment, white. It's a 117. Green, you now need a 401, and blue, 328 is what you need in fourth. Red, once again, the heat leader with priority, low score at 383, 6 minutes 20. Well, our friend Andrew Nichols, who has worked for the league for a long time, it's not 10s and turns, it's 1s and 10s for him. He's either getting a 1 on a wave or a 10 on a wave. So,
Well, hopefully you're getting 2 10s and not 10-2.
That would be great.
But Andy working on this one here, looking for a 484 to take the lead. Currently in advancing position. Top 2 will move on to the next round. Works it all the way to the inside there. Wave gets a bit fat, kicks it out. Hopefully he'll have time to make it out and get one more run.
So the kick out used to be a scoring maneuver before, right?
Back in the day, I think, it was, I mean, it should. It's a finishing. If you're going to start strong, you should finish strong.
Here goes green now, Langston Luna. Nice calm style for Ryan. Touches the 5 there momentarily, and now good little drop knee carve.
Yeah, last of white to drop, 4-3-3. Not going to move him into first place, but definitely makes the situation more difficult for the gentleman in third and fourth. Green now looking for a 7-1-6, and blue looking for a 6-4-3. We got action out the back, Mitch.
Yeah, and it seemed like blue looking at a wave, that one really not doing much for him. So waiting on the last score of green. 7-1-6, as you said, is what he needs, but if he improves on the 2-1-7, the requirement does change. 5 minutes to go, guys. 5 minutes remaining. And score coming through for green. It's your best. Green, 4.1. So, Ryan, you now need a 5.23. And blue, you're needing a 6.43. Bodie. Ooh, red. Nice nose right there, Carla.
Yeah, setting himself apart. We like it. Making it just that much more difficult for his competitors. Just a little bit of a stretch to the 5 there. Not able to come out of that cleanly, but the beginning of the wave was definitely fire.
Yeah.
Fire!
You're bringing out terminology that is new to me. The 6-7, the fire. You better not start doing TikTok now, too.
No.
4 minutes, guys.
That's all for our girl, AJ McCord. Red, here's the replay as we see the nice 4 steps to the 5 and a nice critical 10. Has a little bit of a bump in there, but manages to stay with it. Brings it back into the curl. Steps it back forward again. You can see that little bit of a stretch. He was just short of the nose, but he gets it up there. As we see white up and riding live action. That's Andy Niblas. Andy currently sitting in second place. Only needs a 4.84 to take the lead. Could he do it right here, Mitch? It's looking good.
Well, that nose right there just indicates how much talent he has. We're still waiting on a previous one for red, though. See if he improves on the 3.83 or not. 3 minutes 20, guys. 3 minutes 20, surfers.
And it looks like Red does improve his situation slightly. Comes in the last wave at a 4.10. So Red still sitting in first place. Now Andy, we're waiting for the score to drop for Andy. He's looking for a 5.11 to take the lead. Green sitting in priority. He's got a 2.17 and a 4.10, looking for a 5.23 to advance. And Blue sits with a 2.9 and a 0.63. Bodie, you're looking for a 6.43 to move into advancing position. Looks like we got a pretty strong score starting to drop for White, Mitch.
Yeah, it's a 7-point ride. White 7, so you're now in first. Low score is a 5, Andy. Red, you're down to second. You now need a 6.01 to retake first. And Green, last score 4.1, so Green, you need a 6.01 for second place, and Blue, up and riding, needs a 7.2 himself. 2 minutes 20, guys.
Blue getting some action here on the inside as he works into the final minutes of this heat. He's looking to throw away some of his low scores here. He's not throwing huge scores yet. I think some wave selection may have been an issue here as we see Green on his backside, some nice calm style.
Well, this is an important wave, a minute 50. He needs a 6.01.
Yeah, definitely looking for a solid score here. He's working on the inside. The wave definitely cooperating and giving him plenty of face to work into the inside there. We'll just have to see if he's able to kind of tally up enough to get that 6.10.
90 seconds, surfers, 90 seconds. White first, a 7 and a 5, Andy. Red, low scores of 4.1. You are in second, waiting on the last of Green. And Blue, just a small score. Well, it is your second best, on your last Bodie. 2.73. Still needing a 7.2. 1 minute 10. So really waiting on the score here for Green. So 6.01. Well-surfed wave. The quality of the wave maybe not as good. It wasn't as clean. It was a frothier one, though.
But it did work its way pretty far on the inside.
Yeah, it's not enough, though. 3.8. 3.8. Green still needing the 6.01. 50 seconds. Oh, he's definitely trying. 7.9. First two heats. That probably would have been more than enough, but right now, everybody's gotten better. Everybody's adjusted, and 30 seconds remaining. It seems like it's going to be White and Red moving through right here, Carla, the two goofy footers.
Yeah, and I think really what happened was in Heat 3, Cormac O'Brien came in and he really put a stamp on things and said, okay, here's what can be done. And that really pushes the competitors following thereafter to really have to step it up. And as you see here, Red really trying to make the most of that, trying to get that tip time. The wave is a little slow in some parts. It doesn't quite have that push. Takes a minute to get in. Counting it down.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that is the end of heat number 5. We'll take a quick break on the broadcast side, and heat 6, counting you guys in shortly. It's going to be White, Red moving through, surfers. White, Red moving through in heat 5. Heat 6, stand by.
Alrighty, we're counting down the next heat momentarily.
Do your thing, Carla.
Welcome to Slow Cal Roots, your homegrown cannabis destination. Everything starts on our Central Coast farms, where passion and sunshine meet craft and care. Then it all lands right here at Slow Cal Roots dispensaries in San Luis Obispo, Grover Beach, and Route 1 in Guadalupe. So whether you're cruising the coast or kicking back at home, stop by and smoke local with Slow Cal Roots.
Come up. They're going to show us their queen styles. We see right now Red up and riding. This is Tucker Coleman.
Well, again, finding one with a little steeper face. Long cheat 5 there after a few fluid rail carves. I saw him getting ready before the heat. His vibe was high.
He was ready.
Getting his board ready. Oh, he was sparkling with energy. Yeah.
The froth was real.
Yeah, you know, you read the personalities of what the surfers are like pre-heat.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes they're downtrodden, sometimes they're stressed, and he had levity.
Yeah. It's interesting the arousal level of each competitor. Up and riding right now, this is Raymond Sales. Comes out of Ventura, currently going to school up in Santa Cruz, I believe. I don't get to see him actually on his front side ever, because back home we're always surfing rights. So it's nice to see him on his front side. 18 minutes on the clock. Currently, priority sits with white, then green.
Well, it might be refreshing for him too, being up in Santa Cruz, right? Not a lot of lefts there. I'm sure he finds his
nugget.
What is it, up at 4 Mile? There's that inside left.
Yeah. There's always an inside something.
Yeah, the goofies will find their lefts.
Yeah. Alrighty, we're just waiting for some scores to drop. Opening ride for red comes in at a 4.5. Opening for blue, a 3.33. And opening for green, throwaway, a 0.60. As I mentioned, priority sits with white, then green. Time check, 17 minutes, 25 seconds. Coming up next, heat number 7, we're going to see Federico Gabi, Cody Canzoneri, Sam Heck, and Kai Esposito.
Well, that first round, you get a lot of you get introduced to some new surfers. I know coming up in that next heat, Sam Heck, it's his first WSL event. I think he just won a coalition event at Malibu. But we're in this heat right now, clean conditions. Priority has just changed. First priority is with green, second priority with white.
Yeah, that was a quick change there. Looks like white must have paddled for something, didn't catch it. So now green in priority, white second priority. We have some paddling action. Looks like up and riding. That is green. Yerin Rodriguez getting his second ride. He had an opening up and down, and then it looks like far over the end there. Here we go. Colin McPhillips in the white jersey making a comeback. Will he requalify?
Well, right. I was seeing his name in the draw in the first round. It kind of threw me off, but I guess that's just due to that he hasn't surfed in a few events leading up. Look at that. Straight to the nose.
Ooh,
beautiful.
Okay. Oh.
Bottoms out on him there, and that board does not have a leash. That came close to him. He's going to have a little bit of a swim in, body surf.
That's right. He's going to have that leashless Michael Takayama board going in. It is ghost riding that wave in, flipping all over, going all the way into the shore there. What a bummer. Yeah, not a swim contest, unfortunately.
Well, the good news is it's early in the heat. He will be back out in the water. Let's see. Put a couple cents on it by 10 minutes to go. You think he'll have a 5-minute turnaround, something like that? That one is. How about when you lose your board and you watch it on its belly like that, going all the way?
And here's the replay, Jeff. We see of Green here. Green gets some nice tip time, gets the workaround.
Yeah, and then that wave went into that hole, that soupy hole, not much more on that, and then maybe we'll have a replay of all the rides that have just taken place.
As we watch White getting a ride on the inside. Now, if I didn't know better, I'd say that was a young kid. It doesn't look like
here,
a seasoned world champ.
Yes. Wait, where?
Colin.
Oh, yeah. Well, he surfs spry. Okay, our surfer in red has made it on into the beach. I saw Urine, who's out there in the green. We just saw that replay of him up at the donut shop, the famous donut shop, this morning.
Alrighty, and up and riding, that is Raymond Sales. He's riding his Steve Huerta model board. Steve, a super loc down in Ventura. Great man, been around the community for a long time.
So we have Carla coming down to do that post-heat interview right now. And we see Tucker Coleman making his run around after he lost his board. Blue finishing up on the shore. So we'll wait for those scores to come in. Last wave of green, a 1.17. Waiting on Colin McPhillips' last wave. Raymond Sales, your last wave, a 5.67, and Tucker, your last wave, a 1.4.
You can kind of see us in the screen there.
So once Colin's wave drops in, then we'll know exactly the position of everyone. Colin looking for a 4.67 to go up and potentially be in second. If you're just joining us online, thanks for tuning in here at the 2025 Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic up in beautiful Pismo Beach. I think the rain is affecting the whole of California, but you're off. But if you're viewing from everywhere else in the world, come join us here in Pismo. Make your way over to California. It's a beautiful place, this whole Central Coast. Plenty of surf, plenty to do. Lots of parklands. And with that, we're going to throw it down to Carla and our last heat winner.
All right, Jeff, I've got OG logger here, Andy Neeblis. Andy, first of all, I was surprised to see your name in the draw, but really stoked because, you know, you've been a little elusive. Just had a baby. So new things have happened. What made you decide to come put your name in the hat?
I think it was just better late than never, you know, so might as well just do it, and had that dad strength now, so I figured I could go with the big dogs and yeah, just keep it going.
I love it. Inspired by the mom power that Honolulu just showed us on tour. Now we've got dad power. Tell me a little bit of what it's like being a dad and now competing.
It's the best feeling. I've always wanted to be a dad, and now that actually happened, it's just so surreal, and it's just time. It's beautiful. I love it.
I'm sure you want to give some shout outs. Shout them out.
Yeah, shout out to Catalina, Michaela, and the family at home, mom and dad, and all the sponsors. And yeah, we'll see how this weekend goes.
Well, I know all the logging loyalists are hoping you'll be pulling all the way through, so good luck to you this weekend.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Back to you, Jeff.
Hold on, Carla. We have something you need for the heat winner.
Sorry, I ran down. I have $100. Just wait. We good?
All right, well, we got 11 and a half minutes. All scores are in. Raymond Sales out in the lead with a 3.33 and a 5.67. Tucker Coleman in second. Tucker, you have a 4.5 and a 1.4. Colin, your last wave came in at a 3.37. You're in third. Our second place surfer, Tucker, in the red, up. Nice, long cheater 5, and then tups both, all 10 toes over the nose. Eyeing up that section coming his way. Looking beautiful on his board. So he did get back out there quicker than we thought after he lost his board. And behind him, our surfer in green, Yirin. Nice control there. Yirin looking for a 2.64 to go up into second.
All righty.
Yeah, thank you to Surfing for Hope and their Cancer Sucks Bucks. Every heat winner gets a $100 bill, which is great. You know, that
So
can
good.
add up as a little bonus money, especially you think about the two surfers that are going to go on to win the event. If they continue to go on a run of firsts all weekend, that would be, I don't know, 5 heats, 6 heats, so an extra $500 or $600
Yeah,
bucks.
I think it's about $500-$600 if you continue to win your heats. Stack them up. Stack those Benjamins up. 9 minutes, 55 seconds on the clock. We've got some action happening out here. Looks like some sets on the horizon as we watch the replay here.
Yeah, Yirin got a great wave. Came from that deep sandbar, and it gave him the opportunity to work his way up to the nose twice and finish well. And we saw, I think, Yirin again, that a wave going towards pier, closed out on him, though. Or no, that was Colin McPhillips, excuse me. We didn't see him. You see him right now on the broadcast, though, holding his nose, ducking under the wave, waiting on scores. For that last green, it came in at a 4.4. Yirin, that got you into third place. Now you need a 4.61, which 9 minutes left on the clock.
Priority sits blue, red, green. White, you're looking for a 5.28. Green looking for a 4.61, and blue, you're looking for a 3.93. Up and riding right now. That's blue, as I mentioned, needing a 3.93. Nice classic style on his forehand. Gives a couple little power pumps there. Rebounds it off the whitewater nice and clean. Gives it a nice, clean, complete finish. As I mentioned, looking for a 3.93 to move into advancing position. Currently, move into first place, is in advancing position right now.
Well, what really nice technique, and our heat leader straight to the nose again. Long, holds that 5 all the way through that bucking bronco section. You can see the backwash.
Yeah, able to keep control there. Whips it back around in the pocket. Riding his Michael Takayama.
Well, those boards favored by many if they can get them right.
Yeah, not an easy feat. I think I know someone that she had ordered hers several years ago and finally got it. So yeah, you got to get your name on that list. He makes them start to finish, so that's not an easy feat. Currently, priority sits green, then white. Green, then white. Looks like someone taking a paddle here. That is white. Colin McPhillips, he's riding his Wayne Rich checkmate.
I got to see Wayne Rich down at the boardroom show in Del Mar. Big redirect there. Wide stance, manhandles that oncoming section. That was a proper rail floater there. He carried the whole board through that lip line.
Yeah, definitely seeing some flashbacks of yesteryear coming from Colin there as he works it all the way to the inside. That's going to be a nice, strong score. He hasn't had really that strong of scores yet, so it's going to feel good about that. That was, I believe, green.
Urin lost his board, yes. Yarin.
He's going to be taking a bit of a swim.
I wonder, is Colin on a 2+1, or is that a proper single fin? Because the way he carried that line, to me, looked like the 2+1, meaning the two small side bites.
Well, here we go here in the replay. We see him get some steps up to the nose, a little bit of a shuffle back, wraps it back around here. Wave kind of slows down as he just waits for that open face, but boom, right there. And you just really see it sail on that face off that crashing wave.
Well, it'll be interesting to see where the judges go, because that's the first time they've seen something like that.
Radical.
That aggressive full rail carve into the lip. That's not the usual finishing floater for longboards.
No, but I believe that the way that this wave is particularly finishing, I like it. It's exciting if you can get the nice clean tip time ahead and then finish it off with something powerful and exciting like that. Keeping that connectivity and that flow and power, speed, and flow, right? So
power, speed, and flow. And the way you saw him eyeing down the line, he widened his stance and really put the pressure way back on the tail of his board. Colin, that last wave came in at a 6.4. So that was a biggest score of the heat, the highest score of the heat, 6.4. Urin, your last wave, a 3.7. So with all those scores in, Tucker in first, Raymond in second with priority. Colin, you're in third, needing a 3.87 now, and Yarin, you're in fourth, needing a 5.87. There's 5.5 minutes left. We see Yarin on the beach right now. He lost his board, so he's either going to run up to the pier and use the escalator by the pier, the eddy along the pier out, or
he's going to cruise his way up the beach.
Yeah, not quite sure. Walking along, maybe he's a little gassed after his swim.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a number of waves on the deck there. He's caught 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 waves. So he's been really busy out there. So I'm sure he's feeling a little gassed. Coming up next, they're going to be paddling out. In the red jersey, we're going to see Federico Gabi. We're going to see Cody Canzoneri in blue. We'll see Sam Heck in white, and in green, Kai Esposito. 4 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Last of red was a 5.30. Couple that with a 5.1, he sits in the lead. In second place and in priority, that's Raymond Sales. He's got a 5.67 and a 4.60. Needs a 4.73 to take the lead. Currently in third place and with second priority, that's Colin McPhillips in the white jersey. He's got a 6.4 and a 3.73. Colin, you're looking for a 3.87 to move in an advancing position. And then currently in fourth place, still paddling out there, that's Yeren Rodriguez. He's got a 4.4 and a 3.7. Yeren, you're looking for a 5.87 time check, 4 minutes on the clock.
So he must have been a little gassed after his swim in because he walked for a bit and all of a sudden he picked up energy and sprinted, glided across, and now he's paddling his way out. So he'll maybe have 2 minutes on the clock when he makes it back out into the lineup. The disadvantage is he'll be in 4th priority in the basement after a lost board. So that's the consequence of no leash. But, you know, we see so many. That's kind of the culture of longboards generally.
Yeah, it's definitely a personal choice. I'm a non-leash kind of girl, but I have to say if this was my game right now, I might consider wearing a leash because spending all that time swimming is costly. So it's something you have to really make a decision. It's a personal decision.
Well, this is it. Colin McPhillips looking to just better his low score right now. Needs a 3.87, flying high on the nose. He's really rips into this big sweeping cutback on that Wayne Rich. This is that reform right. He's going to get a little extra bonus connection through the inside, maybe a bit more tip time if it stands up.
Yeah, so Colin only looking for a 3.87. This already feeling pretty strong. We need Sam Heck.
Sam Heck, please check in. Your heat starts here in about 3 minutes, 2.5 actually. So Sam Heck, check in, get your jersey. Calling Sam Heck. Well, Colin McPhillips finishing on the sand after that last right. If that doesn't get it done for him, he's exiting the water. He needed a 3.87. That right offered a bit of tip time in the beginning, and then it was just big fluid sweeping cutbacks. As we watch the replay, there's that cheater 5 to open.
Wraps it back around here as well. Nice and full. Rebounds it off the whitewater. Almost has a little hiccup there, but it's that read right there where you see that little rib in the wave, but he's able to kind of keep under it and keep the flow. That's some critical surfing. Doesn't look like a lot, but there's a lot of wave IQ in there. As he sits on the inside here, he's just finished his wave, waiting for his score to drop. He watches at the outside. It is a 2+1, yeah?
Well, the mystery solved. He is riding a 2+1. Colin McPhillips goes into the lead after your last ride, a 5.53. He walks in chest out, 1.5 minutes left in the heat. He is sitting in first right now, unless our surfer in blue, Raymond Salas with priority, can get a 4.73 out the back. Only 3 surfers. Yorin, you're looking for a 6.0 ride. We know those scores are out there because we've seen them. Someone else lost a board now. Tucker
swimming.
Coleman lost his board. So just 2 surfers out the back with a minute left. Our 2 surfers, 3rd and 4th place. I have a Wayne Rich button on my jacket right there.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that right away. Yeah, we all love to represent our Wayno.
Uh-huh.
We love our Wayno.
He gave me that, I don't even know, a decade ago at the boardroom show because I see him there because I live right in town where that happens. And I saw him again this year.
Yeah, he was standing on the pier right there watching Colin's heat.
All right.
Made sure to shout out to me when I walked by.
The gentleman. Look at that.
As we watch Yaron looking for a 6.0, putting it all out there.
How was that little kick stall to slow him down to be able to get back on the nose? So giving it everything he can on that wave. Our surfer in green with almost 10 seconds left in the heat. He's going to beach it. Will this be the 6.0? I'm going to count it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, buzzer beater up at the horn. Blue looking for a 4.73. Raymond Sales on his Steve Huerta. He's got some nice lively action here. I don't know if the wave is going to materialize for that 4.73, but he has done a lot of work on it. He's gotten some tip time. He's gotten some good tail and rail work. Gets another tip.
You got to think the judges really want them on the nose at the start of the wave, the first few sections, and then, some carves and maybe a finish on the nose. So
we'll have to wait. Yeah, we'll have to maybe wait for the replay. I think he did get some work done. It'll be interesting to see if it goes high enough into that 4.73.
Well, that heat is over. We got scores coming in. Let's see where Urin's score comes in at a 3.57, so he doesn't get the 6 he needs. Now, does Raymond get the score he needs? A 4.73 on this last finishing wave.
Well, it's Not dropping yet. We're waiting for the drop. Next heat on hold.
And we know we're going to go to a quick commercial break after this replay and the scenario plays out, and we'll count in the next heat. But hold your places, surfers.
All right, so this is the third ride for Blue. Came in at a 4.60. So just kind of a comparison here. I want to compare this one coming in at that 4.60. He's needing a 4.73. So it's kind of putting us in the perspective of the judges. They're looking at the replays, how to compare, see was his last ride as good as this 4.6.
Well, in that one, he got a little more tip time right at the start of the wave.
Here we're watching Red's third ride. It was a 5.10. So also kind of a comparison to see where the last of Blues might come in at. Not a ton of tip time, but really critical tip time, and then a nice finish there for Red. So still on hold, next heat on hold.
Well, it's good. It's an inside look for the viewers at home of what the judges are, deeming the score potentially to be. It came in, I think, at a 4.10. Yep, so that was it. The score not enough for Raymond. The two surfers, Colin McPhillips and Tucker Coleman, advancing through into the next round. Next heat, I'm going to count you in right now. 5, 4, 3.
Using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Watching online, Mitch and Jeff with you. Jeffrey, so this heat, one more after it, and then we go into our women's round of 32. So that'll be the start of the women's here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic.
Yeah, that's a stacked round straight away. I was looking at the draw. A lot of the names we are very familiar with that have surfed in these events up and down the coast. The USL, lots of different places.
Yeah.
So I wonder, did our surfer in white check in? I know we got a last-minute call. I can't see him at the moment, but hopefully he's out there.
Saw him on screen.
Okay, great.
Yeah, he's out there. Yep. There's Sam Heck. And here we go. Green Esposito. It's got a nice style, Jeff.
Style counts.
It's not necessarily ridden, but it adds into the flow aspect of things. Here goes Heck now.
Oh, talk about some style.
We'll talk about getting close to the pier, too, with the takeoff over there.
Sitting deep. Well, I met his mom last night. She's our next-door neighbor where we're staying at the Sand Dollar. Thank you to the Sand Dollar Hotel. Thank you to all the hotels that participate in sponsoring and putting us up.
Yeah, the Sandcastle, a great place to stay. One of our 4 hotels located right here on the boardwalk in Pismo Beach. Ooh, Canzoneri.
Man, Sam Heck is not messing around. He just finished inside the pier on the sand, took off outside the pier, went left, went right, and now maybe it's due to the tide, this little sandbar right, moving all the way on through to the pilings.
All right, Colin McPhillips waiting downstairs, right down there shortly, waiting on a couple of scores. Next heat check-in, Benjamin Goldstein, Kaiden Larrabee, Aiden Sotner, and Harper King. So waiting on numbers, guys. Stand by. Big thank you to Beach and Biscuits, by the way, right here in Pismo. They got a truck over in the parking lot Big thank you to the guys in the truck, Beach and Biscuits. They supplied breakfast this morning. Amazing stuff. Yesterday, burgers and more right here in Pismo. They did breakfast and Press Quesadilla Grill and Slow. They donated lunch yesterday. And we got Cool Cats Cafe.
Cool Cats Cafe, love it.
Yeah.
Have you ever eaten in the Cool Cats Cafe?
I went last night.
It's so, isn't it? I love going in there.
Thank you.
All right, well, here's a nice replay of Cody. Big layback hack there. I don't know if that was a makeup holding the rail, but talk about style. I got style oozing out everywhere, and waiting on that score for Sam Heck. But before we give those scores, we're going to throw it down to Carla with our last heat winner, Colin McPhillips.
Alrighty, you guys. So this was the heat that I was waiting for. I saw your name on the draw, and there's been a lot of talk from a lot of the, the past guard of, we're going to requalify, and you actually pulled the trigger. So just tell me a little bit about your thought process going up into this event. What were you thinking? Your kid's already seated. So are you giving him a run for his money? Are you showing Papa, showing the kid what's up? What's going on?
I wish I could say I could, but we've come against each other a few times in other events, and he gets me every time. But I was lucky. I was out of town last year for this event, and this year being home, he's like, hey, you got to enter. You're coming anyways. So I'm like, yeah, okay. So I entered, and here I am. It was a lot of fun.
He had a bit of a slower start in the heat, and I bet the young guns were kind of like, I got this guy. But then you just came, you smoked it, you showed everyone why you're a world champ already. What's your approach moving forward?
Just find those clean waves. I mean, I've been up here a lot for contests throughout the years with the kids from, WSA, NSA, and I know how Pismo can get. So right now is just great longboarding waves for here. So there's really good waves. There's some closeouts, some really good ones. Just pick the open ones, and it's great for longboarding.
So you've won your heat, so that means we get to give you this Cancer Sucks bucks from Surfing for Hope. So I'm happy to give that to you. I have a feeling you might be up here again winning some more money. But tell me a little bit what it might mean to you to requalify into the World Tour this next year.
Oh wow, that's jumping way ahead in thoughts, but it'd be a lot of fun. I watch guys that I used to surf with, Taylor, Kai Salas, Edward. I watch all these guys, and then my son Kai was in the Abu Dhabi event, so I was actually in Fiji during it, and we had it on the big screen and watching. The whole island was watching that and El Salvador. So I'm like a surfing fanatic fan. So to actually be able to put a jersey on again is, like I said, very wishful thinking, but it'd be a lot of fun. I'm down for it.
Well, I think everybody, including myself, has been stoked to have you here. So we're excited to see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Carla, and thank you, Colin. That big backside floater reentry was beautiful. Those roundhouses on the right, riding the 2+1. Wayne Rich ripping it up.
So we do have a couple of scores, guys. Blue, your opener is a 5. White, your first two, 217, 267. And we got blue while we're watching the replay here of green. Kai waiting on this number still for Esposito. So kid's got a great style on the backhand right there in the green. And then this is the last of blue, Canzaneri. That's actually the layback, so we're waiting on this score still. He had a 5 on his opener. Once again, blue, your opener, a 5. White, your first two, couple of 2s, Sam. And then Esposito, your opener, green, 3.67. "13 minutes, guys. 13 minutes. Stand by for scores." And here's another one from Canzaneri. He's been busy. He's caught multiple waves in the first 7 minutes of this heat. Good nose right there. Brings it back. So that guy's been doing good work so far in this heat. Actually had the chance to surf at the QS level against Cody a couple of times.
And now he's transitioned over to the longboard.
And he coaches.
And he coaches, yeah. Hey, ride it all.
Does a bit of everything.
No matter what, right? Too many great shapes out there not to ride the waves on everything. Here we go. Red up and riding now. Federico Gobi up and out. Quick one.
So, blue, your first two, 5.517, blue. You are in the lead. You have a 5.17 and 5, Cody. White, your 2.67, 2.17. Green, your opener, 3.67, and he's up and riding again. Frothy one right here, Jeff.
Yeah, not giving him much opportunity now hoping for some kind of reform action. He's just going to ride it out because he knows it's a quick paddle out next to the pier there.
Well, does well. So Esposito finishing up right here. And then on the outside, we did see blue a quick in and out, and then red on the right, Federico. So 11:20, guys, 11:20 on the clock. Next heat, Ben, Kaiden, Aiden, and Harper check in. And then we go into the women's. Chloe Coleman, Star Delia, and Leah Diaz will be our opening heat.
White on the inside. Playing with it. Maybe he's just kind of using that as transport over to the, no. He was just having fun. So this is his first QS event, WSL QS event.
Sam Heck.
Sam Heck.
Throwing the shakas right there. So everything's in, guys. 10 minutes 40. Blue, you're in first. You have a 5.17 and a 5. Green, you're in second. 3.67, 3.43. That was your last, by the way, Kai. 3.43 on your last. You're in second. White, you're needing a 4.43. And red, Federico, you're needing a 4.77 in fourth. Ooh, look at these lefts.
Close out set. But someone could be there. Oh,
I don't know. There's a corner right there,
no,
Jeffrey.
There was someone right on the edge. I guess maybe they thought they were already at the sort of end of the wave.
We're going to call that Mitchell's left over there.
I think you should own it. Free surf at 4 to 5.
I don't know. I feel like we're going to be finishing pretty late today. So by then, who knows if I have any kind of energy at that point. But maybe. Never say never, right, Jeff?
Mm-hmm.
Bring a twin fin. Have a good time out here. Northside Pismo Beach Pier.
Tide will be high again. Federico Gobi swings it on this right. Can't make it around the section. Was chasing a bit. So this is that, with 9.5 minutes, do you elect to get the reform on the inside? Are there any points really on the inside? Or is it more just riding it all the way through to be quicker over to the pier and paddle out? What? Yeah.
So, White, you're in third. You have a couple of twos. You're needing a 4.43, White. You got 9 minutes. And now, seems like on the outside, priority goes blue, then green, gentlemen. Priority blue, then green. So once again, big thank you to all of the people that are donating breakfast and lunch to the event. We got Beach and Biscuits right here in Pismo. They got a great truck over there in the parking lot. So big thank you to those guys. We have Cool Cats Cafe later on this afternoon. They're going to donate lunch. And then tomorrow, breakfast and lunch will be donated Hoagies in Pismo Beach. Always looking forward to some good sandwiches. Once again, blue, green, you guys are first and second, respectively. Cody, you have a 5.17 and a 5. You're in first. You have priority. Green, Esposito, you're in second. You have a 3.67 and a 3.43. Time call, 8 minutes. And here we go, green. Kai. Straight to the nose. Good work by there. Nice trim. And then a couple of taps on the backhand right there. He's going to kick out of this one. 7 minutes 40. And outside blue, late drop for Cody. Nearly loses it, recovers well. Good work. Once again, wraps it back.
We got to say the surfers have found their pace with the waves as the tides pulled out a little bit. Nice hammer at the end there.
Well, the one thing I will say about Canzaneri in the lead right now, he's bringing a really smart strategy to what he's doing out there. Not trying to overdo anything. The two kickouts that he has, the 1 and the 07, have been really short waves, but at that point he had already been leading, Jeff, so good work by Canzaneri.
And here's that far bar. You were calling it Mitchell's left. That was our surfer in white, Sam Heck.
Maybe let's not mention it that much because then people are going to go sit on that peak over there eventually.
They want your autograph. Sam needs a 4.43. He just got that last one.
So waiting on a score for white. Just for reference, blue, not enough to change your situation. It's a 4.57. So you're keeping the 5 as your low scores. We're looking at the replay here of green Esposito. Had a long nose right there, Jeffrey.
Yeah, no, he's surfing really well, and this wave offered up a bunch. And he rode it right on through to the beach. Yeah, I know you're not. You're humble like that. It's Strider and Kaipo that are like, make a line. Autographs are coming.
You should see Strider in Brazil.
I know, that's what I'm talking about.
He's more famous than surfers down there. It's crazy.
I know.
But it's fun. I mean, going down to those places. There's actually a Longboard QS, the Saquarema Surf Festival, over there in Sacktown, and they've actually got maybe too big of waves a few years, but same thing as here as Pismo and Morro Bay. I think those locations are essential eventually. Once you make it to the CT, you got to be able to adjust on the fly, Jeff.
All right, we're down to 5.5 minutes, surfers, and situation waiting on White's last score. Sam, you have first priority. You're in third, but we're waiting on that last wave of yours. Also waiting on Red's last score. Both of them needing in the just over 6-point range to go up into second.
Yeah, and I think it's a good time to remind our surfers and all of our audience, too. We're doing a simulcast as well. If we don't necessarily announce the score already, it usually means that it's still yet to drop. And it just dropped, by the way, Sam. It's a 3.5, so it is your best, but you are still in third, now needing a 5.27, and you do have priority.
He's giving the praises right there.
First
saying
event
hi
ever,
to the viewers at home, giving the praises. Sam Heck. Sam, you have first priority. Your last score came in, not enough. You were still looking. You were looking for a 5.27 now, and Frederico's score came in, not enough. Mitch, you went over all that.
Yeah, blue first, 5.17 and a 5. Green in second. Last score, 5.1. You extend your second place position. Low score green is a 3.67. White needing a 5.27, and red, you're needing a 6.44, Federico. And here he goes. Speaking of the Italian surfer in red, Jeffrey, up the beach.
Down the line, and that wave just shortening out right when we got to it on the film. He had a little touch of the nose in the beginning.
Well, he's needing the best score of the heat at the moment. 3 minutes 50, surfers, 3 minutes 50. Once again, blue first, green second. Low score for blue, a 5. Low score for green, a 3.67. And Gobi, I mean, can't say that he's not trying. I mean, he's beached a few waves, and he's caught 8 waves with this one already, too. Most out of anybody in this heat.
So you wonder what his strategy is now. It's a long paddle out with 3 minutes to go. We got a surfer over by the pier. Our surfer, Kai, who's in second currently. Is he gonna get over the staircase? He does not. That wave finishes short for him. Cody, our heat leader, with that priority. Sam in third with second priority. So Sam must have paddled for a wave because he had first priority a minute ago.
Yep.
But with the other surfers in on the beach. Yeah, White, you're in third place. You have second priority. You now need a 5.27 to go into second. So we got a replay of Sam's very first wave. It was that set left on the outside, and then it closed out. He had to get down on his belly to sort of handle the bounce and bump. I see. I missed that middle bit. Now I understand the score a bit more. Then he got the reform on the inside.
Two minutes, guys. 2 minutes. So the last one, 3.5.
Split peak going with blue for the viewers at home.
Oh,
man, bit the rail. That surprised him and me.
Well, he's in the lead. A minute 50, guys. Ooh, nice rebound there from White. He's got a lot of energy, this kid. I like it.
He's psyching. Yeah.
Probably had a lot of coffee from Beach and Biscuits this morning.
Throwing the double shakas, giving the prayer hands. I'm calling he's going to do heart hands next.
I'm calling that we got to get a heat between him and Italo and see who has the more energy out of the two. So split peak, as you said, Jeffrey, looking at White here on the replay. He's looking for a 5.27 for second place. Steezy style right there on the bottom turn.
Nice rail turns, had the bit of tip time in the beginning. Big redirect, super floaty at the end. 1 minute left, surfers. Green out the back in second with priority.
So a minute to go. Blue leads, green second. Last of White, it's a 3.03, still needing the 5.27. And red needing a 6.44, 50-second surfers. Ooh, pure bowl, Jeff.
Right on the button there.
Stay with it. Getting a little too high, but I mean, he makes up for it right here on the second section. And now Blue outside behind him. Esposito still riding. Nice work there by Canzaneri. 20 seconds.
You watch the film, I'll watch the clock.
And now White having a look here. 10 seconds. Why don't you take it away, Jeffrey?
Yeah, we're getting really close, but White did scrap into that one. It's not going to be the score. We're down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's it. The heat is over. A few stores to tidy up in the end, but it looks like our surfer in blue and green advancing. Just waiting to see if anything happened on Kai's wave to take first position off of Cody.
Well, judges looking at the replay. So Heat 8, we're not going yet, guys. We're still on hold, so stand by Heat 8. Heat has not started.
Yeah. The answer is no. I answer myself. Green, your last wave. Kai at 3.8. Cody has a score to come in, so he will remain in first place moving into the next round. That $100 coming his way. And we're going to go to a quick commercial break. Mitchell Salazar.
Yep.
We'll be back with heat number 8, the final heat of men's round 1.
So
Welcome to Slow Cal Roots, your homegrown cannabis destination. Everything starts on our Central Coast farms, where passion and sunshine meet craft and care. Then it all lands right here at Slow Cal Roots dispensaries in San Luis Obispo, Grover Beach, and Route 1 in Guadalupe. So whether you're cruising the coast or kicking back at home, stop by and smoke local with Slow Cal Roots.
Say the least.
welcome back, everybody watching online. Mitch and Carla with you, Surfing for Hope, Longboard Classic. So we have Benjamin Goldstein in the red, Kaiden Larrabee in the blue, Aiden Sutner in the white, and Harper King in green. Our final heat of the men's round of 48. Looking fun out there, Carla.
Yeah, it is looking fun. There's definitely
There's opportunities, there's chances for sure.
100% there's opportunities and chances. I think it's going to be really fun to see the girls come out in the next round and see what their approach is. It's been great to see the gentlemen attack it. The energy coming from Sam Heck, although he didn't make it through the heat, was definitely something to speak about, so it was fun to watch. But yeah, this is that final heat number 8. 20-minute heats. We've already got a minute and a half down through this one. Ladies round 1 will be coming up next. And then we will finish the day with the second round of the men.
Yep.
So we'll be able to move into the quarterfinals
Yep.
and finals tomorrow.
Tomorrow, round of 16, quarters onwards. Here we go. Goldstein, Carla.
Up and riding. He's got some tip time going on. He's on his backside here on the left. Works it all the way to the inside. He's going to try to get a reform in there. We'll see if it reforms for him. Looks like he's just going to kind of ride the white water as he milks it inside. Top 2 advanced into the next round.
And top 2 scores being taken as well. I mean, realistically, well, you start round of 48, round of 32 into the 16 quarter semis. You're what, needing 12 waves, really, if you're trying to become a champion? It's as simple as that, really, when you break it down.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of math, isn't it? And like you said, you know, the heat winner's winning $100. There's some math there to add up. $500, $600 if you win all your heats, especially if you started from the first round. So yeah, that's just a fun little incentive. And as you mentioned, you know, we need the top of the line people. We need the top of the cream of the crop. We're looking for the excellent surfing from these ladies and gentlemen so that they can earn their spot onto the World Tour. As we're watching the replay of Red online, it was this opening ride. Waiting for the scores to drop. Looks like the first opening ride for White comes in at a 3.0. Opening for Red, 5.0. Time check, 16.5 minutes on the clock. If you didn't already know, in the water right now, in the red jersey, Benjamin Goldstein, wearing white, Aiden Sotner, wearing blue, Kaiden Larrabee, and wearing green, Harper King. Coming up next, we'll have our first heat of the ladies. We're going to see Chloe Coleman, Star D'Elia, and Leah Diaz. We'll be interviewing our heat leader from that last heat, heat number 7. That was Cody Canzaneri. So we'll wait for Mitch to meet up with him. We got 15 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Opening rides just for white and red. Looks like something's coming up right now for blue, though. Gets the quick tip time. Critical part of the section there. Whaps it off the lip. Not able to stay glued on, but great effort from blue. Alrighty, now we got a little lull in the action. Let's take it down to our heat-winning interview with Mitch Salazar.
Here with Cody Canzaneri. Congratulations, Cody. A really fun heat. Well surfed, but more than anything, well approached out there considering the tide's dropping at the moment.
Yeah, a couple of 8-footers on the head, but in between them all, there's definitely a couple really good waves to be surfed. And yeah, I didn't quite put together the heat I wanted to put together, but yeah, I ended up on top. So, but hopefully the next round I can put together some better scores and stuff. So, yeah.
Originally out of Texas, Cody, what's it been like living in SoCal for a good amount of time, but repping Texas as always?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Texas is great. I love the people in Texas. I miss the folks back home, but the waves are definitely better out here. But stoked to be representing Texas. So hopefully everyone's watching back home in Texas and saying what's up to everyone. What's up?
Okay, we'll take it away with this. $100. Cancer sucks bucks. Every heat win, you're going to get $100. Congratulations, Cody. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, guys.
Carla?
Alrighty, shout out to Texas. I'm sure he's got a crew watching him. Stoked for Cody making it into round 2. Current situation in this heat, this is heat 8 of that round of 48. We got 13 minutes, 55 seconds on the clock. In priority, green, white, red, blue. Heat leader right now sitting with a single score of 5.0. That's red. Currently in second place with a single score of 3.0. That's Aiden Sotner in white. And in third place with a single score of a 2.17. That's blue, Kaiden Larrabee. Harper still looking for his first ride, but he is sitting in priority. Just under 13.5 minutes on the clock.
And we do have the gala tonight for Surfing for Hope, by the way, right at the Vespera.
Yes.
I don't know if there's any tickets still available, but if you do want to at least check it out, surfingforhope.org. Always consider donating. Over the last 14 years, they've helped raise a ton of money, more than $1 million, to help local families recover from all types of cancer. So really appreciative to Andy, Laura, everybody involved with Surfing for Hope, and of course, organizing the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. Not your first time coming up here either, Carla, for this event. It's always been a fun one.
No, it's super stoked. No, it's super great to be here. Yeah, yes, last year was my first time here. Got along really well with the crew, and guess they liked me, so they invited me back. So super stoked to be up here. As I mentioned earlier, it's special. You know, I'm a native Californian. I live in SoCal, but it's great to come up into the Central California coast as we watch White. This is his second ride here. He opened up with a 3.0, so looking to back it up.
This is Pismo Beach or Pismo Bay? I mean, that right? Offshore, a little rain going into the pier.
As Colin mentioned, I think that was actually a really great interview and a lot of insight as to, you know, there's a lot of events that have been held here over the years. Colin surfed here quite a bit, and he said straight up, this is some of the best conditions that he's had. So we're really lucky to have, despite the rain, it's keeping the wind down.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a stormy wind.
Knock on wood. Knock on wood.
You know, it's been pretty relatively calm, so that's making the conditions smooth, and that's great for the longboard. And yeah, I think that's why we're able to see some of these like good to upper level scores.
283, the last of White. At the moment, you're in first, White. You have a 3 as your top score. Red, you're down to second. You have a 5. Blue at 217 in third, and green waiting on your first ride. 11 minutes 30. Once again, going into the women's round of 32. Chloe Coleman, Star Delia, and Leah Diaz out of Costa Rica. And Heat 2, Liv Stokes, London Lorber, Annabelle Tihani. And here's Blue, Larrabee. Brings it down. The floater at the end. Some good work right there by Kaiden. I believe he's traveling with Tony Silvani and his brother, too. He was out there earlier this morning.
As we watch Green getting his first ride, Harper King works it all the way into the inside there, doing a little rebound off the white water. We got some action out the back. We'll see if anybody is going to be a taker. We've mentioned earlier just how the things change out here with the tide, being adaptable. Red getting some nice tip time, showing some steezy style with the arms. Brings a cut back, and then he's going to end that ride there.
Oh, smart. Goes prone, Carla. No leash. Got to be able to find a way to keep your board on your feet, too.
Yeah, even if you have a leash, I'm a firm believer in keeping your board underneath you. I had a couple moments out at El Salvador where I got caught inside, lost my hat, lost my hair ties. By golly, I didn't lose my board. Watch the replay here of Green. Gets the nice tip time right off the bat and some length, some time on it. As he brings it back underneath that white water, sets it up again, gets a little high, but brings it back down, and then that's that final rebound.
That was a sick cutback right there, too.
Good read there for the opening ride for King in the green jersey. Priority right now sits with White. Time check, 9 minutes, 40 seconds.
So opener of Green, a 4. Waiting on the last of Red. It's a 3-5-3. Red in first, a 5, and a 3-5-3. Blue, you're in second, 5-3-3-2-1-7. White in third, 4-5-1 is what you need. And Green, you're now needing a 3-5-1. 9 minutes and 20 to go, surfers. So 8 heats of this round, 8 heats of the women's round at 32. And then, once again, surfers on the men's side, if you do advance from this round here, you will be surfing once again later today. Our finishing time, a guesstimate, is 4 p.m., You know, with every break in between the heat and whatnot, it will be just after that. But, yeah, just over 4 p.m. this afternoon. And then tomorrow, finals day, potentially crowning new champions as well.
That's right. And big things are at stake here. We've got a number of people looking to either qualify or even re-qualify. So this event, extremely important. But they'll have to wait, another 6-7 months or so for the event in Virginia Beach to take place, so we can really lock in who those qualifications will go to.
I think I'm too heavy to do what that guy just did, Aiden. I think my board would have just sunk right there, but, you know, slowly but surely making sure that, you know, you go up in volume and in your dims to be able to be on the right equipment, Carla. Here we go, Goldstein
All right.
Looking right.
Red sitting in second priority, chooses to go right. He's not able to stay with it. White chooses to go left. He does get a little bit more tip time, but that wave also closing out on him. But really a tight bit of a match right here still with 7 minutes and 50 seconds. That's 7:50 on the clock. Green has an opening ride of 4.0. He needs a 3.51. Sitting in second priority. White just getting a wave. We're going to wait and see how that goes in here.
Well, it needs a mid-4 at the moment, so stand by, White.
Exactly.
7 minutes 30. Priority goes blue, green, red.
We've got scores waiting to drop for red and white.
Well surfed this wave, good, considering how fast it was, too.
Yeah, we're watching the replay there, and then straightens it out there, just avoids that closeout.
And red, I was hoping this wave just opened up a little bit more for him, but a good decision, when you look at it once again.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the 2 steps up to the nose, but that thing was closing out pretty quickly, so it was better off that he just kind of faded off the top as opposed to get stuck on the inside.
So just waiting on the last of white. Stand by. 6 minutes 50, surfers. 6 minutes 50.
All righty, looks like last of red, not going to say much there, just a 0.60. Last of white, betters the situation. He's got a 3.87 as we watch blue racing across the face there. Does the 5 to the 10, comes off it, almost has a hiccup there, but manages to stay in control. Again, almost digs a rail into that cutback, but does get it around. Keeping that flow going. This is Kaiden Larrabee looking for a 3.20 to take the lead, but in advancing position at the moment with 6 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. And he gets a nice finish there with a couple rebounds off the whitewater. Looks like it's even reforming here more on the inside, so he might have one more moment for another tip. Doesn't quite get to the 5 there, but really nice long roll there for blue.
That was a long wave, too. Rode it from the pier bowl all the way to pretty much the boundary flags up the beach. So stand by, blue. Don't need a whole lot to move up into first, and low score at the moment just at 217, so pretty sure you're going to improve on that. 5 minutes 45, surfers. Here we go, Carla. Nice looking wetsuit the Larrabee has as well.
Yeah, and gets that nice long tip time there, and then brings it to the 10, which I think the judges will definitely like. Almost gets a little hiccup there with some of that kind of like rib coming up the face, but manages to stay in control as he works it all the way into the inside. And really, it's inside here that I think really just showed a lot of commitment and dedication. He's working the footwork, kind of goes for the tip, rebounds this little whitewater here, but then it's like almost as if the wave could have been over, but he did find even one more bit of tip time there.
So down to 5 minutes. Waiting on the number. Stand by, Larrabee in blue.
As we see the ladies starting to paddle out with 5 minutes remaining, I see Star D'Elia. She'll be wearing the blue jersey. We'll see Chloe Coleman in red and Leah Diaz in white. So that's going to be a fun heat to watch.
Yep. All West Coast right there. Leah Diaz out of Costa Rica and 2 other surfers now residing on the West Coast of the U.S.
Because you know what they say, Mitch.
West Coast, best coast?
West Coast is the best coast.
Yeah, but I think if you ask Dredd and everybody from the East Coast, they're going to say East Coast, Beast Coast. So.
Yeah, I think Camden Hoover and some of that crew is going to be like, hey, wait a minute, Carla. Hey, wait a minute. As we watch the replay here of red, he gets a nice lifted 5 here, brings it back around, uses the hand to kind of drag in and maintain stability as he waits for that inside to reform again. Just kind of gets stuck in the whitewater here. I believe this is the 5.0, I want to say, of red.
And the last of blue comes through. It's enough, blue. It's a 5.93. You're into the lead. Red down to second. Low score red, 3.53. White needs a 4.67. And green, you're needing a 4.54.
As we watch red on another ride here, live action. It's just really working the wave here quite nicely. Looks like we've got paddlers out the back as well. Red's going to kick out. We're going to move to white. White had a nice bottom turn at the beginning of this. Tries to get a bit high there to get that dropping nose ride, but he just gets hung up on the lip, not able to bring it back down. White looking for a 4.67. That's definitely not going to be in the docket there for him, but we're going to have scores drop for all surfers, so we'll give you an update change in a moment with 3 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock.
So waiting on numbers, gentlemen, waiting on numbers, 3 minutes. Going into the women's round of 32 after this, Coleman, Delia, and Diaz, and then Heat 2, Stokes, Lorber, Tihani. Waiting on numbers, stand by. And it's been really non-stop so far today. The tide's still dropping. It looks really fun. There's a couple of peaks. Few waves that tend to close out quicker as we look at replay here of Red. Goldstein, he's looking to improve on a mid-3, Carla.
Yeah, I loved the bottom turn that he got into this. He got the steps up. Does a few more pieces of footwork in there. Doesn't quite get his toes on the tip, but he works it all the way into the inside here. So it's going to be a, it was a strong score. Still waiting for it to drop. He opened up with a 5.0, followed by a 3.53. He's looking for a 6.26 to take the lead, but he is currently in advancing position. Time check, gentlemen, 2 minutes on the clock. 2 minutes on the clock. Priority sits white and then blue.
And waiting on numbers, guys. Waiting on numbers. Stand by.
Ladies, in the next heat, you guys will be on hold. Following up on deck, second heat for the women, we're going to see Liv Stokes, London Lorber, and Annabelle Tihani. And our other ladies that'll be in heat 3, they're getting psyched up. They should be starting to wax up their sticks. Frankie Seeley, Story Martinez, Rebecca Jamgochian, and Kayla Burke. I know all these ladies, they've all been a queen at one point in time. So it's great to see all of the ladies showing up and representing the Lady Longboard Revolution.
Last of red, 5.47, Ben. Last of blue, 5.93. And just waiting on the last of green, he needs a 6.47. 60 seconds to go. Blue first, low score blue, 5.33. Red second, low score red, 5. White, you're needing a 6.6. You do have priority in third place. And green, you're needing a 6.47. 55 seconds, surfers. So once again, blue first, red second, white third, needing a 6.6. Green still waiting on a number. You need a 6.47, Harper. 45 seconds.
And again, priority sits white, blue, red, green. Looks like taking a stroke here. That's white. White sitting in fourth place, needed a 6.60. Runs to the nose. Kind of forces it out on the shoulder there as the wave closes out. I don't think that's going to be the score he needs with 20 seconds on the clock. Next heat, you will be on hold.
And then the last of green, not enough, 3.3. Still needing the 6.47, green, 10 seconds. And let's count it down right here, Carla. For heat number 8, the last one, it'll be blue-red. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that is the end of the men's round of 48. We're going to take a quick commercial break on the broadcast side. Be right back with the women's action in the round of 32. Women's round of 32, heat 1, standby for the countdown. Just waiting on a number for white. Watching the replay right here. Definitely made the most of it, Carla.
Yeah, I definitely put all the effort in there. Unfortunately, the wave just not really giving him enough canvas in order to pull that 6.
277, 277, not enough. Larrabee first, Goldstein second.
Vibe one time for your mind. Just vibe one time for your mind.
up and riding again on the inside there. We've got red, and out behind her, white. That is Chloe on the left, Leah on the right. Red making it all the way in.
Yeah, just the good morning.
Good
Hello
morning.
again.
Hello.
Off my break. 3 ladies in this first heat of the women's round. And a stacked round it is indeed. I love it when the women get out in the water. There's a distinct style difference in the way they approach the waves. Sometimes I seem to think they don't try to overpower the boards. There's a bit more just beauty and grace in it.
Absolutely. Beauty, grace, a little bit of feminine, just a feminine touch, a little feminine grace to it. 18 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. Scores dropping for each lady. We've got red opening ride 3.17. Opening ride for blue a 2.33. Opening for white 1.60. Every lady's got one score on their score sheet. Sitting in priority, white, then blue. Ladies in the next heat, make sure you're ready to go. I need Liv Stokes, London Lorber, Annabelle Tihani, and on deck, Frankie Seeley, Story Martinez, Rebecca Jamgochian, and Kayla Burke.
We got some great names in the round. Some Star, Liv, London, Story.
Forget about Mary and
Cash.
Jane. There's no more Mary, Jane.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We're very creative in our name selections.
Yes, Summer, Cash, Story, Liv, Star.
So I'm going to challenge someone.
beauties.
We need to create a storyline that has just their name.
Just their name. Yeah, exactly. Well, the tide dropping out until 1:30, so we still got hours for the tide to recede. Look at this beautiful left. Our surfer in red, Chloe Coleman, a star to the stage of so many of these events, catches that inside rail.
And then white out behind her. That's Leah Diaz.
Wow, holding this for one of the longer nose rides of the morning so far, and the men's round just finishing. Where will the judges go? Long cheater 5, got 10 up there for a moment, and pokes the nose. Ooh, that always scares me when their leash pulls the tail back down right on them.
It's really one of the more frightening things as far as wearing a leash goes. A lot of people could say that is the risk factor of wearing a leash because at some point you have that rubber band effect. It's going to run out and come back at you. So we watch the replay here of Leah. She is from Costa Rica, gets that nice long to a 10, 5 to 10, showing nice style, relative control with the hands, brings it back around in the curl. Like you said, just kind of a bit more like calculation sometimes with the ladies, the way they approach it. But that nosedive there when the board comes back and potentially could have nabbed her right in the noggin, that's scary, always scary.
I know whenever I fall on a longer board like that, knowing you have a leash, when I go under, I stay as deep as possible.
Yeah,
My hands go to my head
100%.
Instinctively because you just never know.
Yeah, maybe some of you out there are watching us. Maybe you're new surfers. Maybe you're kind of new to the whole scenario. That's a great point, Jeff, that even though you have a leash on, A, it's not a ticket to let go. And B, when you do fall, go under.
Yes,
Go under, use the water as your cushion, let the hands come up first, then bring your head up. As we watch red here, Chloe Coleman using some nice style. She almost kind of comes loose there. She brings it to the nose, brings it back, sets up again for the nose ride, gets a very quick 10 there, but not able to kind of stay on her feet as that water rushes up the face. She probably feels a bit more comfortable on her backside. She coming from the East Coast, New York, I believe, Montauk.
Well, the score in for Leah Diaz on that last left, an 8.17, so tops the score of the day so far. Beautiful ride. Chloe, your last wave comes in at a 2.47. You opened with a 3.17. Last wave at 2.47. Star, you have a 2.33 and a throwaway 0.83. Leah, you have a 1.6 and then that last 8.17. So Leah out in the lead. Priority is blue, red, white. 14 and a half minutes left. And we're going to send you down or me down.
One of us are going down
go
for an
on down
interview.
for the interview.
But hey, just a shout out to Leah Diaz with the high score so far of the event. Go, Queen, go.
So Caden Larrabee, Carla is on the way. We see White up again, posting on the nose, holding it for so much length on that cheater 5. Beautiful splashback. Using the curve in the rail line, really nice. Looking like she's going to get that inside connection. Not much happening on the inside, but the work was done on the outside section there. That is going to get rid of her 1.6 clearly, and she will have a dominant lead.
Once for a smaller contest.
13 and a half minutes left. Priority is blue, then red. Well, what a beautiful replay that is. Our viewers at home tuning into the 2025 Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic up here in Pismo Beach. That is Leah Diaz getting her backup wave to the 8.17 that she rode just before. And with that replay completed, we're going to throw it down to Carla and Caden Larrabee after that last heat win.
Hey, you guys. So I am here with the one and only Kaiden Larrabee. Won his last heat. Kaiden, I watched you yesterday. I almost lost my voice yesterday before we even started because I was hooting and hollering at him and his brother trying to get out.
Right.
You guys had a tough time. Tell me a little bit about yesterday's experience leading up to today.
So it was definitely a workout, I'd say. It was pretty big and just a lot of work, but it was really fun, and I was just happy to be out there.
So one of you broke a board, am I not right?
My brother buckled his board. It was pretty gnarly. It was just really sketchy, yeah.
So having gone out yesterday, today was a little bit smaller. What was your approach?
My approach was kind of just to try and find myself on the best waves. I have Tony in my corner, and he was helping me out, giving me all the pep talks and telling me where to sit. So, yeah.
So I made a comment earlier that West Coast is the best coast, but the East is the beast. What do you think right now?
I honestly, these waves are pretty all-time, especially for a contest. So, I mean, maybe the West is the best.
So tell me, shout out to your mom. Full dedication to Mama. She was here yesterday filming you guys.
Absolutely. And it was her birthday yesterday. So happy birthday, Mom.
Well, I'm sure you have some more shout outs for your people back home. Where are you from? And let us know who you have in your corner.
I'm from Nantucket, Massachusetts. And I have my whole family here, including my dog. So, and Tony's in my corner. And yeah, so it's pretty great.
Well, it's pretty special to have somebody like Tony Silvani, who is a veteran on tour. And it's pretty special that you get to win some Cancer Sucks bucks. $100 for you, baby. Back to you guys in the booth.
Great job. What an interview there. Caden, nice. Tony Silvani in his court. His mom's birthday yesterday. He's walking away with $100 and a big smile on his face. Scores that came in the meantime. Leah, your last right was a 6.33. So 817 on the left. And Leah, your last right was a 6.33. 10.5 minutes left in this heat. Priority still the same. Blue, red, then white. Well, that was a cool interview with our last heat leader. Yeah, a young man from the East Coast, from Nantucket. But I think I saw him paddling out also later or after the event was called off and they had all tried on their longboards and there was buckled boards and broken boards. I think I saw him going out on a round pin shortboard that was maybe mid-length.
Okay, yeah. No, they were frothing. They were ready. They weren't scared for nothing. As we watch Red, Chloe Coleman, working it onto the inside, she is looking for... I got to get my readers on here.
Well, she needs... Yeah, where did...
You know your old win. Yeah, she's a bit comboed at the moment, but we're going to wait for some scores to drop. Leah Diaz really just smashing this heat with an 817 and a 633 coming from Costa Rica. Maybe you could call her the underdog or the black horse, but she's really just smashing it. Last of Red comes in at a 283. So she sits with a 317 and a 283. Blue, you are in second priority. You've got a 233 and a 0.83. So she's going to be looking for something strong here. She's working it onto the inside here. The one and only star, Dalia. Shout out to Dad Joey.
I saw her running down to the stairs on my break. She had a big, big smile on her face, looking ready. It looks, those lumps in the face, the last 2 rides have kind of affected where the surfers wanted to put their feet. Yeah, and since 2 advance out of every heat, right now Chloe Coleman in a bit of a combo situation, but that's to go to first. So really it's going to be the battle between Star and Chloe for that second place position. Star only needing a 3.63 at the moment with second priority. Yeah, like you were saying, Leah Diaz just out on a heater at the moment.
Yeah,
high score of the event so far with the 817, that extended, long, beautiful nose ride combination, and then duplicating it on the right for a mid-range 6.
All right, up and riding right now. Just as you're speaking over, Leah Diaz gets 2 and then 2 more steps to the nose, gets a nice levitated 5, brings it back into the curl, 2 more steps as she brings the other 2 back to the nose again. Just kind of replicating what she did that other wave here. This one just kind of standing up too as it reforms onto the inside. Almost comes unglued there, but she's still working it and then rebounds it off that little whitewater, which is a nice finish. So this is a great another little score. We'll see if it's able to throw away that 6.33, but it's possible.
It is beautiful surfing there, and that wave offering all kinds of difficult lumps and bumps along the way, and she handled it so well. Out back, we see the view, beautiful. Again, these lefts providing for the surfers. Elegant cross-stepping action after that long extended cheater 5.
Yeah, this is an extremely important wave for Red right here.
And swinging the board in really good rhythm with all the sections.
Yeah, she works this inside reform section. Really a nice wave IQ. She's kind of got a little bit of a wave behind it, but she stays in the one in front, managing to get a bit more tip time and then just a little bit of a little hit off that mini whitewater there. So this is going to be a really strong score. As we've mentioned, Leah Diaz sitting with an 8.17 and a 6.33. So Chloe kind of sitting in this like quote-unquote combo situation in order to take the lead, but sitting in second place does give her advancing position.
And now the runaround begins, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on Star because Chloe's going to get what would seem her best score in her tally so far, and that's going to up the requirement for Star in blue.
Yes, as we watch Chloe run up the beach, but the replay, we're watching the final moments of white as she worked it all the way to the inside. Key to paddling out here is kind of hugging the pier. So you'll notice the surfers really staying close to the pier.
So do they glass the boards with extra on the tail for the runaround when they're dragging it in the sand?
So it's funny that you mentioned that. So back in the day, I used to always carry my board like that, not thinking really anything of it. And then over a period of time, I noticed that that part of my tail had thinned out,
right?
Because it was sandpapering basically it down, and you need a bead on there.
It's always funny, you scold the kids for dragging their gear up the beach. Well, the top surfers in the world, they're dragging their boards too. So I mean, who am I?
Wyatt really worked this one all the way to the inside here. This was, I think,
that was the replay earlier. That was the 6.33. Well, she bettered the 6.33. I think that's why they were showing it. That last left for Leah Diaz, a 6.93. So increasing her lead, a 2-wave total of 15.10. Very healthy. And
time check, ladies. 5 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. 5:10 on the clock. We're watching the replay of Chloe's wave, which was a really nice ride, waiting for that score to drop. She's only got a 3.17 and 2.83, so this is definitely going to be tossing one of those waves out.
Yeah, it has to be. And like I was saying, the way she was swinging her board in the rhythm of every section, where those waves she had before, there were those little bobbles that she was hitting. Not on this one.
No, this had nice flow to it. I like the way it reformed on the inside for her. So it's definitely going to be her highest score. I don't think it's going to supersede the 8.17 or even possibly the 6.93 of Leah Diaz, but it does come in at a 5.67, Chloe. Last of red, 5, 6, 7. Now you're looking for a 9, 4, 3 to move into lead. Star, you are in priority, and you're looking for a 6, 4, 7 to move into advancing position. Time check, 4 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. Paddling out right now, we've got heat number 2. Liv Stokes, London Lorber, and Annabelle Tihani. And on deck, we're going to see Frankie Seeley, Story Martinez, Rebecca Jamgochian, and Kayla Burke. My friend gave me the story. We've got our story now. The story begins in the summer of 1999 in London with a star named Sally. Her friends Darla and Carla were joining her with a ton of cash. Thanks, Aussie.
There you go. So your challenge has been answered. The story of weaving all the names together is written. Pure poetry. Star, out there right now. 3.5 minutes on the clock. She has priority. She is looking for a 6-4-7, a very achievable score in the conditions right now, to get up into second and potentially bump Chloe into third.
That is correct. Star D'Elia, no stranger to the podium. She's been a previous Queen of the Point winner. Here she has an opportunity to advance, potentially qualifying for the World Tour next year. Chloe on tour last year, looking to requalify.
Do you know off the top of your head what the number of qualifiers are from the North American region? Because everywhere in the world, South Africa, Australasia, they have their number against the amount of competitors.
I believe it's 2.
Just 2. So 2 coveted spots on the women's side, and is it the same on the men's side?
Yeah, it's either 1 or 2 spots.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so that is to go out and then go against the best of the best from all over the world that then makes up the World Championship Tour. So,
and then there's also the opportunity to get a wild card. There are season wild cards. There are event wild cards. So even if you don't manage to, win the North American Tour, if you place well, you get high scoring heats, that can get you the opportunity to get a season wild card.
But then that's just points or that's just money and the prestige of the wild card. There's no points associated that you get to take away with those wild cards, if I'm correct.
No, if you are a season wild card on the tour, Avalon Gall was a season wild card.
Oh, a season wild card. Yes. That's what the wild card season wild card.
But you may get just an in-event wild card,
what I was thinking
which would mean you were just a wild card for that particular event. So, yeah, it's potential that you could get a wild card, be a season wild card, and end up being in that title match, which was the case for Avalon Gall this year.
Right, because the WSL gets to choose one on their behalf, and then there's an event wild card each event.
Yeah.
So those are coveted spots. We are down to 1 minute and 25 seconds. Leah Diaz in the lead with a healthy 2-wave total and priority. Chloe was second priority, and Star had a wave, and it did not get her enough. She's really trying. She's had the most waves in the heat so far, but a lot of throwaways, waves under 1 point, just not finding that magic one yet.
Yeah, she's she's been kind of scrapping, getting some small waves. But really the moment what she needs now is a wave that's solid enough to give her that 6.47 or above in order to bring her into advancing lead. I don't believe the waves that she's been choosing up to this point are really going to give her that. So with 40 seconds on the clock, it's crunch time. But really, Leah Diaz really setting herself apart. Highest scoring wave of the entire event so far. Highest scoring heat total, I believe, of the event so far. So Queen Leah taking it down. You go, girl.
You go, girl.
You go.
Like with a snap.
I like it. That's my girls. My girls showing the boys what's up. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so Leah on the women's side and Dakota on the men's side with that 7.83. Oh, there we go. Star with 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. This heat is over, and 2 surfers did make it up before the buzzer. Leah Diaz looking for that 6.47 on this final right of hers. And was that red out the back, or was that white?
No, it was white. Leah Diaz out the back, our heat leader on the inside. Blue, Star D'Elia looking for that 6.47. She did get a little bit of work done there. I'm not sure it's going to come in quite that high. But coming up next, we're going to have Heat 2 of the ladies. You are on hold until we count you in. Currently out in the water waiting to start, we've got Liv Stokes, London Lorber, and Annabelle Tiani. All right, it looks like the score drops for Blues. Not enough, a 3-1-7. So that is it. Moving into the next round, Leah Diaz with a 15.10 total, followed by Chloe Coleman.
What a heat. We will go to a quick commercial break, and we'll come back on the other side with heat number 2 in the women's round 1.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Welcome back, everybody watching online. Heat 2 of the women's round of 32 out there in the water. Liv Stokes representing Canada in the red, London Lorber from the U.S. in the blue, and Annabelle Tihani in the white. A couple small scores to start things off. Just 0-2 for blue, an 0-3-7 for white, and waiting on a second for blue. It's coming through at the moment, London. It's not going to be a massive score, but it will be the best of the heat at the moment outside of red's opener. Liv Stokes. Watching the replay of Liv on screen right now. So the opener of red, 3-6-7, waiting on the second of blue. It'll be her best. And
so their surfers staying busy right in the very first minute and just a little bit more of the heat.
Yep, 1-8-3 blue, just a 1-8-3 for your second.
Well, they must have been excited standing on the beach, watching the scores drop in that last heat. High fives, a few high sixes, mid-range sixes, and an 8. Plus with our heat leader, Leah Diaz.
Yep, out of Costa Rica. Next heat check-in, Frankie Seeley, Story Martinez, Rebecca Jam-Gochian, and Kayla Burke. And then heat 4, Malia Ilagan, Indy Hoffman, Olivia Smith. So 17:20 on the clock, surfers, 17:20 on the clock. Major thank you to Beach and Biscuits, donating breakfast today on Saturday. Lunch will be donated by Cool Cats Cafe, and then tomorrow, Hoagie's Pismo Beach. They'll be doing both breakfast and lunch. Yesterday we got burgers and more for breakfast. Press Quesadilla Grill out of Slow for lunch. 17 minutes, surfers, 17 minutes. Red, your opener once again, Liv, 3-6-7. Blue, you have a 1-8-3 as your best, and white, you have a couple small scores, Annabelle, 0-3-7, 0-7-3 respectively, your first two rides. So we got 8 heats of this women's round of 32, then 8 heats of the men's round of 32 to finish off Saturday the 15th here at Pismo Beach, north side of the pier. Thank you everybody for joining online and in person. The rain has stopped. It's a beautiful day right here in Pismo. Conditions are really fun. Tide dropping, peaks everywhere, and of course the pier bowl, both the right and the left, really doing its thing today. Liv Stokes representing Canada out of Aliso Viejo down in Orange County. Great surfer. She's been on tour before. Now a teacher at a high school in Irvine. Seems like we have somebody looking here. This is blue, London Lorber, Gets to the nose real quick, and not a whole lot right there from London. And maybe one wave on the outside. It seems like everybody a little too far in. So with that, let's go downstairs. Jeff with Leah Diaz.
All right, everybody. Well, welcome. We're here with that last heat leader or heat winner, Leah Diaz. What a heat! Highest score total of the event so far. Talk about the 817 when you took off.
Oh my gosh, so I started on my first wave and I fell and I was like really nervous and I was like, no, just breathe, like good wave selection. And then I saw it left come and I was like, oh my gosh, this is such a good wave. And I was like, just surf it. And I did, and I'm really happy.
And then to get the right, which stood up, because those rights seemed tricky coming into the pier. Some of them hit a weird lump. That one stood up and you got the 6-3. And then you ended up bettering that with the next left you got.
Yeah, for sure. I really like to just kind of try and build up my score and just really pick the best waves. I did notice that the lefts are always better, but there's some fun rights, and I really like to go right.
So you're dealing with the cold from up in Costa Rica. Are you staying in California much, or did you just travel up just for the event?
I traveled up just for the event, and I have to leave right after for another event, so it's just all over the place. But I feel like I'm adjusting to the cold well. It's not that bad.
It's just cold. Yeah. It's the same. Is it easier to get? It's easier to get warm than it is to get cool when it's super hot.
Oh, for sure. And I just tell myself like the cold is in my mind, so just like ignore it, and then it eventually goes away.
Well, winning always helps that. And you know what else helps that? $100 coming from Surfing for Hope and your Cancer Sucks bucks. So congratulations. You want to give a shout out to your friends at home?
Well, I want to give a huge thanks to Surf Simply for supporting me always, and a huge shout out to my mom, a mi mamá, a todos los chicos que me están apoyando. Un abrazo gigante a mi novio y a todos los que me están viendo por allá.
And that's Pura Vida for you right there. All right, thanks. Back to you, Mitchell.
Thank you, Jeff. Muchas felicidades to Leah Diaz out of Costa Rica. Boyfriend Sam Reedy, also a great surfer himself. He's actually going to be up in Morro in a few weeks. As we look at the replay here, Liv out there in the red. Opener was a 3.67. So waiting on this number right now for Liv. And did well just to be able to get this wave in the midst of everything going on out there right now with the tide still decreasing. So stand by, Red. Stand by on your second. Just a quick peek on the outside for Annabelle in the white. Welcome back, Jeffrey.
Yeah, what a bright and shiny person she is. Liz Diaz bringing the sparkle to that interview.
And Red, your second score, Liv, 4.57. So Red, you're in the lead, 4.57, 3.67, Liv. And here we go, Jeff. Tihani
finds her way up onto the nose. Yes, that one fizzles out. Some of those ones in the middle, it's like the left that goes to the far bar and the right into the pier. That middle one is a little tricky, but it baits you in because you see the peak right in front of you. It's after the first 20 yards. It decides to possibly let you down.
Well, hopefully not too often.
And hopefully not too often. But hey, I was going to give a kudos to nature. Look at the conditions. It's still perfect. We're getting on noonish, and it's still sheet glass, slight offshore.
Mitchell's Peak is going off.
Mitchell's Peak is going off. The line is getting longer for the signings of those sheets. And you're giving away surfboards or something, right? I'm joking.
They're a little too expensive, but yeah, maybe down the line. We'll see. 11 minutes 40, surfers, 11:40.
Strider just goes like this with $100 bills.
Well, he's one of Mayhem's OG team riders, so he gets them for free. 11:30, Tihani. Well, this is already going to be her best ride here, Jeff, and makes a difference because between her and Lorber at the moment, not a whole lot going on.
Yeah, knowing that you only need a 1.5, that is a very attainable score. It's a lot easier to look at that. But then, we've talked about that lots of times. You're up against needing a 6 or a 7. Is it easier to get that because you're just so focused, or are you chipping away going, I need a small score, a 1, and you never get the 1?
Well, it depends on the heat, right?
Yeah, you see that often. Someone needs a tiny score and they can't get it.
Because 3 or 4 person heat, top 2 advance rather than just 1. So attitude should change depending on the way you should be able to compete. And there it is. It's a 2.43 white. So you're now in second. Blue third. You're needing a 1.78 at the moment in London. 10 minutes and 40 to go, surfers, and big drop right there from Lorber.
Well, that put a little pep in her step, paddling back out. Annabelle, hearing that she got the score she needed. Annabelle, you're now in second place. London now needing we'll wait for her last wave to come in.
And next heat, by the way, there's still 10 minutes and 20. It's a 5-minute paddle out, surfers. So there's still way too much time for you four to be paddling out.
Note to surfers.
Yeah.
Surfers the next heat. Wait, don't paddle out yet. Wait till there's 5 minutes.
There's still 10 minutes. They might be taking a photo together or something, though. But yeah.
They're making a video.
Next heat, don't paddle out yet. There's still 10 minutes on the clock. It's a 5-minute paddle out.
Annabelle making her way. That's a cool framed photo there for the viewers at home. The current that pulls them back out through the pier, that's the easy way. The escalator, the eddy that pulls you back out. Then you don't spend much energy. We're trying, Ruby.
So once again, next heat, there's still 9 minutes 20 on the clock. There's no need to paddle out yet. So red, you're in the lead. 4.57.367. White in second, 2.43.117. And then blue, London, you're needing a 1.78. You do have priority, blue, and here she goes. So blue going left right here, doing some good work going left. Doesn't need a massive score, just under a 2-point ride at the moment, so let's see if she gets her number right here. Basically needs a replica of her best wave, Jeff, which is a 1.83, so.
And that last wave she had was just the walled closeout. She just went straight down, got no score, or didn't get the score. Let's see if she gets it. Priority is with white. 8 minutes left.
And there it is, Jeffrey. 2.33 blue, so just more than enough. White, you're down to third. You now need a 1.73, Annabelle, and you do have priority.
And it looks like she's up and riding now on her forehand. Goofy foot from La Jolla.
Met her mom yesterday for the first time. Good friend of yours.
That's right. Izzy runs Surf Diva down there in La Jolla for decades now. Great program, great shop, and this is her daughter in her first event. Looking for the finish there. That wave kind of canceled itself out, but will that be the 1.73? So it's the battles of the ones in this one.
7 minutes 20 to go, surfers. Stand by for the last of white. She needs a 1.73, and it's going to be more than enough right here. Stand by. It's a 2.53, white. 2.53 into second. And blue, you're now needing a 2.63 to retake second place. 7 minutes. And red, your low score, the heat leader, Liv, 3.67. La Jolla.
La Jolla.
Just a little further south of where you're from, Jeffrey, but great surfers, great waves.
So much. It's been really fun down there. I think the whole coast has been fun, from Santa Cruz down and probably, Ocean Beach, everywhere. We've had a lot of surf here in California.
Which has been good.
Swells, northwest swells, south swells. It's been, we get these late season souths so often now. I mean, even yesterday had south shadow in it somehow all the way up here. We were talking yesterday about how the south sweep was so strong earlier in the week before coming up here.
Yep. Literally, it went from a predominant more west or north into it, and then all of a sudden it turns into a south swell. And see right here, I mean, there are definitely some shades of more of a south today compared to yesterday, which is interesting too. Because yesterday the northwest wind was blowing most of the afternoon. You'd be thinking it would be like much more predominant from the west today.
But we've just had those strong, you see, there's clips of the South Pacific and Tavarua and all that, then Puerto Escondido, and as it marches up the coast. So We've had a lot of surf.
Well, that's good for us. I mean, we definitely needed it. The summer was good, but there were a couple times where when it goes dead flat and people are just starving to surf, you know that once there's waves, everybody's desperate to get the right one. Lorber right here, Jeffrey. She needs a mid-2.
Got to complete those rides.
Yeah.
But you never know. I mean, well, we'll have to go back and see what happened on the wave before. Fortunately, she doesn't lose the board. And before that, Annabelle, after her wave, I was wondering if she was going to get caught by the set, and it looks like she did. She was right on the edge of potentially being able to get back out really quick. That set caught her, though.
Okay, 5 minutes, Nexie. You can now paddle out.
There we go. Thank you, girls, ladies.
Yep, appreciate it.
So we just need to win the lottery. If I win, I'll share some money with you, Mitch, and then we can just surf, right? Like, I love surfing. Work's fun and all, but wouldn't it be fun to surf?
Yeah, it would.
When I was a kid, and that's all I did anyway. I want to go back to that.
Last to blue, not enough. A 1.53. London, you're still needing a 2.63. Red had a dig on the outside, not getting into it. Liv still in the lead, though. She's only got 2 waves. Low score is a 3.67, Red. You're in first. Just over 4 minutes. Well, where would be our first surf trip if you did win the lottery?
Oh, it would be a world ticket that just kept going, I think.
Are we looking at a left first, though?
Oh, I don't care.
Okay.
I'm a regular foot, but I love lefts.
Yeah, well.
I don't have my flag stuck in the, one or the other.
Never been to Fiji. I'd be stoked if you took me to Fiji.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Let's go. Fiji's magic. You leave with Bula vibes for 3 weeks, easy. There's not one person who doesn't leave the magic of the Fijian love without that.
Hit up John Roseman, get a week over there on Tavi.
Yeah.
I'd be down. 3 minutes 40, surfers. 3 minutes 40. And once again, big thank you to Andy McKay, the entire crew, Ben Schutzer, Laura DeMille, everybody involved in the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. Big happy birthday yesterday to Laura as well. I had a great time celebrating her. And just overall, always super pleased with the event organization right here. Pismo Beach, of course, doing some good work.
Well, yeah, love the whole area, the involvement from the city of Pismo, and we go up tomorrow. This from the whole slow cal, everything. It's amazing. I love going into all the different eateries and knick-knack shops and places to go. And of course, with the rain, the national park was closed yesterday and probably today, so no trail running or walking. And the golf course is closed.
Here's Red, heat leader, Jeffrey. Liv.
She's going to get the bank and get the redirect left. The reform possible.
Well, really good use of the balance right there to recover, make sure that she redirects. And Michael Takayama board looking good under her feet right now.
It's always it's so much harder than it looks. I mean, especially when you're not going with a lot of speed to control all that rail line. Over 9 feet of it, usually 9.5 feet plus, 12 or 13 pounds aboard or maybe more.
Red, Liv, you're in the lead. Just over 2 minutes. Score just came in. It's a 4.7. You extend your lead. Low score now 4.57, Red. And Blue in third. You're needing a 2.63. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. White in second. Your low score 2.43, Annabelle.
Yeah, that last wave she got, the 2.53, and I think I forgot if I mentioned it or you, but yeah, put her back. She stayed in second. So with priority, Annabelle, just under 2 minutes. You are sitting in second, Liv in first, and London, second priority, needs a 2.63.
1 minute 40, surfers.
Yeah, these 20-minute heats are so much to talk about, but thanks to Surfing for Hope Foundation and Andy McKay, who started these events going back to 2017 and has grown them into what is now Griffin Colapinto, Cole Hauschman, and
Dimitri Poulos,
and a whole host of others on the World Tour, on the men's side and on the women's side, the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, these were leapfrog events and really paved the way, and his vision has been manifest.
Well, White uses priority here, second priority, I should say, because Blue had higher priority and she let it go. 1 minute. White's looking to improve on a 2.43. And Red, once again, Liv, 4.57, 4.7. You're in first. 50 seconds. White looking to improve on a 2.43, and blue before White's last. If she doesn't improve, needing a 2.63. Here we go, Jeff.
Oh, London with a taller wave and did find space to run up to the nose. Wow, we got 30 seconds left, and we are waiting to see. This is a crucial moment for London. She got the good work done on the outside and finds almost that connection on the inside. It's all going to be based, needing a 2.63 if that outside nose ride is enough to
15
jump
seconds.
back up into second and take it off of the rookie Annabelle.
10. And go ahead, Jeffrey, do the honors.
Well, we'll count you out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so Heat 3, we're on hold. Heat 3, we're on hold. The heat has not started, and this wave does not count. So Heat 3, the heat has not started. Last to blue, 3-2-3, it's enough. So blue to second, white third. It'll be red with the win. Next heat, counting down. Green, you're going to go to fourth priority once you make it back out. And here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
More to the booth. Welcome back, everybody watching online. This is Stormy Martinez, heat number 3 of the women's round of 32.
Yeah, here we are, moving things along in the day. As you mentioned, heat number 3. We've got white up and riding. That was blue previously. White, Rebecca Jamgochian from Santa Barbara. Out behind her, looks like that's going to be red, Miss Frankie Seeley. Frankie Seeley had a bit of unlucky happenings this year. She had both of her surfboards stolen. She's working it all the way to the inside there. I believe this is one of her tried and true old boards.
Well, first of all, that's a major bummer, just alone right there.
Yeah.
Then also, you know, I know she lives close to the area where a good amount of the wildfires happen too, and just driving up the coast right there in Malibu, seeing all that still in development, you know, do want to really appreciate everybody that has really made a comeback after that. So big congrats to you guys just competing here, being in this environment. Stoked to see you here. Scores are in, Carla?
Yeah, looks like Frankie Seeley red opening up with a 4.33. That puts her in first place. Opening ride of Stormy Martinez in the blue jersey at 2.67. And opening ride for white, Rebecca Jamgochian at a 1.40. Time check, ladies, 17 minutes, 55 seconds on the clock. Priority sits with blue. Yes, Frankie wasn't going to do the event, actually. She wasn't. I looked at the sign up. She wasn't on there. I sent her a shout out. I said, hey, girl, why aren't you there? I don't know. I said, do it. Why not? What have you got to lose?
How did you say it, Carla?
Just like that. Come on, you got it. What do you got to lose? I might even have sang it more knowing me. There's probably some sort of theme song attached to it.
Yeah, I've already had a couple theme songs going on today. Some that I might be a little too young for that I don't know of, but you know, over the course of this weekend, we'll probably get to know a few more.
A few jingles.
Yeah. Once again, red 4.33, blue a 2.67 story, and white, Rebecca a 1.4. Gonna head downstairs, go talk to Liv in just a little bit.
Alrighty, as we see red taking a spin there. She got something in her mouth. Looks like a scrunchie or something. She opened up with a 4.33. The other ladies each have one wave except for green. Priority sits blue, white, green. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Malia Ilaga, Indy Hoffman, and Olivia Smith. Red taking another spin again here on the inside, but it looks like up and riding will be blue. Story Martinez gets the 5 to the 10 there, walks it back off as a wave closes out. Alrighty, and then white, Rebecca Jamgochian usually has part of her pair, twin sister, her mother, here with her. Unfortunately, not able to make it. A shout out to Sophia and Sam. Samantha, Queens, Rebecca working her way into the inside. Alrighty, let's take it on down to Mitch with our heat winner from heat number 2.
Here with Liv Stokes. Liv, congratulations. I mean, not the best of heats out there, but definitely a heat that you know you're going to build some momentum on. Congratulations. What can you take from this one heading into tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it's always just a little bit nerve-wracking for the first heat. I feel like that's something people talk about a lot, and that's true. So it's good to get out, kind of figure out my positioning a little bit. It was so big, and I got here like Thursday night, so I really haven't had a chance to surf. But the conditions are changing, so I think I'm just going to look for those lefts Leah got. That's what I'm taking away for tomorrow.
And what about this year so far? You got your teaching credential, you got your master's. How's work been so far?
Work's been good. It's definitely been tricky to balance the two, but I just absolutely love teaching, and I feel so fulfilled, and I'm lucky enough that I'm able, there's a lot of contests in California, so I'm able to do both. But yeah, I'm super stoked.
$100, Cancer Sucks Bucks, gonna help with gas. I know your mom's looking right here. Anything you're gonna buy her with that?
I'm going to take my mom and sister out to dinner, and I just want to shout out Hurley, Michael Takayama, all my friends and family watching at home and in Canada. And yeah, thanks everyone for supporting me, and let's get some dinner.
Appreciate it, Liv. Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks, Mitch.
Carla?
Cool. Congratulations to Liv on her accomplishments outside of surfing. It's really good to see her really just pushing outside the boundaries there, you know, and being a well-rounded person. And a shout out to all the teachers out there. Teaching is not an easy feat, especially in today's world. But right now we are in heat 3, currently in the water. Frankie Seeley opened up with a 4.33. We got Story Martinez with 2 waves, a 2.67 and a 3.07, so that puts her in the lead right now. Rebecca Jamgochian, we're waiting for a second ride for her to drop. She opened up with a 1.4, and Kayla Burke opened up with a really small ride here. We're watching the replay online here live. We've got green up and riding as we watch white here working her way, and then live we've got green outside there. White is looking for a 2.94 to advance into that position.
Well, there's the score, Carla.
There it is, a 4.23. So Rebecca Jamgochian moving into second place right now. Last of blue comes in at a 3.60, so she's in first. So the situation is this: in first place with a 3.6 and a 3.07, blue, Story Martinez. In second place, Rebecca Jamgochian. She's wearing the white jersey. She's got a 4.23 and a 1.4. Rebecca, you're looking for a 2.44 to take the lead. Currently in priority and in third place, Miss Frankie Seeley. She's got the red jersey on. She's got a 4.33 in her opening ride. She's looking for a 1.30 to move in advancing position. And currently in fourth place and in third priority, the green jersey. She's opened up with a 0.33, and it looks like maybe another low-scoring wave, but she'll be working her way up there with 12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, we're waiting on that score for Kayla Burke in the green. So priority is red, white, green. I believe Story Martinez out of the VB area on the East Coast. Have a couple of surfers that have really done well, both on the shortboarding side and on the longboarding side over there from that part of the United States. 12-minute surfers.
12 minutes for this heat number 3. Coming up next, we're going to see last year's champion, Malia Ilaga. She'll be wearing the red jersey. She'll be facing up against Indy Hoffman, who'll be wearing blue, and wearing the white jersey will be Olivia Smith. So you'll definitely want to stick around and check that heat out. That's going to be a fun one to watch. Malia making her first year as a rookie on the WLT Tour. Had a great result in Huntington Beach, which moved her up the ranks, but you know, she was new on tour. It was a new experience. Surfing a wave pool in Abu Dhabi was definitely Dorothy not in Kansas, so there's going to be some learning moments, I think, there for sure. But I think everyone kind of feels like that to an extent.
Well, and you see Story right there in the blue. She's trying to look to make it onto the WLT for the first time. Here's Frankie now. She's surfed in a couple longboard tour events before in the past. I remember El Salvador 2023. She was right there. 11 minutes on the clock, surfers. So stand by for a couple of numbers. Let's see if blue improves. A couple short ones there for red back-to-back. 11 minutes, surfers. 11 minutes still remaining in heat number 3. Once again, 8 heats of this women's round. And then, man, if you already surfed once today and you made it through, you will be surfing again later on. And that'll be the enders for us today. Men's round of 32. And then tomorrow, finals day, round of 16 onwards here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. Last of blue, 207. Does not improve. Your low score still a 307 blue. And the last two of red, 103, 1.23. Green in fourth, needing a 364. Red third, needing a 1.3. White, you are in second. Low scores a 1.4. And Martinez in the lead. Low scores a 307. 10 minutes on the clock, surfers. Getting back to your point, though, Carla. If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And there's people that have been doing that. I mean, look at TJ. I mean, how many times in a row, consistently, year in and year out, has he been top 10, top 5 member, too? And he's surfing better than ever, I mean, if you ask me as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's funny to think that, you know, when you're in your 20s that maybe you're kind of hit your peak. But I know for myself personally, my surfing felt like it peaked through my mid to late 30s. And I felt like I was actually surfing my best in those years. So there is something to say about, you know, having a little bit of time, wisdom, experience, kids maybe. You know, that wasn't something that I did, but lots of traveling and lots of surfing in different places. So, yeah, I mean, there's a whole future ahead of these ladies. Some of these girls much younger than the other two, Rebecca and Frankie, being a little bit more on the mid-20s end, where I think these other girls are in their teens.
So White there. Jamgochian, she doesn't need to improve on a huge score, so just a 1.4, which she's keeping as her low at the moment. 9 minutes to go, surfers, 9 minutes. And Red going to let that wave go, so stand by for the last of White. And another thing, too, Carla, I mean, since you started surfing, since a lot of people started surfing, boards have gotten much better, too.
Boards are way different now than they used to be.
Equipment's changed a lot.
Yeah. And there's a lot of different things that people are utilizing, the different, I call them bells and whistles, right? There's all sorts of different bells and whistles, and some things work better for others. And for me, I like a real kind of traditional longboard. I like a pintail, like a fairly even rail. But there's a lot of different kinds of approaches to the longboards, whether it's fins or rails or rockers.
337, the last of White. You move up into the lead, Jamgochian. Martinez down to second in the blue. Low score for blue, 307. Red in third, now needing a 2.34. And green, Burke with priority, needing a 4.67. 8 minutes on the clock, surfers. Next heat, Ilagan, Hoffman, and Smith check in. Once again, 5-minute paddle out. And please, surfers, do not stand up before your heat either. There is a horn to end the heat, and there is a horn to start the heat. Here we go, Carla. Red having a look. Not getting into it.
Red taking a peek, not able to make that happen. Kind of sitting a bit apart from the rest of the pack. A little inside knowledge. Might be a little right that breaks over a little further from the pier, but there was a left that you've been scoping out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I've had the chance to surf here many different times in an event outside of it, too, just working. And you know, the cool thing about right now, first of all, the sun has slightly come out, but the rain stopped. But most importantly, the water's pretty warm for this time of the year right here, too. Here we go, Martinez in blue.
Yeah, getting the tip time up there. It looked like she might have gotten a 10. Not quite sure if the toes are over. We'll probably get a replay and be able to dissect that a little bit better. But she's looking for a 4.01 in order to take the lead. She is one of the younger competitors.
Yep. And has one of the best Instagram handles, too. A story of a story, I think it is, or something.
Something to that effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But her name is actually Astoria. But it goes by Story.
And so shout out to my girl, Asi Gyasi, who came up with the great little story here. The story begins of the summer of 1999 in London with a star named Sally. Her friends Darla and Carla were joining her with a ton of cash.
Wow.
So we tried to use everyone's name. I don't know if you caught that. Yeah.
Oh, a lot of the surfers' names in there, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, right now, though, we are in Heat 3. We've got 6 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. Coming up next will be Heat 4, Malia, Indy, and Olivia. And then on deck, Heat 5, speaking of Cash, we're going to see Cash Hoover, Tessa Timmons, and Ilsa Villanueva. Ilsa might actually be our very youngest competitor. She's been a part of the Queen of the Point event with her sister for since the beginning, I believe. So I think she might be our youngest, coming in at maybe 13 or so.
Last to blue, it's enough to retake first, Martinez. It's a 5.83. White, Jamgochian down to second. Low scores a 3.37. Red in third, now needing a 3.27, Frankie. And green, Burke, 5 minutes and 30 remaining. You're needing a 5.6.
That's right, guys. You only have 5.5 minutes remaining. Plenty of time still, but time definitely winding down.
Yep.
As Mitch mentioned, sitting in priority is Rebecca. Second priority, Frankie. Frankie's only looking for a 1, 2, 3.
No, that's her low score, actually. 3.27 is what she requires at the moment.
Excuse me.
Oh,
3.27.
Yep. 5 minutes, though, surfers. 5 minutes. And Greenberg needing a 5.6.
Looks like we got some action perhaps on the horizon. Sitting in priority is White. Under priority, taking a swing inside here. Looks like that's going to be blue. It's not going to materialize for her.
Ooh.
I think that was White taking a peek there, but decides against it. We got another couple sets looming through here.
So priority does switch, though, Carla. White had a dig. It's going to go red, white now.
Yes, red now in priority. Red in priority. Will she take advantage of it right here? We've got a long wall in front of us. Doesn't look like either of the surfers decide to make a go of it. Now with that low tide, it's definitely becoming a bit trickier and more important to have that wave selection on point. Not all of the waves holding up a face and holding up a canvas, but it looks like Frankie Seeley here, Rebecca Jamgochian tries for the left. That one closes out. 4 minutes on the clock, ladies. 4 minutes remaining.
Blue leads, white second, red third needing a 3.27, green fourth needing a 5.6. Priority with red at the moment, surfers. Another big thing, too, that's changed, broadcasts have been much more available for a lot of different events. You're being able to see the world's best surfers at the world's best waves, and obviously you want to be able to compare yourself to them, right, Carla? So that involvement, I think personally, has made a huge impact on the sport, and I think overall judging has changed a lot, too. It's gotten way more specific. It's gotten so much better, and I think they've done an incredible job over the last decade or so to be able to improve in a lot of the aspects that we're seeing judged accordingly right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you can deny it, but there's always been a bit of controversy when it comes to competitive longboarding and the approaches that have been taken or yet maybe not taken. And I agree. I think over the last decade, I think even maybe the last 5 years or so, there's been a huge movement that's really leaned towards that true traditional aesthetic. I think that's what a lot of us, I call them longboard loyalists or logging loyalists. I think Matt Chinaski tends to call them the purists. But that's kind of what those of us that have been a part of the longboard game for a long time and solely a part of that. Like, I'm not a shortboarder. I've been on a shortboard probably a handful of times in my life. I can wiggle. I can stand up. I can kind of duck dive. Right? But myself, I grew up in a longboarding family. My dad rode a Ernie Tanaka in 1971 for about 6 months, and he said he hated it and went back to his longboard. So for those of us that have been true to the longboard, we like to see what WSL has been doing and honoring that longboarding traditional style. Time check, ladies, 2 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. Situation is the same. In first place, Story Martinez. She's wearing the blue jersey. She's got a 5.83 and a 3.6. In second place and in second priority, Rebecca Jamgochian. You've got a 4.23 and a 3.37. Rebecca, you're looking for a 5.21. Miss Seeley, Frankie Seeley, or Miss Frankie Magnagni. You're in priority and you have a 4.33 and a 1.23. Frankie, you're looking for a 3.27. Last but certainly not least, in 4th place in the green jersey, Kayla Burke. Kayla, you've got a 2 and a 1.13. Kayla, you're looking for a 5.6. Time check, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
90 seconds, surfers, 90 seconds. Next heat, stay close to the pier, please. So red needing a 3.27, green you're needing a 5.6. Here we go. This is surfer in
Looks
blue.
like blue.
Yeah, that's Story.
Story, been telling lots of stories in this heat, really keeping it under cool and calm, lots of composure, showing, you know, stability, flow, marking all the boxes.
Oh, she surfed a very smart heat too. 55 seconds. And whether she improves or not, she's going to be in the lead. 45 seconds. Red needs a 3.27. Green needs a 5.6. And seems like maybe on the corner, red with a chance. And just a bit too far inside. 30 seconds. Last to blue. Still waiting. Maybe improving on the 3.6. Maybe not, Story. But you are in first. 20 seconds. 15. And you want to do the honors, Miss Samora?
Yes, as we watch one last wave right at the end of the buzzer here by red, we're going to be counting it down in 3, 2, 1. All right, that is the conclusion for Heat 3, round 32. Next heat on hold, next heat on hold.
So waiting on a score for red. Next heat, stand by. And perhaps just too small a wave on the inside. And yeah, scores coming through. Doesn't seem like it's going to be enough for red. So it'll be blue and white moving through. It's just a 2 red. You're going to stay in third. So heat 3, blue first, white second. Heat 4, stand by. Counting down.
Because I started with you. I took his spot. Now you're on.
Oh, my bad. I shall see you in a bit then. Welcome back, everybody watching online.
I mean, I love you, Mitch, but bye. Here we are, 18 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Heat number 4.
Best laid plans.
This is JC. Yeah. Alrighty, no waves quite ridden yet. Got people scratching for him. This is a 3-lady heat. There were spots for 32 women, only 27 entered.
And you wonder why. Look at the conditions. It's primo. Look at this beautiful nose ride opening wave of this heat.
Oh, she gets some nice tip time there. Gets a couple tip times off the beginning. Not able to finish it cleanly. I think I just read a post. Indy's working with a new board. She's got a brand new Josh Martin. Her favorite board recently broke, and Josh had one waiting for her. So she's got another new magic board. Taking a peek here. She's the reigning champ, wearing the red jersey, Malia Logan. spent her rookie year on the World Tour this year, had a good finish in Huntington, so she's hoping that she can make a requalification and give another stab at it next year.
Yeah, that Huntington event is sure fun. That's a big deal. There's a lot of people there. Pressure's on, a bit different than this feels. Cali roots, that is Surf City, USA, and hundreds of, or whatever. Over the weekend, a lot of people come through, or the week.
Yeah, both the Huntington and the Abu Dhabi events really bring a stadium-like feel that none of the other events really have that element. And so it does take a different bit of, it's not just about your surfing, there's a mental game going on. As we see White, Olivia Smith, she went for it, not able to get around that section there, it gets clobbered. But yeah, being able to kind of have that mental capacity and the strategy and be okay being watched, being on stage. You really are on stage in both the U.S. Open and in Abu Dhabi. So yeah, I think for gals like Malia and these other people that were kind of had their rookie times on tour, that was a different feeling, and it takes some getting used to. So having your first shot at it, you don't expect a huge result, but just hoping to kind of get a feel for it and make it again for the next round next year.
And there's a lot more play in how to manage your emotions around the event, because this event is smaller. You walk out to the pier, it's a small competitor area. You might just bail out to your hotel room there. All the competitor area is huge. The physios are there. All the competitors' boards. What do you not take in, and what do you take in, and where do you hang out? Do you go and just camp on the beach with your peeps under an umbrella, or do you hang in the competitor area where there's a lot of energy flying around?
Everyone's got kind of a different flow and needs a different kind of arousal level, whether that means keeping yourself kind of mellow or chill, or others need to kind of be listening to that pumped up music, fired up, be in the mix, see everything going on. Maybe you're throwing glances at your competitor,
There's all that.
vibe, stuff like that.
And even getting down to the heats, it's a long walk from wherever you are to get down into the competitor area for,
Yeah, there's definitely that walk. So we've got some scores dropping, ladies. Okay, currently the situation is this, with 15 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. In priority and in first place with an opening ride of a 3.83, that's blue Indy Hoffman. Currently in second place is red. She's got a 3.5 and a 0.23, Malia Ilagan. And in third place with second priority, Olivia Smith, you've got a 1.07 and a 0.87. Still waiting for some decent scores to drop. We've got 14 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Lots of time to have these ladies show us their stuff.
Well, we saw on those last few waves as this tide is drawing out to under a 1 foot tide, so quite low, and that happens around 1:30. The face is getting steeper, and picking your waves correctly, they might look good right at the start and then they run off really quick. We just had a priority change. Priority is now white, red, blue. White, you have first priority. Red, second priority. And Indy Hoffman out in the lead with just the one wave. So surfer that just won the last heat, hold up. Carla is on her way. We have our surfer in white up on her backhand. Oh, nice rail work there. Beautiful down carve. Cross step. Found her way to the nose, but had to cat-like walk back to engage the rail in the cutback and continue on with this ride. Olivia Smith looking for a 2.67 to get up into second place.
Excited?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Were you expecting that?
To win?
Yeah.
No.
Good. But you did it.
Yeah.
Stoked.
It's so scary.
Is it?
Yeah.
We'll talk a little bit about that. I'm going to just ask you
Especially
exactly
that one set just now.
Okay.
I like this replay. Here we go. The slow-mo action. That was it. A lot of points in that very first tap on the nose. This clean extended down carve. And this is where she tried to get up there again, but realized the wave was going to run out on her and had to shuffle back, splash into the whitewashing, carry on through to the inside.
You might not even.
13 minutes left,
You
surfers.
might not even know. I'm going to sing
For everyone that's joining us online, thanks for tuning in here at the 25
of a lovely lady.
Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic in beautiful Pismo Beach. I think our interview is ready. All right, well, I will toss it down to our last heat winner, and Carla.
Here's a story of a lovely lady named Story. She was just the winner of the last heat. Story, tell me a little bit about it. You said you weren't expecting to take the win. You took the win. Walk us through it.
It's so tricky out there. You have to pick the right wave and like know what you're doing on it and get to the nose quickly and then make it back and ride out. And then hopefully there's not a bunch of sets behind. You can get right back out. But if there is, you're kind of cooked.
You're kind of cooked. Yeah, tell me a little bit about yourself. How old are you?
I'm 13 years old and I'm from Virginia Beach.
13 from Virginia Beach, so you're on the West Coast here. How are you feeling about the waves here in Pismo?
They're pretty fun here. This is my first time here and I really like it.
And what is your goal for the weekend?
To win.
To win. You want to win the whole thing? Are you ready to qualify?
Yeah.
Well, then that would make you one of the youngest. We have Ginger Kaimi as one of the youngest so far, and you might be the next. Tell me your strategy for the next heat.
I'm not really sure. Just, I guess, do what I did in the last heat. Maybe surf better than that, though.
I think that would be a good goal. Well, lucky for you, you're a heat winner, so we've got the Cancer Sucks Bucks just for you, Miss Story. Any shout outs?
Yeah, thanks to my family and my parents and all my sponsors. And everyone, thank you.
All right, good luck to you in the next one. Back to you, Jeff.
Well, thank you, Carla, and thank you, Story. What a story right there. That is called focus. 13 years old, and what is your goal? Well, I'm here to win. Like deadpan. And what would be her heat strategy? You know what? She doesn't need to think about that because that will happen tomorrow because only this round of the women's is running today. So as the swell is decreasing throughout today into tomorrow, what tomorrow brings will be a bit different. Someone asked me earlier, Carla, what is the age range of the competitors? And I underestimated because I said, I think, 17 to 30 something, trying to bookend it. And well, there she is, 13.
I was completely surprised as well. I didn't realize she was going to tell me 13. I was kind of expecting a 15. But when she laid out 13, it was like, oh, okay. And she won the heat. So really awesome. Great to see this next generation just coming in, on fire and showing all these other ladies what's up.
Fearless. And she just deadpan looked at you and said, goal, win. Like, what do you mean?
I think that is a great. I'll shout out to all some of the other competitors that may have a lot of things going on in your lives. Let's get focused. Focus on winning.
Well, yeah, she was focused on not getting cooked after she caught a wave. I like that. And, you think about today, which is, quite a bit smaller, but we'll get back to that. White, up and riding, Olivia Smith, using that priority. Got a little extended on that high line carve.
Yeah, it was going in really nicely. I was liking the style around it, but she just needed to keep that nose out from the bottom trough of the wave in order to keep that line, perpetuating forward.
You can see it when they start rolling up the windows, meaning their arms start flying around. Yeah, like,
the window roll up.
Didn't quite have enough speed for that aggressive down carve right there.
All the ladies paddling out right now, so no priority quite established. It's like White's gotten out far enough to get the first priority. Situation is this, currently in first place with a 4.43 and a 3.5. That's Malia Logan. In second place and sitting with priority, that's Olivia Smith. She got a 5.67 and a 1.47. And in third place with a 3.83 and a 3.17, that's the blue jersey, Indy Hoffman. Coming up next, we're going to see Cash Hoover, Tessa Timmons, and Ilsa Villanueva. And then on deck, former world champ Summer Romero, Camden Hoover from the East Coast, Nohemi Kawasaki, and Nika Miller from Hawaii.
Yeah, even though it's deceiving from up here, obviously it's a third the size of yesterday, but still challenging for the surfers to get out sometime, especially if they take that long left and they're down on that shallow sandbar to the north. It's consistent, and when they do break, especially on a longboard, you're just kind of stuck in that impact zone.
Yeah, it definitely is a challenge. You're getting your workout cut out for you, for sure. The joke was made. My girl paddled out yesterday, wasn't able to make it out to the outside. It was really kind of hairy, and those sets were pretty close together. But we teased that she got her workout in. At least she got her 30 minutes.
She got her steps.
Yeah.
She got her paddles.
She got her paddles in, so it was all good. Time check, ladies. 8 minutes on the clock. Situation still the same. Priority sitting with White. Looks like White looking for a 2.26 to take the lead. Indy in the blue jersey. Indy, you're looking for a 3.32.
Yeah, well, yesterday we started off, it was 14 or 15 feet at around 14 seconds. Today, as this swell drops, it's going into the 10 feet at just over 7 seconds, and I don't know what tomorrow brings, but so all through the day as the tide's dropping and this frequency is dropping, the swell's dropping, but still plenty of swell. It's, chest head high. Look at that. That's a head high wave.
Squatting down, not able to kind of tuck into the shade there. Gets a little bit clobbered by the white water, but good effort from White. White was just looking for a 2:26. Don't think that's going to factor into the situation with 7 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock.
When the waves get like this and it's a runaway freight train left, so to speak, obviously this isn't freight train, but in a manner of speaking, I remember talking to Joel Tudor about the U.S. Open in Huntington that he's won many times, and his strategy was you have to take off and execute everything in the first top foot of the wave, no matter how big it is. Get that rail line and that speed, then you're going to be able to drop down and get around the sections. If you come halfway down like that last wave,
you just don't
you
have
can't
this,
run along, and
no.
then your rail's stuck in all this area because of the length of the board and stuff.
Speed and momentum. Momentum, I think, is, can be somewhat separated from speed. You can have speed. You don't have to necessarily have momentum, right? You need to have that momentum carrying out into the next section, and speed definitely is coupled with that. But
it's where you tap in to get it in, and that's what Joel was saying. Hey, my strategy was take off and engage that rail on the very top of the wave, and then 20 yards down the line, drop down.
And Red is sitting out there in priority, takes a paddle, so loses priority, hands it over to Blue. But maybe she's going to spin it around here and take a peek there, decides it's a little too steep, not going to make a go. 5 minutes, 50 seconds, that's 5:50 on the clock. In the water, Malia, Olivia, and Indy coming up next. Cash Hoover, Tessa Timmons, and Ilsa Villanueva. That will be heat number 5.
Well, it's nice to see the smiles on everyone's faces during the interview when that $100 comes their way.
Definitely. You walk down there with a crisp Hundy, a crisp Benjamin. It's always nice.
It's like, back in the day when people would win $100K in their victories.
Oh, those were the days.
Those were the days, yeah. Or I remember one of the events, a shortboard event at Lowers, and Miguel Pupo won the Golden Spike, a gold train trestle.
Okay.
An 18-karat gold.
I think I remember that.
Train trestle, the size of a train trestle.
No, gold always doesn't really lose its value over time, right?
It's gained. It's gone through the roof. Yeah, it went crazy. Past 4,300 from back then it was 1,200.
Wow, so hopefully he's still sitting with that.
Maybe.
Time check, ladies, 4.5 minutes on the clock. Situation is the same. First red, second white, third blue. Priority sits blue, red, white. White, you're looking for a 2:26 to take the lead. Blue, you're looking for a 3:32 to advance.
And would you know, on the women's side, on both the longboard and the shortboard, a lot of women are engaged in they're at college, they're studying, they're getting masters or degrees, or they're doing things where not as much on the men's side when they were younger, the younger men, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's probably a safe call. There's definitely some growth happening outside of surfing on the gentleman's side, but you definitely hear more of that going on the women's side, as we heard from Liv Stokes, who just completed her teaching credential. She's been going through school. I know Indy Hoffman is in school right now, so she's kind of, I think last year she took a bit of a break.
Yeah,
kind of get
focus on the academics.
Get her school year started, as she is up and riding right now. Indy. She is part of the Hoffman surf family. Her grandfather, Walter Hoffman, passed away earlier this year, but that Walt Hoffman Fabrics, very well known in the surf community. So we'll be waiting for a score to drop for Indy. She's looking for a 3:32. We'll wait and see. Maybe they'll show us on the replay. We'll see if she was able to get some work done in the early part of that wave. Here we go with the replay here. Gets that bottom turn, does 2 steps up to the nose, 4 steps there. And then just that nose ride, and then she kind of has to just redirect it straight. Not sure if she gets much reform action here. So it looks like she's just going to pretty much be relying on that initial nose ride at the beginning. She does get a little quick there, but not able to keep it perpetuating forward.
Yeah, not much happening on the inside now with the tide draining out, so the surfer's really looking for the good work on the outside.
Well, it looks like, Jeff, she did just enough. Drops a 4.43, Blue. Blue, you drop a 4.43. That moves you into first place. Currently in priority, second place, Malia Logan. And Malia, you're looking for a 3.83 as she goes up and riding, gets 2 steps, 4 steps to the nose, then gets the 10, resets it again, holds her line, gets the 5 again. Then she's going to straighten it off into that whitewater. She brings it in tight to the pier, hoping for a reform. We got 1 minute, 50 seconds on the clock. Malia working in onto the inside, looking for a 3.83 to take the lead. Now Olivia in the white jersey sitting on the outside with priority. Olivia, you're going to be needing a 2.26, but that may change considering Malia's latest score. We'll wait for that to drop and hit you guys up with it shortly.
What boards are you riding? Who shapes your board?
So I am very lucky. I am married to my shaper.
That's right.
So my husband Ian Zamora shapes me the Carlita Special, named after yours truly. It's a pintail, kind of a wide point back, bit of slight involvement style, but a little bit more altered, if you will. I like to stay pretty busy. I like connecting all my maneuvers. So the pintail. I surf Malibu first point. I come from
so you need that high line.
I come from like the first point or the point break capital of the world, if you will, between Rincon, C Street, Malibu, Topanga. So I want to drive. I want to boogie. I want to do my bottom turn and get down the line. I'm always thinking the section ahead.
You're thinking about the 50 people in front of you that are paddling out, and you're like, I need to be able to turn quickly so I can bob and weave.
I'm looking once to the left and then never again. Time check, ladies. We're just out 25 seconds remaining. 25 seconds on the clock. Last of red comes in at a 5.07, puts her back into the lead. Malia Logan, she is the champion from last year. She's holding her ground with 12 seconds left on the clock. Indy in priority, moves into second place. We'll be counting this down here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is the end of Heat 4. Heat 5, you are on hold. Heat 5 on hold.
Well, it looks like all scores are in, but we'll just wait for them to clear the water, and the judge will look at us and say, count.
Helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too. Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Welcome back, everybody. Surfing for Hope, Longboard Classic. Mitchell Salazar with the great Jeffrey Baldwin, Cash Hoover, Tessa Timmons, Ilsa Villanueva. Next, he check in. Summer Romero, Camden Hoover, Noemi Kawasaki, and Nika Miller, excuse me.
Yeah, we're just plowing through the day, moving on into this heat number 5.
It's good. I like it, Jeffrey.
Great conditions, still glassy, still offshore. The only thing affecting it, if at all, is it's a little lower tide or a lot lower tide, so the wave's standing up a bit taller, a bit steeper, which actually benefits surfers because it gives them more ability to have speed right in the beginning, get up to the nose, which is where the majority of those points come from with the judges, is the critical stuff happening at the takeoff of the wave.
So Cash Money Hoover right there in the red got her opening ride. I have a couple surfers that have already been competing at this level multiple times out there in the red and the blue. Ilse Villanueva, one of the younger surfers in the event, out there in the white, waiting for her opening ride.
And how old is Isla? We heard the interview from our last heat winner, or the heat previous was 13.
I think Ilsa's 12.
Oh
yeah.
my gosh, that's incredible. And so, the other thing you think about is their board doesn't change. They don't ride a 12-year-old's longboard. They have a longboard just like everyone else. It's 9'6".
14, excuse me, 14.
9'4". And, the weight ratio distribution is a big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, however much they weigh, 80 pounds or something, maybe 90.
That's a good point you make, though, Jeff.
Riding the
as we
same
see
equipment.
From, the slight differences, right? From when you're a teenager up into adulthood. But the good thing about the logs, for the most part, I mean, if you take good care of them, they last forever. 6 points, your opener, Cash. 6 points, as we're looking at the opener of the 14-year-old from Imperial Beach down south in San Diego, Ilse Villanueva. Yeah, actually, it's a great point because on the shortboarding side, you have to go up in width and thickness a lot more often than you do on a log.
Right, and that's what I'm naive. I don't know, but it seems like when I've been at the U.S. Open and seen all the boards and the younger surfers, they have the same boards that the 30-year-olds have.
Yeah.
Possibly a little less volume, but not much. There's an aesthetic to the classic Mal,
right?
And that's what they have.
Yeah.
So really, it comes down to the technique of where and how they're riding the board. They're not going to over muscle it.
Yeah.
Even the strongest surfers can
Technique.
barely over muscle a longboard.
Yeah.
So technique is everything.
Be right back, Jeffrey. Going to go talk to Malia real quick.
There you go, Mitchell.
So 16:45 on the clock, surfers.
She wants to.
So Cash Hoover out there in red, 6 points, Cash. White, Ilsa, 2.5, and waiting on the opener for the surfer with priority in blue, Tessa Timmons out of Santa Cruz. So Malia Ilagan, Carla Zamora's heading downstairs.
She's flying down there. She wanted that. She's like...
Am I still the only person that calls you Jeffrey, by the way?
No. No, when I'm in trouble with my
Oh,
girlfriend.
okay.
No.
Well, you're not in trouble with me when I call you Jeffrey. I just I typically
some
respect
people,
my elders.
Some people do. My dad does.
Another person that you might get in trouble with, though. So it's like...
Yeah, people of authority, why? Coming down on me. I like it. That's my name, man. Say it with pride.
That's what I'm
right?
saying.
Mitchell?
Yeah. I mean, I have no issue going by different...
No, I got over that a long time ago, right?
Yeah, here's Tessa now. Surfer from just a few hours north in Santa Cruz. Good footwork right there, going left. A nice down carve. And potentially getting a reform, but she's going to kick out. Well done on her opener. And red out the back.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, right? People grow into their name. Like kids in school have their nicknames or abbreviations, so they don't want to go by their whole name. Then they get older, they get into a professional career, and then they go by their full name. Right?
So priority does switch. It goes white, then red. Waiting on the opener of blue, 15 minutes. And now red on the outside, Jeff. Cash, she already has the 6.
Malia!
And she's got a lot of speed right here down the line. And great job to not only keep that trim line going, but redirect multiple times too. One thing, as you said, these boards tend to be much heavier than not only than a short board, but than a mid-length, anything else. The good thing about it, it keeps that momentum down the line the entire time. So some really interesting work right there by Cash.
Yeah, the train is on the tracks and it's moving.
Yep. And get out of the way. As
Jump
simple
away.
as that. Good work right there. And here's the opener of blue. So this is Tesla's first, Jeffrey.
Well, there's nice because that's the line. To get up and execute stuff in the top third of the wave is what's carrying her speed and giving her the ability to really be on pace with the whole wave. You see when the surfers come drop down too far, they get stuck behind and that inside rail kind of loses it. That's a tough one right there when it bites the inside rail, but she did well to get around the section here, Cash Hoover. And then she had to play catch up till this inside section.
Still showing a lot of maturity for how young she is. Very well done by Hoover right here. Little bank off of the white water at the end too.
Do you ever longboard, Mitch?
Yeah, I'm not the best at it, but I do love it.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have a...
It's hard to be the best. It's really difficult.
Yeah.
I love longboarding.
483, the opener of blue. Quick one there for white. And waiting on the second of red. Meanwhile, let's go downstairs. Carla with Malia Ilagan.
Alrighty, you guys. I'm here with my little pamangkin, my little god baby, Malia Ilagan. So, Malia, this has been a big year for you. You had your first rookie year on the WLT Tour. How was that?
It was the most amazing experience to be able to travel the world and see like new sights in different places, like amongst the best surfers in the world. And it was just such an incredible experience to learn from these people, and just I looked up to a lot of them. So it was amazing to like learn and actually be in that group of surfers.
So you took the win here last year, which helped propel you into the tour for this year. Having the experience that you've now gotten to be on the tour, what have you taken from that into today's event?
That's a good question, actually. I haven't really thought about that. I'm feeling a little nervous, actually. You would be surprised. You would think that being on tour would help with the confidence, but I think that for me, I really want to get back on. So like the nerves of wanting to be back in that experience again is definitely a lot. But yeah, I'm just super excited to be here, and Pismo has a special place in my heart. So.
Well, if anything, you won your heat, and you get to take home some Cancer Sucks bucks, $100 to Malia. That's definitely going to help with the cash. Who do you want to give some shouts out to?
First of all, I want to say a big thank you to Ozzy. He supported this organization, and he's been really helpful with me and helping me and a lot of the other girls and other surfers in general to be able to do what they love. So I want to say a big, big thank you to him. He recently just passed, so it's very sad. But I just want to give a big shout out to him, and Uncle Wayne's down on the beach supporting. So yeah, and my parents, of course, and God. Yeah.
Amen. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Carla. Congratulations to our defending event champion, Malia Ilagan. She's into tomorrow's round of 16. Last of red, Cash Hoover, 5.5. You extend your lead, red. The last of white, Ilsa, 1.17. And once again, Tessa, your opener in blue, 4.83. And blue, you do have priority. 11 minutes to go, surfers. Jeffrey, now that we're on the board talk, Takayama's out there. We have Wayne Rich on the beach, one of the legendary longboard shapers, especially out of the coastline of California. But I think all in all, you have a lot of people that have done great things as a shortboarder, as a mid-length surfer, and as a longboarder. And of course, we got to be talking about the great Mike February when it comes to those kinds of things too.
Yeah.
If you can ride one thing well, you can ride most things well.
And that's... You wonder why more young surfers don't do that. They get locked into, like hyper-focus on one... Generally, I see it on the shortboard side of things. Those kids get locked into just doing that. And I'm always like, hey, man, you're going to surf better if you expand your awareness. You'll realize how easy it is to surf a shortboard compared to all these other ones. But, I guess they're just focused. For me, it's just fun. Ride everything.
And I know you've been foiling a lot too. That helps.
Years, it's so crazy. But yeah, I always loved all manner of craft. And Michael February, he spends a lot of time here, right? Is he in Santa Barbara?
He lives in Carpinteria.
In Carpinteria, that's what I thought, because I see stuff of him at Rincon and up and down and living the good life, flowing.
Yeah. He's at the factory quite a bit, actually. I mean, he works on a ton of different models, but same thing, having that approach hand-to-hand with their shaper goes a long way. And cool to see that with the guys over there at CI, including Wayne Rich, who works with Devin Howard quite a bit.
And yeah, what a duo. I saw them again down at the boardroom, and Devin making impact in longboard world for years and years. Wayne Rich, there's so many great shapers. I mean, you got Stewart and Hobie and Tyler and, Ryan Birch down our way if someone can actually get a board from them. But they're beautiful. I used to watch him. I don't see him longboard much ever, if ever. I don't see him longboard much. I see him doing all kinds of other stuff. But God, when I would watch him, sometimes it was just a clinic. I'd pull into Cardiff and he'd be surfing, and it was magic to behold.
Just under 9 minutes, red in the lead, 6 and a 5.5, Cash. Blue, Timmons, you're in second, 4.83. You do have priority. And white, Villanueva, you have a 1.17 as your low score. You're needing a 2.34 for second and third, Ilsa. 8 minutes and 40. Oh, a big shout out to our current and new World Longboard Champion too, Kyle Flint. Guy shapes his own boards.
Yeah, and I love his boards. One time I saw a guy at Swami's after 2 years ago's U.S. Open, and he had one of his boards. I'm like, how did you get this? He goes, I got so lucky he left him. He didn't want him, and I bought it from, someone else. Like, I dreamed about that board. That was supposed to be my board. I just didn't have the courage to ask him at the end of the event, you want to sell it?
So let me ask you this. Were you going to ride it, or were you going to have it up like as a trophy in your room?
No, ride it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was the year before he won. Last year he won. It was the year before. He lost in the quarters, but he had these boards that looked amazing. Yeah, no, I would ride it.
There's a big sense of pride in, surfing, riding your own equipment too, that you're shaping yourself. You obviously know it better than anybody, spending, hours, days, weeks even developing that equipment. But for somebody that, I'm going to go ahead and say it, that guy's easily one of the best surfers on the planet.
He really is.
And
I'm sure he rides everything.
He does.
I just see him on the longboard, so I'm sure at home he's riding everything. And
I've seen him on twin fins just go down the line, a lot of speed, and the guy shreds, man. And there's a reason why he was able to become World Longboard Champion this year.
And what I appreciated about his self-shape, he had an outline that was so different than a lot of the other shapers. The wide point seeming farther back than center of the board, and for whatever reason where his concaves were and his rocker lines, everything about his boards looked a little weird, but they sure worked.
Well, sometimes weird is good, Jeffrey.
Yeah, weird is good. Look at Shane Horan's boards.
Look at me.
Look at you. All right, we're down to just under 7 minutes as we wax and wane. Cash Hoover with a 6 and a 5.5. Tessa Timmons with a 4.83. And Izzy Villanueva with a 2.5 and a 1.17. Priority is blue, white, red. And Ilsa, I said it wrong. I was looking at the small monitor. Ilsa, excuse me, you need a 2.34.
Yeah, and still, the big question right here, that is a small requirement because Timmons doesn't have a second ride, and Hoover's only got 2 waves, but more than 11 points with their heat total so far. And Villanueva, well, she's having a look, the 14-year-old at down south in San Diego, Imperial Beach, same home of Alan Cleland Sr. They're looking left right here, Jeffrey. Needs just a low 2. Touching the 5 a couple times. Brings it back. Long run and left, and really smart move to potentially take second place right here with just under 6 minutes, surfers. So waiting on the number. She already has a 2.5 in her score line at the moment. Gotta be thinking this is gonna be more than enough. It is. It's a 3.83, White. You're in second. And blue, Timmons, you're down to third now, needing a 1.5. Red, the heat leader, your low score now of 5.5, Cash.
Yeah, I went on a big run a bunch of years ago on a long. Rusty made me this incredible, beautiful nose rider with crazy chimed rail nose and this big concave. And Swami's, for whatever reason, was small and perfect, felt like for months. And I just got addicted to it. I was stuck on it.
Well, where you're from, you live in an area with...
There's a lot of good longboard waves, for sure.
A lot of different waves.
Yeah.
I mean, I can tell you so many days at Pally's and at Seaside alone that you could just have the best of times on all different types of boards. That's the paddle from blue, so priority's going to switch. It'll be red, blue, and Timmons just a bit too far outside for that one.
It's interesting at Seaside now because it's such a hotbed of competitive surfing, shortboard surfing, but then there's a lot of hybrid twin fins going on there too, and obviously Rob Machado's surfing there every day or a lot, and he's riding all manner of craft, and so yeah, there's everything getting ridden there. Not many longboards at Seaside, but all the rest.
Here goes blue. So Timmons only needs a 1.5 to move back up into second place. Touches the 5 right there. Just gonna try to bring it back. 4 minutes on the clock, surfers. Next heat, paddle out, but next to the pier, please, and stay close to the pier. Timmons.
I like that little switch stance, styly cruise finish.
Well, that's smart. All you need to do is secure the score right now, as he got red outside. Heat leader, Jeff.
Ooh, look at that. The high line. That's the one we're talking about. Will she ride through? Well, we wanted her to. That
Close.
was tough, though.
The nose rider was sick, though.
Yeah.
Straight to the
perfect.
nose.
Carla and I were talking about that turning at the very top of the wave, and that's where you can run up to the nose and hold your speed and then get around the next section.
Mm-hmm. Well,
3 minutes left, surfers. Waiting on that last score for Cash.
well, she's in the lead. Yeah.
she's in the lead. Not sure if that'll better the 5-5.
But look at Blue's score, though. 3-4-3, Tessa. Up into second again. And that is your counting low score. White in third now, needing a 4.44, Ilsa. You do have priority. And this is what you're talking about, Jeff. That was a great nose ride. And, I mean, she tried to put it up there as well as she could. It was just riding out of it, though. You lean too far forward on one of the rails and you lose control.
Sometimes you do ask yourself that. I do sometimes. Did they get a little too greedy? Did she need to go up for the floater finish, or could she have just gone with that beautiful nose ride and then just ridden out?
We're surfers. We always want more, Jeffrey.
We always want more. Put it on the line.
If you make it out of the barrel, you're not deep enough. Isn't that what they say? Okay. And then there's times you're like, oh, man, that was the best barrel of my life. And then you see it from the beach, and they're like, I wasn't that good.
Yeah, they're like, what are you doing? You're barely even shadowed by the lip.
Last of red, just for reference, Cash, 483 doesn't go into your top two. And that's a paddle from White, so priority going to switch over to red. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. White, you're needing a 4.44. Blue in second, 3.43 your low score, and Cash Hoover, heat leader, 5.5. So White needs a 4.44. Blue, second place and second priority. Low score 3.43, Tessa. And red, the heat leader, low score 5.5. A minute 40.
You know Steve Sherman.
Yeah.
I have a funny story.
My boy right there, one of the best photogs in the business.
Okay, well, all our lives, he would say, did you see that barrel I got? Did you see that barrel? And all of our friends, it was called the Sherm barrel.
Just to spite him, huh?
He was never in the barrel.
Really?
No, he just did not have a read on what the barrel was or something. And so we never had the heart to tell him, dude, you're never barreled when you said you're getting an epic barrel. It was painful.
We love you, Steve.
It was
we love
first
you.
It was a few years. Then it was like 20 years later, and you're like, how is this still happening?
He hasn't actually gotten in the barrel yet after doing it for so long.
Oh, it hurts me. It
Steve,
pains me to
Jeffrey's
say.
revealing your secrets right now.
He's going to come at me with thunder.
You know he's texting you pretty soon. 50 seconds.
The Sherm barrel.
White needing a 4.44. Blue with priority. Low score 3.43 in second. 40 seconds. Last of red, 3.8 Cash. 30 seconds. Next heat, stay close to the pier, please. 25 seconds. And maybe a chance for a wave here. White. Oh, she's trying to get into it, Jeffrey. And
she's got time. She's stroking. She's going to get it.
10 seconds. Here we go.
The Goofy looking for it in the white. Cuts back with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She came unstuck on the opportunity. It was a small wave, Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure if there was enough in it for the score she needed. But she did give it an effort.
Next heat, stand by. So it'll be red and blue moving through.
That was so poetic.
Last of white, just a 107, as Jeff said. Small insider, incomplete. And the last of blue doesn't seem like it's going to change. It's a 287. It's going to be red-blue moving through heat 6. Stand by, counting down.
Welcome to Slow Cal Roots, your homegrown cannabis destination. Everything starts on our Central Coast farms, where passion and sunshine meet craft and care. Then it all lands right here at Slow Cal Roots dispensaries in San Luis Obispo, Grover Beach, and Route 1 in Guadalupe. So whether you're cruising the coast or kicking back at home, stop by and smoke local with Slow Cal Roots.
Welcome back, everybody watching online. Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. Mitch and Carla with you for heat number 6 of the women's round of 32. Already got a score on the board for Noemi Kawasaki, 1.5. Heat 7 check-in. Dr. Caitlin Mickelson, Katarina Nowak, Darla Chenin, and Sally Cohen. And then our final heat of the women's round of 32, Luana Suarez, Luella Pace, and Moana Bonilla Bishop.
Some exciting heat stacking up here. Right now in the water, we've got a former world champ and Summer Romero. Comes from my generation. Like seeing some of these OGs representing and up and riding. That's her right there. You can see why she's a world champ. Summer Romero, strong on her lefts on the forehand.
Nice kick out, too.
Yeah.
Grabbing the rails right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, early 2000s world champion. Jen Williams, Lindsay Steinride, that kind of era.
Chelsea Williams.
No, Chelsea Williams, excuse me. I was thinking
Jen Smith.
Jen Smith, thank you.
Jen Smith, as AKA Jen Grom, as we watch Blue, Camden Hoover. She comes from East Coast. She had her first time in California, actually, this year at Queen of the Point in Ventura.
Nice.
She got lucky because it was pumping. It was pumping C Street, and she said she didn't expect there to be some real surf. As we watch the replay here of Summer Romero, first ride there, gets the tip time right off the bat. Does a couple power moves there, but then kicks out as it closes out in front of her. And we see the replay here of Camden also. Does a couple steps, not able to get to the tip, so definitely Summer going to get maybe a little bit more of the nod there.
And then Miller right here, Carla on the outside in green. Here she goes.
That's right, Nika Miller from Hawaii.
At a Waikiki. So red opener, 4.67 Summer. The opener of white just a 1.5, and the opener of blue seems to be a small score as well. 16.50. So just a couple small scores. And here goes red again.
Red, she gets into it really early and then does 2 quick steps to the nose to get the nose right. Does a bit of shuffling back. So that's something that the judges are just going to want to take note of. We want to see that cross-stepping forward and backwards. But she does open up with a 4.67, so a good way to start things off. She's got 2 waves now under her belt, so that will help increase her lead. And we see the replay here of Summer's last wave. Doesn't quite get to the tip on that last part. Does some shuffling back. So we're going to definitely want to improve on that. But she's going to be able to back up her 4.67 with a second ride. Opening ride for white comes in at a 1.5. Opening for green, just a half a stick. As we have up and riding Miss Camden Hoover. No relation to Cash Hoover, who won the last heat. She is on her backside here, getting the tip time, trying to work it into the inside. Bit out on the shoulder there. She wraps it back into the curl. Looks like we might have some action on the outside. 15 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Blue finishes on the inside while green up and riding. Nika Miller. Riding her Michael Takayama. In priority is white, was red, but red up and riding here, getting a ride on the right, kicks out. Second wave for red comes in at a 5.43. So Summer, red, you are in the lead with a 5.43 and a 4.67. We have one more score to drop. I'll notify you momentarily. Currently in second place with a 0.5 and a 3.17. That's Nika Miller. In third place with a 1.2 and a 2.33, that's Camden Hoover. And currently in priority in the white jersey, Nohemi Kawasaki opened up with a 1.5, but she's up and riding, and she's going to make something out of this. Gets the tip time, staying nice and high, brings it back down. So she gets some tip time there. The West of the Wave kind of closing out on her, but really some nice critical tip time in the beginning there, so we'll see how that pans out. 14 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. Yeah, let's take this moment to drop down to our heat-winning interview with Mitch and Cash.
Thank you. Here with Cash Hoover. Cash, congratulations. Really good heat out there. I mean, well structured at the beginning. How'd you feel competing after your second time competing here at Pismo?
I'm so happy. The waves were so much fun, a lot better than last year, and I'm just really happy with the clean conditions, and it's not as cold as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, so your sister's first visit this year to California. What's it been like living this and experiencing it with your younger sister who's out there right now?
I actually don't have any sisters.
Oh, my bad. Camden, sorry. Carla, I'm getting confused. I apologize. But yeah, just experiencing this alone with your friends. Obviously, Malia here too. Doing this with your friends, what's it like?
Yeah, I'm super happy. I got to go to the tour events this year, and I got to surf with Malia, so it's fun, and hopefully we don't get a heat together soon because I don't want to go against her while we're both trying to requalify.
Well, both of you guys, Cancer Sucks Bucks, $100. Are you going to take people out to dinner tonight?
Maybe I'll take my dad out since he brought me all the way here.
Well, Carla, we got a youngster in the draw. Congratulations. See you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Back to you.
Yeah, shout out to Dirk and Michelle, huge supporters of their daughter Cash. And no relation to the Miss Camden Hoover, Mitch. I've said that multiple times, actually, throughout the event. But, hey, they're both cute, they're both blonde, and they both have the last name Hoover, so it's hard to not get confused with that. But that's okay, Mitch. We still love you. Time check, ladies. 12 and a half minutes on the clock. Situation is this. In fourth place, needing a 2.61, Camden Hoover. In third place, needing a 1.77, that's Nika Miller. In second place, needing a 6.67, that's Nohemi Kawasaki. And winning the heat right now with a 5.43 and a 4.67, that is Summer Romero. So, currently priority sits white, red, blue. Again, blue, you need a 2.61. Green, you need a 1.77. White, you're looking for a 6.67.
Taking my layers off, Carla. It's getting warm in here right now. Finally, as Cash said, it's way more than last year. Here we go, blue. That's Camden. So we've had, my apologies, first of all. We had 2 Parker Johnsons in the event. We've had 2 Hoovers. And after so many heats so far today, after a while you start getting confused a little bit, you know, so my apologies. But yeah, it's fun. I mean, when you get to see a lot of these young surfers eventually make it, that's why I personally like doing every level of the tour. You do the QS, the juniors, and of course the Longboard Tour. You get to see them develop and eventually turn into those world champions that we're talking about.
Absolutely, and that's what's been really fun for me. Also, I can speak to that with specifically to the women and having the Queen of the Point. And all of these women have been in at least one of my events. I think Summer is the only one that hasn't made it into one of my events yet. So Summer, shouting out to you, better get there soon. But yeah, it's great to watch them grow, and especially, you know, doing an amateur kind of style event that does have a pro division, and then giving them that opportunity to learn priority and learn different strategy, and then see them on this stage. Well, that's what it's all about. And that's what those of us that have been here, you know, we're trying to perpetuate it on into the next generations.
Well, and there's a reason why there's a lot of developmental programs too, right? WSA, you have NSSAs, among others. And of course, you have the qualifiers for the U.S. team as well, the USA champs. So 10 minutes, 20 surfers. Red in the lead, 5.43, 4.67. Green in second, 3.17. 2.73. By the way, those are your last 2 scores, Miller. So you are in second. Priority does switch. Goes blue, red, white. And here we go. Heat leader, Carla.
That's right. That is Summer Romero. Gets the 5 to the 10. Waiting for another open face. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. That lower tide just really making that canvas a bit shorter, a bit smaller.
Ooh.
But Nohemi here, she's fighting her way to get back into advancing position. Not able to stay glued on there with a bit of that bump up the face. It is still really glassy, but every once in a while you get this kind of little bit of, I don't want to say backwash per se, but just a bit of a warble that can throw the surfer off.
Well, she tried.
Yeah, she definitely tried. Nohemi was looking for a 2.47. It's not going to factor into her situation. Just comes in at a 1.37. So Nohemi, you're still needing a 2.47 to move into advancing position. Camden, in the blue jersey, you're sitting in priority, and you need a 3.57. Time check, ladies. 9 minutes 15 on the clock. 9:15. Coming up next. What's coming up next, Mitch?
Caitlin Mickelson, Katarina Nowak, Darla Shannon, and Sally Cohen. And then our final heat of the round, Luana Suarez, Luella Pace, and Moana Bonilla Bishop.
That's going to be exciting. So we've got some names that we've been seeing in this event last year. I remember seeing some of these names. Caitlin, I think, was in the final, maybe runner-up. As we watch Blue, just getting some nice work done here, Camden. You can tell she feels a bit more comfortable on her forehand. So she's going to make the most out of this little right here as it reforms on the inside, as it kind of reaches towards that second stretched out piling there on the pier. The pier's cool. If you could see that overhead view of the way the pier's designed, it's quite neat. It's got these little diamond kind of lay bays or whatever you want to call them.
And one of the wooden piers in California,
Yeah,
too.
one of the few. Yep.
If you were up there yesterday, you could feel it moving a little bit. I was like, whoa, okay.
It was foreign, and when the bigger sets came, it really gave a good jolt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing's been there long enough, so it'll withstand anything for sure. 8 minutes. Last of Blue, Hoover, 4 points. That brings Green down to third. Green, you're needing a 3.17, and White Kawasaki in fourth, needing a 2.91. Red in the lead, low score Summer, 4.67. So next heat, 5-minute paddle out. There's still 7:40 remaining on the clock. Mickelson, Nowak, Shannon, and Cohen. Then our last heat, Suarez, Pace, and then Bonilla, Bishop. And then we go into the men's round of 32 after that.
Yeah, exciting. Things are moving along here as we're about 1:45 p.m. here on the West Coast, here in Pismo Beach. It's such a great town here, Pismo. It's, again, the host city for the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. There's clean airs here. There's great waves. I love the wide open beaches that make this place just a perfect place for a great event. It's classic California here. You've got wine, waves. I'm into the wine and the waves. Sometimes some more of the wine than the waves.
WW. You like the W squared is what you're saying, Carla.
I'm into W squared for sure.
What about the hotels we're staying at, too?
OMG. Shout out to the Inn at the pier. We've got Vespera, the Sandcastle, and you're right here on the beach. So, I mean, as far as a job location is concerned, and you have to wake up and you have an early call time, well, it's only 5 minutes to
I know you
walk
texted
to
me
the
this
side.
morning.
Yeah.
I was like, what time do you need me to be there? I was like, dude, it's so quick, like 7:15, don't even worry about it.
It's nice and easy. Not as easy as our spot in El Salvador where I walked down a flight and up a flight. That was pretty.
You want me to tell the embarrassing story, though?
Which one?
That I know? The day before we ran, though, and you had to go out at 11 p.m. to tell people to stop working outside?
Yeah, just a note to the guys out there. Let's just finish construction after 9 p.m.
Or maybe do it, early morning the next day when we're
when I'm already
up.
awake.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun.
Hey, experiences. They're
Well,
good.
I think you all were pretty happy that I was the one that took one for the team and gave a good shout out.
I was asleep, but I actually woke up after that.
Sam was happy. He heard it going on. Anyways, right now we're at 5.5 minutes left. This is Heat 6. Currently in the lead is Summer Romero. She sits with a 5.43 and a 4.67. Currently in second place is Blue Camden Hoover. She's got a 4.0 and a 2.33. Camden, you're looking for a 6.10 to take the lead. Nika in the green jersey. She's sitting in third place. She's got a 3.17 and a 2.73. Nika, you're looking for a 3.17 to get into advancing position. And last but not least, Nohemi Kawasaki in the white jersey. She's in fourth place with a 3.43 and a 1.50. Nohemi, you're looking for a 2.91. Time check, ladies. 4 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. That's 4.50. Next heat can paddle out.
So waiting on a few numbers. Stand by, surfers. Doesn't seem like red will be improving. So 4.5. Last of blue not changing anything. Last of green going to be a small score as well. Last of white just a 1.37. And red, your last three scores, 3.73, 3-point ride, 3.33. You're still looking to replace the 4.67, but you are in first, red. Meanwhile, blue in second, low score 2.33. Green in third, needing a 3.17. And white, Kawasaki with priority in fourth, needing a 2.91. Down to 4 minutes on the clock. And a big thank you once again. You know, Surf City El Salvador putting on a great event, doing some amazing things. Finals right there. Meanwhile, green, just a quick in and out. Same thing could be said right here for Pismo Beach. A couple of really important locations when it comes to the longboarding world. You know, in La Union in the Philippines, a place that you hold very dear in your heart too. That's another place that has been exceptional in developing events for the Asia and Asia Pacific region. So all in all, you have really some stables when it comes to the WLQS and of course the World Longboard Tour as well, Carla.
Yeah, you bring up a great point about La Union. They've actually been quite the hub, if you will, for Asian longboarding, and not just really longboarding, but being an epicenter.
We did World Juniors there this year.
And they're coming back again in January. So it's been great to see the Philippines be able to kind of take surfing. We've seen that also in El Salvador, really capitalizing on the surf scene and making it part of their economy. So it'd be great to see the Philippines kind of take that kind of idea that El Salvador has done and grow on it.
Well, we've seen that right here, Central Coast of California. White was up. And now looking at blue, this is a crucial wave considering their low score is only a low 2, Carla.
You know, if she had been able to stay on that puppy, obviously, there could have been some really great scoring potential there. She is currently in second place, and she is advancing. However, she would love to jump into that first spot or even just make that spread a bit more broad for her competitors.
2 minutes, 10 seconds, surfers. Red first, blue second. Green needs a 3.17. White needs a 2.91. So if that was a puppy, what would a dog be?
If that was a puppy, what would a dog be?
Yeah.
As far as
the size of the wave.
Like what?
This is a pretty large wave already. That puppy right there that she was on.
So like I don't know.
We're talking Chihuahua.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm going with. Are we going breeds here?
Well, yesterday was definitely more Rottweiler-ish.
Oh, yesterday was like Cane Corso.
Oh, okay.
That's where I'm going, or like Saint Bernard.
Beethoven. Yep.
Yeah, for sure. I unfortunately have a mixed breed pup that happens to have 8% Saint Bernard. Yeah, that's not fun. But what is fun is being here right now.
It's surfing. 90 seconds.
Yeah, 90 seconds left, ladies. 90 seconds on the clock. Things are starting to wind down here. Sitting in priority, red, green, then blue. Blue, you're still looking for a 6.10 to take the lead. Green, you're looking for a 3.17. White, you're looking for a 2.9. While there's only a minute left on the clock, if a set pulls through, things could change. We've seen it change throughout this heat. Up and riding right now. That is green. She gets a little tip time, but not much left of the wave there. She's hoping she's going to find some reform here.
It might too. 50 seconds. This is an important wave for Miller in green.
Yeah, not needing a very large score. The question will be, will it be able to pop her up into that 3 range? Red, we see behind her, kind of working it here. And then we're going to be counting this down soon enough. 30 seconds remaining. I see white on the outside there. She got some tip time before having to straighten off. Not as much wave face as we did with the higher tide, but definitely some contestable faces and definitely some time. As White's worked in on the inside here. This is going to actually be a really important score for White. White only needs a 2.91.
So things change in red here. Stand by, surfers, 10 seconds. We're going to be waiting on scores. And he is done and dusted in 3, 2, 1. So that's the end of Heat 6. Heat 7, stand by. Heat 7. We are on standby. Hold your positions, please. waiting on multiple numbers and some really important ones. Let's break it down, Carla. White here.
Okay, so we have currently in 4th place looking for a 2.91 and waiting for a score to drop. That's white, Noemi Kawasaki. In 3rd place, needing a 3.17 and also waiting for a score to drop. That's green, Nika Miller. Currently in 2nd place, things could change depending on the scores dropping. Camden Hoover, she had a 4.0 and a 2.33, and your heat leader was Summer Romero, a 5.43 and a 4.67. So far, we've got a score to drop for Nohemi. She was looking for a 2.91, unfortunately comes in at 2.47, so it won't affect her situation.
And green, stand by. It's going to be really close. They're looking at the replay now, and here it is on screen, Carla.
As we watch the replay, she gets some tip time there, and then she has to straighten it off. Works it into the inside here.
So waiting on this number right here.
And not a whole lot of scoring potential on the inside.
But the touch of the nose on the outside was well done. 3.17 though, and there's a lot of waves to compare to in this heat. So stand by. Next heat. Waiting on a score for green. And it's coming through.
This was too low. That should have been higher. I turned my thing off.
So waiting on a score right here. Stand by, green. They're watching the replays, comparing some numbers.
Is if PA mic on is off.
And it's not enough. It's a 3-point ride, green, so it's going to be red, blue moving through. White in 4th. Heat 7, stand by. We're going to be counting you in.
Just vibe one time for your mind. Just vibe one time for your mind.
Caitlin Mickelson out there in the red, Katarina Nowak in the blue, Darla Shannon in the white, and Sally Cohen is in the green. Next heat check in, Luana Suarez, Luella Pace, and Moana Bonilla Bishop. So we do have a score already for the surfer in red, Caitlin Mickelson, a 3.27 red. And it seems like another surfer up and riding just up the beach too.
A little bit of texture starting on the faces here, but still plenty of clean rides to be had. This is an exciting heat as well. We've got
Yep.
a couple amateurs working their way up the ranks, Kat and Darla. They've had some experience doing the pro divisions at Queen of the Point, so that's been cool. And then seeing Caitlin, she's a veteran, and then Sally Cohen. She's no stranger to the mix here, but she's taken some time off, doing some other things, working that social media account. But now she's back at it. She's having a good time. I'd love to see her back in the game. But up and riding right now, we're seeing a replay on the live screen of Sally. She's got a nice opening ride, waiting for scores to drop. First of red drops at a 3.27. Caitlin dropping a 3.27. We'll see what the score drops for green, Sally Cohen.
Yeah, Caitlin has to be one of the seniorest veterans, not in the negative, but just she's been in the most events at the highest pressure, events all over these last, 15 years or so.
At least,
At least.
I remember competing with her at Malibu, and she was something like 15 or 16 years old. She was just as formidable then as she is now. Still waiting for scores to drop for green and white. White dropping a 1. Blue going to drop something similar. Again, red opening up with a 3.27. And first ride of green opening up at a 4.0. Situation is this: in first place with a 1, that's Darla Chenin. In third place, blue, Katarina Nowak with a 1.17. Currently in second place and with priority, that's the red jersey, Caitlin Mickelson. She got a 3.27. And your current heat leader in green, Sally Cohen, she opened up with a 4.0. Time check, ladies, 16 minutes, 30 seconds.
It's surprising that there isn't an event in Hawaii.
I believe there is the Haleiwa event in Hawaii, and I believe it's this month.
Oh, so that's, but that
And so
isn't
that's the
one of-
Hawaii
but that-
qualifier.
Gotcha. So then a lot of the Hawaiians just come and compete in the North American region, even though they have their own qualifier. They just want more contest time.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I think so, and maybe
Okay.
money.
Well, yeah.
There's winnings. So I have someone that we work with in the Philippines. A lot of the guys, they have a tour out there. A lot of the guys opted not to do one of the events, so he decided to do it just so he could win a little extra cash to help make his way through, the next of the tour. So that could be an advantage. There isn't a lot of money in longboarding, so any chance that you can make a buck is probably a good chance.
Yeah, it's a cost offset. You think about the flights and the cost of
Yeah.
getting your boards everywhere now, and then the hotel and the rental car if you don't have a place to stay.
Yeah.
And the earnings might, if you win, might cover it.
Might.
So
if you're lucky. So that's why you were
Yeah.
talking earlier. A lot of these guys and gals, they have jobs. They
Yeah.
have, other things that they do to make a living and to help finance their way through here. There's only a select few that are able to have the kind of sponsorships that, fuel and pay their way through. So a lot of times it's self-funded. I know for myself personally, way back in the day, that was one of the main reasons why I couldn't really be a pro
Yeah,
or
yeah.
a traveling competing pro, because my credit card could only
Right, you're like,
give me so much, and
I'm
I can
gonna
only
go in debt over
yeah,
this.
which I did.
Yes,
I
which you did
Which I
happily
did.
for a while.
Yes, I did.
And you're still paying it off,
And
like
I am.
college fund.
And
but,
I am.
and not so much on the longboard because there isn't the Challenger Series portion of it.
Yeah.
But man, globally, that shortboard crew that then graduate to that, it's a blessing and a curse. They work and they work and they work, and then they get there and they're like, oh wait, I have to travel everywhere on planet Earth for 8 events, and I don't have a sponsor. It gets a little wild. And other countries have funding through the government. The U.S. does
That's
not.
right.
So
That's
a lot
right.
of it comes from parent funding. Up and riding, Caitlin Mickelson, up and out.
She opened up with a 3.27. She's looking just for a pretty small score in order to take in the lead. She's just looking for a backup score as it is. So I think she's going to kind of squeeze through there. She's at least going to make it a little bit tighter, chip away at it.
Yeah, I know where I live, obviously, down there in Encinitas Del Mar, the seaside. All the coaches are there, all the kids that don't go to school or they're homeschooled, and the sprinter vans are there, and I can't get the equation, but hopefully it works out for someone. So far in the last bunch of years, Jake Marshall made it to the World Tour.
There you go.
And we are hoping that maybe Levi Slauson qualifies, but I mean, it's not a lot of spots, and it's a lot of work and a lot of cash to get around the planet.
It really is, and I speaking from a coach view, these girls, you really need to have that drive. It's not just about going out and surfing well. You do have to plan. You do need to do some training. You do need to work out and be at your fittest if you really want to match up with the best in the game. And if you're aiming for world title level, you got to put out world title effort.
Well, we saw Urin lose his board earlier, and he
Yep.
was a little chuffed, and he didn't sprint right away. It took
Yeah.
him a while to
Yeah.
catch his breath
Yeah.
after his swim in. So
Yeah.
that's when it's on the line. You gotta do it. All right, we've got a competitor ready for the interview. Carla will run down. Hold your place right there. A few more waves ridden. Caitlin's last wave, a quick kick out a 6.7 or 0.67. Katarina, your last wave, a 2.33. You need a 1.62 to go into second place. Priority is with Darla. Darla, you have that opening 1-point ride. And Sally has the 4 and your last wave, a 5. The surfers having to scratch out under the sets that are approaching.
I'm going to kind of talk about what your goals are. Not just, I mean, obviously.
And we are ready to throw it down to Carla and Summer Romero.
Alrighty, here we are. I've got the one and only Summer Romero, former world champ. Here she is. She took the win. Tell me a little bit about your experience here and what you have planned for the weekend.
The weekend, I'm staying right in view of the contest sites. I've been watching it the whole time from my room, so I'm super stoked. Here with my girlfriend, we're just having a good time. Yesterday the weather was beautiful, so we were just walking around. Yeah, just stoked to be here, stoked to this event, like Surfing for Hope. Like, what a good cause. Like, I mean, I'm all about that. Like, let's support and let's do what we can to help the fight.
So this is a qualifying event to get into the World Tour. You are a former world champ, and I think anybody that sees your name in the draw is wondering, you know, okay, she's a formidable competitor. Is she here to try to get back on the tour? What's the answer?
Honestly, no. I'm just here to have fun. I mean, I see guys like Taylor and Kai and Joel, and they are such inspirations to me. Like, I mean, I'm getting up there in my age, and it just feels good to still be able to do this. Like, it keeps me going. It's so fun, and all the girls are so good, and it's motivating, and it just keeps me going, and that's why I do it. It's for fun.
Well, I think proof is in the pudding that, you know, age ain't nothing but a number, and you're still out here really giving it a go. And with that, we get some Cancer Sucks bucks, $100 for your heat win. Do you have any plans for this?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe a nice dinner tonight.
How about some shout outs?
Let's shout out Surfboard Zone Takayama, making the best boards. Mamala for keeping me warm. I got the new surf ears because I might have the surgery soon. So everyone wear your surf ears. And yeah, Flying Diamonds, best fin. So I got all the good equipment.
Sounds like you're ready and locked in for the next round. We hope to see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you guys. Great interview there. And she referenced a few of the legends and the inspiration that she sees in Tyler Warren, Kai Salas, and Joel Tudor. Joel Tudor, how about that? Coming back and winning that first event at Malibu, getting another world title in his 50s, or when he had just turned 50, big deal. Scores in, Caitlin, your last wave, a 5.83 during that interview. Caitlin to the lead. Caitlin in first. Sally, you are in second. Katarina, with priority, you need a 6.67 to go into second. And Darla, you need a 7.13 to go into second. So Caitlin got that backup wave she was looking for in a 5.83, turned the tables out in the lead. The requirement definitely much higher now for Katarina and Darla to get up into second. There is 9 minutes left in the heat. Priority is blue, red, green, white. So I like how Summer referenced the inspirations from some of the older gent, Tyler Warren, Kai Salas, and Joel Tudor. I was talking about Joel winning his, world title there at that first event at Malibu at age 50. No one really expected that, and there he goes, walking away with another title.
No, as I said, and Aaliyah did too. Age ain't nothing but a number. So
well, that's it. I saw Joel. I mean, I get to see him all the time, but I was out of Cardiff, and he was cruising in, getting a beautiful wave. He's there religiously. I live right by him. It's cool. I get to hang with his son actually more than him because I see him about all over the place. And I don't know if you've seen his new movie, a little short movie that he made, Joel's Son. It's incredible. One of the best surf movies I've seen in ages. A complete throwback to the era of beautiful music, beautiful tube riding, and pure fluid grace. It made me cry. It was so beautiful.
Do I need a hanky? Let me see if I have a hanky.
Yeah, I did. I teared up.
I think I need to find you a hanky. 7 minutes, ladies. 7:45 on the clock.
And that's I love doing these longboard events because there's an aesthetic beauty to it. And I really appreciate that. In all the noise of the short clips of, short boards, air reverse, and you're like, oh my gosh, it's just chaos. Joel's son Tosh's movie came out, and it was just him getting barreled and riding perfect waves with perfect style.
Yeah.
And it was incredible.
Yeah, there's lots that can be done on a longboard. I think that's something
Well, no, he didn't longboard, though.
Oh, he was on
He was on these,
mid-lengths and stuff.
Guns, thrusters. I talked to Joel after, and Joel's like, can't you just have one section of you on a longboard? Because you're so good. You're one of the few guys that can do that really well, too.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
There was none, but he was still really proud of him because it was beautiful. Yeah, no section of Tosh on the longboard, and he's come and done the Pismo event in the past, and he's done the U.S. Open in the past.
Time check, ladies, 6 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Situation still the same. In fourth place, Darla. Third place, Kat. Second place, Sally. Winning the heat right now, Caitlin. Darla, you're looking for a 713. Kat, you're looking for a 667. Sally, you're looking for a 411. In priority, blue, green, red, white. Coming up next, our final heat of the ladies, we're going to see Luana Suarez from Brazil, Luella Pace out of Ventura, and Moana Bonilla Bishop of Mexico. And I think we may finally have an epic view here on our stream. We've got the drone flying high above here as we watch one of our competitors take off. Decides she's not going to go into that. Thing doesn't materialize.
Well, how typical. After all the rain and what we had inclement weather been from Run Amok Photography. A little nervous to get his drone up there, but the cell showed an opening, so he's got the drone up, which provides beautiful viewership angles. Or for those at home watching online, thanks for joining us here at the 2025 Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic in glorious Pismo. Here we go, up and riding. Darla needing a 713, so maybe she's just looking to, do this in 2 stages, get this wave and better her low scores. Knowing that there's 5 minutes left, she can get out and possibly get another one. Is that wave's not going to get a 713 in one ride, so she's going to look to better those ones in the 1.87.
Right, and I think the key to these competitors need to kind of tap into is that in order to get a higher scoring wave, you need a wave that's going to provide that. So we see Sally got a bit of tip time at the beginning of her ride, but that wave just kind of closing out. She's only looking for a 411 to move into leave. She is currently advancing, but Darla looking for a 6.70 and Kat looking for a 6.67. So both those ladies kind of looking for those fairly decent scores. Sitting in priority right now, red, followed by blue. Time check, ladies, 4 minutes, 30 seconds. 4:30 on the clock. Last of white comes in at a 2.3. Moves her into third place. Ladies, in the next heat, you can paddle out. Vamos. Alrighty, 4 minutes on the clock. All scores have dropped. Last of green comes in at a 273, not going to factor into her situation. Red currently sitting with priority and in the lead. Top two will advance into the next round tomorrow. 3 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. In priority, red, then blue. We watch online there, the streaming cam. We got a great drone shot, but we're going to watch as red taking priority away from blue here. Blue I was out behind, red out in front. Decides to take away that way. Doesn't want to risk Kat getting that 667. So red takes it in there. Leaves the other ladies on the outside as red brings it all the way in here.
Oh, she's finding the nice flow.
Dr. Caitlin Mickelson.
Dr. Caitlin Mickelson. Have you met her mom? Her mom is amazing. Her mom is so sweet.
I don't know if Mom and I have met yet.
Oh, okay. Well, she's a huge supporter. She
Yes.
comes to a lot of events, and she's always watching online.
Yeah, as we watch this replay here, we saw her. You didn't see actually behind there, but blue had taken off a bit deeper. Red choosing to use that priority and snag that wave from her. We'll see if that ends up factoring into her situation. She's looking to better a 3.27. Her high score right now being a 5.83. So there's potential for that to happen. Could come in and, you know, above that 3. This was the last of green. I believe the last of green. This could have been the 4 or the 5 of green that the judges are comparing with. Yeah, I'm going to guess this was one of green's top 2 rides. Time check, ladies. 1 minute 40 seconds. 1 minute 40 seconds. Priority sits green, white, blue.
And we've almost made it to the base of the tide, dead low. So around 2, it'll start officially coming back up and in through the men's round.
And the last of red dropping at a 4.30, so she drops her low score, extends her lead a bit more. Sally in the green jersey, you are in priority and you're looking for a 5.14 to take the lead. Darla in 3rd place with 2nd priority, you're looking for a 6.70. And in 4th place with 3rd priority, Katarina Nowak, you're looking for a 6.67. Up and riding right now, that's green, Sally Cohen.
Well, she held that for quite a while. Darla, you have priority. There's 50 seconds left. You need a 6.70 at the moment to advance into 2nd position. Time check, 40 seconds. So, Sally, if that wave comes in higher, the requirement for Darla could go up, but we won't know that until the heat might be over. Down to 23 seconds, surfers. So, Darla, you're surfing for a 6.7 or higher. That wave came in for green at a 3.7, doesn't do anything, and then the heat is over. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Darla had the priority, but the wave did not come. Advancing through, Caitlin Mickelson and Sally Cohen. We might go to a short break for those viewing at home, and we will come back for the final heat of women's round 1.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way, our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
See you there. And everybody, welcome back to the 2025 Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic here in glorious Pismo Beach. Jeff Baldwin with Mitchell Salazar. Carla is on a break. Bringing you all the action here. Final heat of the women's round 1 we see up and riding right now. A surfer in white, Moana, on her backhand, and it looked like there was a rider behind her, but nice little tap on the nose to finish that wave. I'm sure we'll get the replay, Mitch.
And here we go, Luella Pace. So Luella's been on the scene for a few years now, doing well over the coastline in California, Jeffrey, and using her better positioning to catch this wave at the beginning of the heat. So that's going to be her opening ride. Moana Bonilla Bishop, though, she is from this place called Todos Santos, just over there in Cerritos, where it's actually a QS event next week.
Are you doing that event?
I am not. I'm coming back here. We have a USA Surfing Prime next weekend, yeah. But I did go to that event last year, had the chance to judge it, and I mean, some amazing surfing. Jet Schilling beating Tara Watanabe in the final on the men's side, but Moana was able to win, I believe, the women's shortboarding. They had a pro-am right there, too. She's the oldest of a few sisters. Younger sister Coral, also a great surfer. But Father Pablo, one of the OG longboarders out of Mexico.
Yeah, and double dipping, doing the shortboard events and the longboard events. And
that's what you were talking about earlier, Jeffrey. If you're good at one thing, you're typically good at most things.
Yeah, just ride it all and get an education.
Yeah. I mean, and traveling's the best way to do that, too. She's traveling with Leah Diaz, who had a big heat win earlier today.
Yeah, the young Costa Rican bringing the sparkle.
Yep.
With the high score of the event so far, and I think the high two-wave total of the event so far still.
So opener of white, Moana, 3 points. First two of red, just going to be throwaways and waiting on the opener of blue, Luella. Here's the replay, Jeff. Some good footwork, touches the nose right there, and after that, not a whole lot of open face, but did her best to be able to grind it out all the way through to the inside.
It still impresses me, though, the way she continued the fluidity, even though there's the whitewash, nibbling at the rails.
Yep.
She kept that center of gravity right on the stringer, right in her hips. Not a lot of upper shoulder motion, and that's what, for me anyway, when I'm watching the top longboarders, when they're really in sync, the upper body is so quiet, and then there's a lot of power from the hips down because they're keeping that tension in their feet as they're walking.
Well, if you look at the best in the world, it's usually, you want your arms pretty close to your body, and not that much upper body movement is really necessary, but you look at John, you look at Riss, you look at Gabe, they're barely moving their upper body, and especially with the longboarders, they don't need to do that.
Yeah, keep it within the rails.
And your board's generating the speed already. If you're taking the right line, you're already getting that speed from the board.
I like it. We got run amok with the drone up. He got air traffic control, let him off the ground.
I think as soon as he saw the rain dissipate, he's like, yeah, I'm taking the drone out.
Well, I was watching as Caitlin Mickelson came in, her youth running down to hug her after her victory with her husband.
Yeah, Niall's husband, great surfer, and Maddox, 4 years old now, starting to get on a board himself. So this is the last of Suarez, her best, Jeffrey. Got to the nose right there.
Ooh, Caitlin Simmers cut back right there.
Yeah, that was well done. Right in the pocket, too.
Yeah, her style just in that right when she opened up.
Well, she tried to make it out yesterday, but it was so big that she tried multiple times and close but no cigar. So nice to see her out here getting her composure back and competing well. 4.67, opener of red. Luana, 4.67. The opener of blue, 3 points, and same thing for white. Here we go, Jeff. Another right.
Yeah, this heat looking like it might give us some bigger scores only because they all opened with the 3, and then now there's that 4.67. Maybe because it's such low, it's right on the dead low tide. It's easier to pick the waves that are good.
You want to go talk to your fellow San Diegan, Caitlin?
I will. I will.
So
she was walking up the beach. I'm sure I'm timing it mentally.
Ah.
I'm warming up the bucks. Put that in his piggy bank.
Yeah. What a cool initiative, right? Surfing for Hope. So just over 14 minutes. Red has a 4.67. Both blue and white have a 3 to their name. And here goes white. Moana going left once again. Good footwork. Brings it back. Gonna try to make it to the nose. There she goes. And she's going to ride out cleanly from that final section right here. So she's going to go prone and try to make her way back out. Quick one there for red. Luana, who has the high mark of the heat so far, the 4.67. Time call, surfers, 13:45. 13:45 remaining.
And Caitlin, when you walk in, keep your jersey on. I'll meet you over at the interview booth here in a minute. So challenging conditions, the low tide, that right not offering as much as before. And let's see, in the left, she white went all the way, but then comes back to the pier, paddling out. That's what you see on the screen. Much faster to do that. Some years we've seen them where they get taken out and down to the north, paddling back out, lost at sea. This is the replay there of Luana. She got a lot more done than I thought up before that cutback, so that's going to be a nice backup to her 4.67.
So she's got 4 waves already. 12 minutes 55. Next heat check-in, Cole Robbins, Jonathan Melendres, Aiden Cruz, and Kevin DeWald. Then heat 2 be on standby, Shane Harlow, Stephen Newton, Nico Espinosa, and Arturo Garzoni. 12 minutes 40. And here's blue, pace on the outside. Last of white, 293 Moana. And red just had a look at that right-hander. She lets it go. Last of red, Suarez, 497. You're in first with a 497 and a 467. Last of blue, 347, Luella. You're in second. You have a 347 and a 3. And white, Moana, you have a 3 as your high mark. You're needing a 347 for second place. 12 minutes to go. Once again, red, Vermelho, you're in the lead. 497, 4.67, Luana. Blue, pace, your low score in second is a 3. And white, Bonilla, you're in third, needing a 3.47. 11 minutes 45. So Caitlin Mickelson, if you're around, Jeff Baldwin's downstairs, ready for the interview. We are going into the men's round of 32 after this. Cole Robbins, Jonathan Melendres, Aiden Cruz, Kevin DeWald. Heat 2 be on standby, Shane Harlow, Stephen Newton, Nico Espinosa, and Arturo Garzoni. So once again, white, Moana, you're needing a 347. You are in third. Your last score, 293. You're keeping the 3-point ride as your best. Blue, pace, you are in second. Low score is a 3. And red, the heat leader, Suarez, low score is a 467. Big thank you to all of our staff, our judges, Dylan O'Donnell doing some incredible work today as always. Brian Robbins, Andrew Nichols, part of the World Surf League in North America. And of course, Annie McKay, Lori DeMille, Ben Schutzer, the entire crew right here in Pismo. Always putting on a great event. Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. We do have the Surfing for Hope Gala at 4 at the Vespera. It'll start off from 4 to 9 p.m. tonight. All right, Jeffrey, take it away with Dr. Caitlin.
All right, I'm here with the winner of our last heat, Caitlin Mickelson, and her son, Maddox. How are you? Congratulations, by the way. I always get to commentate your heats, but I don't get to interview, so it's great to see you. And does it feel good to be back at another event?
Yeah, I would say actually Pismo is one of our favorite events of the year. My whole family enjoys coming up here and the atmosphere and the environment, so it does feel good to be back and surfing in the events, and this one we love, so.
And the stresses of the U.S. Open, so different than the casual vibe of here, but the competition's still the same.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I think I don't even really notice the crowds at the U.S. Open, but I guess it is definitely more relaxed up here than being down there with the city versus this like old school, nice, cute, quaint town.
And you're like, what a place to vacation, the Central Coast. And also back at the U.S. Open, you've done it so many years, so you're sort of immune to that. We were talking about that in the booth with some of the young competitors, how overwhelming that can be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I definitely think years of experience play into it. I was going to say that I was watching some of the heats before mine, and it was definitely, I could see some small mistakes being made, but it just made me like strengthen my plan moving forward.
And you were flowing. It's dead low tide right now. Was it challenging from maybe your warm-up surfs before?
No, actually, I think it might be a little bit better with the lower tide. Yes, maybe there's not as length a ride, but the faces are standing up earlier. I saw a lot of the girls like just kind of drifting out the back on their nose ride, so it was nice to have a little bit of push, and with the low tide, the paddle out's like way faster, so that's nice too.
Yes. Well, so with this wonderful gift from Surfing for Hope Foundation, do I give that to you or to your son for his piggy bank?
Oh, let's give that to Maddox for his piggy bank. I'm pretty sure we're going to spend it all on arcade games here today.
There is $100 to Maddox. Thank you. All right, Caitlin.
Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Thank you so much. All right, bud.
Thanks, Jeff. Congratulations to Caitlin Mickelson, current 3-time in a row U.S. champ, by the way, and she's going to be surfing tomorrow in the women's round of 16. 8 minutes to go, surfers. Nothing has changed. Red in the lead, 4.97, 4.67. Blue in second. Your low score, Luella, is a 3. White, Bonilla, you're needing a 3.47 in third. And priority goes red, white, blue. Next heat coming up. Cole Robbins, Jonathan Melendres, Aiden Cruz, Kevin DeWald. Then Shane Harlow, Stephen Newton, Nico Espinosa, Arturo Gersoni be on standby. 7:30 to go, surfers. Well, I think you knew where the money was going, but it was good that you asked the question at least, Jeffrey. Maddox got some more money in the piggy bank.
Yeah, he's off to the arcade place. Lots of games in that.
Don't spend it all at one place, Maddox.
Well, yeah, we'll let Niles and Caitlin guide him.
That's a power couple, too. Both rip. Niles a great surfer himself. And once again, Caitlin done very well on the WLT before. 3 times in a row winning the U.S. National Championship as well.
And it was interesting how she said she doesn't, get phased at the U.S. Open, comparing how this is one of their favorite events to come up here to the beautiful Central Coast and kind of turn it into a competition vacation.
Yeah.
Compared, and she said she doesn't get stressed out down there, but I'm like, that's because you're a veteran. You've been through it. The younger surfers go to the U.S. Open and they're like, how do I manage myself?
It's intimidating. And speaking of one of the younger surfers, here's Pace. She's in second. Low score, Jeff, is a 3, so good chance that she improves right here. 6 minutes 20 to go, surfers, and she's going to make it all the way to the shoreline right here on this one. So eventually kicks out. Stand by for the last of blue, surfers.
So, yeah, if she betters the 3, it's still going to be a tight heat with Moana. The requirement won't go up too much, but we'll see where this score goes in the end. Interesting to hear Caitlin say she thought it was actually a little better with right on this dead low tide, so it worked out for her. So it's always good when you win, right?
Yeah, of course.
The waves were perfect. What are you talking about? Everyone else was struggling, not me.
Yeah, but you kind of know which waves suit your style, though, as we see one of the biggest sets we've seen all day right here.
Yeah.
And maybe a corner on one. They're going to let that first one go by, and it's a pretty fast one, and then the second one behind it, even larger.
Will it be a right? She's electing to go, our heat leader at the moment, on a tall one. No risk, no reward, but there wasn't anything in that. So white has first priority.
So waiting on the last of blue. Stand by. 5 minutes, surfers. Gentlemen, you can paddle out. Stay close to the pier, please. Last of blue, 3.9. That is your best, Luella. You're still in second. Low score now, 3.47. But that means Bonilla in the white in third. You have priority. You now need a 4.37, Moana.
Well, all the surfers are kind of right in that range, from the low 2.93 to the high 4.97. A mid-range score. Which wave will hit the sandbar perfect for her?
Well, here we go, Jeffrey. This is a wave with potential, and Moana's going to be looking at this right, and she's up.
Yeah, that soupy face, but she finds a little toe time, little tap on the nose. I like it. Run amok with the drone angle there, but that one doesn't seem like it's going to have the 4.37. Is this a...
This is Suarez again, yeah. Well, she's just been on one. Oh, watch out! Oh, no!
Did that ping the pier?
Maybe.
I was looking at when I interviewed Dakota earlier, and he was saying how that's his favorite board, that purple board, and it weighs 20 pounds more, and he can't give it up. I looked at it on the racks. It has like 20 ding repairs and tape all over it, and it is beat up. Yeah, he's put it through some use for sure.
Well, duct tape does come in handy, Jeffrey.
You know, he had the space age silver, that really thin stuff. He had that on areas, and then there was just ding repair sandouts everywhere.
So 3 minutes, last of white, not enough, Moana. 2.1, still needing the 4.37. You do have first priority. Second priority goes to blue. Blue in second, your low score, Luella, 3.47. And just for reference, last of red, 3.53, doesn't improve. Here's white, Jeff, important wave for Moana.
Ooh, got a little overcommitted on the inside rail there. So priority now goes to blue.
Yep. Crucial part of the heat, too. 2 minutes and 40. And Suarez, well, she's caught 7 waves so far, and hopefully the board is as intact as possible after that. Got to be aware of your surroundings when you're surfing close to the pilings like we are right now, Jeff.
It looked like it bounced up and hit high on the piling, which is all smooth and nice.
Less
where the
impact,
bottom
yeah.
has the mussels and the barnacles. And
good looking left.
yesterday, yeah, this is a nice open face wave, sweeping carve. Now she finds a little room to move on the board. Maybe this inside will give her some more opportunity. Goes for the one-footed. Is there a name for that? Rebalance?
I've never thought about it, actually.
No, it was more just adapting to the wave.
Well, it's almost like those floaters that you like, the one-footed ones that Griffin and Felipe do.
There's a name for that.
And Mason Ho's really good at them as well.
Man, this is a nice cap for our heat leader at the moment.
Yeah, the lone Brazilian out there in the red, Suarez. She's been on tour multiple years now, so experience prevailing on her behalf. 90 seconds, surfers. So she's been on tour just this year alone, but she's got multiple wild cards though, right? I remember her competing at other events. So last of blue comes through. It's your best, 4.13. That means white, you're now needing a 5.03, Moana. And the last of red, her best, a 5.83, 60 seconds. White with priority needs a 5.03. Next heat, gentlemen, stay close to the pier, please. 45 seconds here, Jeff. And Bonilla needs a score.
Well, once again, she finds herself with priority. That last time she had it, the wave kind of, she misread the takeoff, got that inside rail a little too buried. 30 seconds. Moana, you need a 5.03.
20 seconds. Red first, blue second. 10 seconds, and we're going to be counting this one down, Jeff.
It looks like there might be a super small lump. Ready to count it out? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She does get her opportunity as the horn blows. 2 cheater 5s to open with there for Moana Bonilla Bishop.
So next heat, stand by. Next heat, stand by. Heat has not started, gentlemen. This wave does count for Moana in the white. Needs a 5.03. So it would have to be her best and the second best score of the heat.
So no doubt they're going to have to go back and maybe look. She got those 2 cheater 5s right at the start.
And they're going to be pretty quick with it, Jeff. It's a 2.73, not enough. So it'll be red and blue moving through. Next heat, gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break on the broadcast, but we're going to count in heat number 1 of the men's round of 32. And here we go, Jeff. Take it away.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast. with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Welcoming back everybody watching online, and of course our very own Carla Zamora. Welcome back, Carla. 19 minutes on the clock in our first heat of the men's round of 32.
Exciting heat it is. Cole Robbins getting on tour this last year, hoping to re-qualify here. As you mentioned, he's the champ from last year's event, and it looks like he is got green up and riding already. That's gonna be Kevin DeWald. Some nice action going on here on this left. I'm liking it so far.
Yeah, so Kevin got second in his heat this morning out here in the round of 48. Aiden out there in the white was able to win his heat this morning. He actually won the very first heat of the event. But Jonathan Melendres out of Punta de Mita, he's getting the wild card from Surfing for Hope. His first time competing here in Pismo Beach. Big moment for him.
From Mazatlan?
Punta de Mita.
Punta de Mita.
Yeah.
Right next door, maybe. But yeah, he's known at made a name at the last Mexi Log Fest, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's been a competitor there for multiple years now. Gordo, as they call him back home. And here we go.
We got
White.
scores dropping. Nothing super significant right now for blue and white. Just under a point there. 0.67 for blue, 1.83 for white. Waiting for scores to drop for both red and green. I think something fairly significant should be dropping for green as we're watching white up and riding right now. That's Aiden Cruz.
That was cool.
He opened up, he was in the round one.
Yep.
Winning his first round one heat.
Yep.
Very first heat of the day, too. So he's had some time to wait, watched the ladies. Things are quite a bit different now than this morning. A lot less tide, little more texture, but still pretty clean faces.
It seems like the tide's starting to switch at the moment here.
Well, I'm going to go down there and have an interview with our last heat winner. I'll be back.
Watching the replay here of Robbins at the moment. Longtime member of the USA surfing team himself. That was a good wave to open things up, and he's up and riding again. Good 10 right there. Holds it for a long time, too. And wraps it back all the way. So that's going to be a strong score for Robbins right here on his second ride. He's still waiting on your opener, Cole. Opener of blue, just a 0.67. First two of white, Aiden, 1.83, 3.5. And waiting on the opener of green as well. Kevin, stand by, 16 minutes 20. And now we look at blue. Melendres on the outside, holds the 10, perches up on the nose of the board right there. And he's going to bring it down. So solid stuff there from Melendres on the outside. One of the wild cards here from Surfing for Hope. And he'll kick out. Outside, green, straight to the nose as well. Quick one, though, as that's going to be incomplete. 16 minutes on the clock, surfers. 16 minutes. So, red, Cole, your first ride is a 5. Green, your opener, 4.17. The second of white, Cruz, 3.5. And now waiting on the second of red and the second of blue. Stand by, surfers. So looking at the replay of the last of red, got the 5, then went to the 10, and then a really solid carve right here to close this wave out. So Robbins showing the veteranship right here. That's going to be a strong ride for Cole. So just under 15 minutes, surfers. Stand by, waiting on scores. Priority is with white. Second of red, Robbins, 7.5. So red, you have a 7.5 and a 5. Now waiting on the last of blue. Stand by, Melendres. Last of green, just going to be a throwaway. Priority goes white, red, blue. Priority white, red, blue. So just waiting on a score for blue, guys. Red, you have a 7.5 and a 5. And it's a 7.0 for blue. So red leads 7.5 and a 5. Blue, you're in second. A 7 and a 0.67. White, you're in third, needing a 4.18. And green in fourth, needing a 3.51. 13:30 on the clock. Let's go downstairs. Carla with Luana.
I'm surfing here.
Oi!
Oi!
Parabéns, Luana Suarez. She is here in Pismo Beach. She's been here in California. We decided to bring her up here for this event here in Pismo Beach. What do you think so far of the waves here in Pismo?
Thank you, Carla. You speak Portuguese very good. I'm so happy to be here. Pismo Beach, these good waves now. Yeah, I'm liking this here.
So as you guys know, the winner of each heat wins $100, Cancer Sucks bucks. And what little do you guys know is this girl has been in need of some cash. And I've been waiting to hand her some cash. So here you go. There's a Benjamin for you. How about a shout out to your friends and family at home?
Thank you, Carla. Tô muito feliz de estar aqui na Califórnia, competindo. Tô aqui já tem um tempo treinando. Tô muito feliz de evoluir no meu surf, evoluir como competidora. E é isso. Um beijo pra minha família que tá em casa, todo mundo, minha mãe, minha família, meu namorado. E é isso, um beijo pra todo mundo. Vou colocar aqui também, que eu não coloquei no meu Instagram, que tô competindo. E agradecer também os meus apoiadores e minha patrocinadora, Dani, Ubatuba Açaí, em Los Angeles, Califórnia. E é isso. Um beijo para todos.
Alrighty, guys. I think you heard it. Back to you.
Thank you, Carla.
Thank you. Congratulations to Luana. 12-minute surfers, last of blue, 5.1. So you extend your second place position, blue. Red, you are still in first. Your low score, Cole, is a 5. White in third. You're now needing an 8.6. And green in fourth, you're needing a 7.93. So once again, Robin's in the lead in red. Low score is a 5. Blue in second. Low score is a 5.1. 11 minutes 30, surfers. We see Cruz right here in the white. Really nice steps to the nose. Held it for a while, too. And, unfortunately, was not able to ride out of it. Good effort, though, Aiden. 11 minutes on the clock. And was needing a large number, so was trying to go excellent right there, an 8.6 or better. Moves him up into second place. Really great heat out there right now, Carla. I mean, you look at Melendrez, you look at Robbins, both in the 12-point range, but look at Cruz right here. I mean, he was close to riding out of this thing.
Yeah, we're seeing some fabulous surfing going on from these gentlemen. Unfortunately, Aiden getting a little wild, bucking Bronco there, not able to stay on. But yeah, Mitch, a 7.5 and a 7 from both Cole and Jonathan. So that's great to see that kind of popping through. I'm sure the judges are excited to be able to put those scores down. Coming up next, we're going to be seeing Shane Harlow, Steven Newton, Nico Espinosa, and Arturo Gerzoni.
And here's Melendrez going right for the first time. Ooh.
Getting tricky.
Yeah. No, it seems like he's just understood really what he needs to do out there at the moment. Coming from that part of Mexico too, Nayarit. There's a lot of waves that have power. There's a couple of surfers from the same area in the event too. Zawi Po is going to be coming up in a few heats. So Melendrez, well, he's needing a mid-5 for the lead. Stand by. 10 minutes to go, surfers. 10 minutes.
Yeah, waiting for scores to drop for both first and second place positions, Cole and Jonathan. Sitting in priority, Kevin in the green jersey, second priority, white. Lots of time on the clock, 9 minutes, 40 seconds. This is heat 1 of round 2, or I should say round of 32.
Yep. Second round.
Second
yeah,
round, same, but different.
And here we go, Cruz. Well, he's trying. I mean, you got to give him credit for that, right? But Just looking at the scores that he's probably going to be needing after the last of blue if he does improve. Already needs something excellent. And here we go. This is the last of Melendres on the replay.
This was cool. Got the 10 there. I love how it's very subtle the way he slipped into that 10, but holds this nose ride the entire time, flips it to the heels, walks backwards, brings it back up to the 5 and 10 again. It's not a very large wave, but so much happening in it.
Acrobatic, as you were saying.
Yeah, super tricky trickster there. Drop knee there. Super slow-mo drop knee there on that tiny wave. Waiting for that score to drop. The judges really just kind of hashing it out, making sure they get the right points on there, making sure they're acknowledging every move.
That's a good thing about having replay available. See things firsthand. It's usually, you know, really the right indication, but some things that maybe you want to see a little bit over again.
And here's that replay of Cole.
Yeah, so this is the 7-5. Oh, no, excuse me. This is just the throwaway, the 1-1-7. Sorry. So 8 minutes waiting on the last of blue surfers.
Yeah, and as we've mentioned before, this is a qualifying event. Doing well here, winning, or even placing in the top could help you qualify into the World Tour.
Well, Cash Hoover won over at Coastal Edge Pier Classic last year. That's what got her there. And, of course, Malia Lagan as well.
Yeah, Malia actually got the spot for North America. Cash getting a couple of the wild card positions.
Because you do so well in the region, you're usually awarded an entry into the U.S. Open because of that. Liv also done well there in the past. So the two events, some people have already been there multiple times, and it does matter. I mean, whether you think so or not, going to those locations, even if the waves aren't perfect, it makes a big difference, Carla.
That's absolutely right. We're still waiting for that score to drop for blue. 7 minutes 15 on the clock. That's 7:15 left on the clock. Waiting for a score to drop for blue. Priority sits green, then red. We can see the next heat getting ready to paddle out. Shane Harlow will be in red, Stephen Newton in blue, Nico Espinoso in white, and Arturo Gazzoni in green.
Watching the replay on the broadcast, but live is a surfer in green over there. That's Kevin DeWald. Cole Robbins, he's got a couple big scores on the board already. Defending event champion.
Yeah, we're not seeing on the screen, but live action here with Green has been working this wave way into the inside. Kevin's only got a 4.17 and a 0.73, so he's looking to get rid of that 7.73. In hole, he's needing a 7.93, but in this case, he's just want to chip away at it. But maybe doing well, having ridden that wave all the way in, but boy, does he have a paddle out for him.
So you want to be a pro surfer, huh? I mean, it is what it is. 6.87, the last of blue. You're into first, Jonathan. A 7 and a 6.87 are your top two. Red, you're down to second. Low score red is a 5. Green, your last score, your best, a 5.87. You now need a 6.64. And white in fourth, Cruz, you're needing a 9-point ride or better. Just under 6 minutes. Priority goes red, white, blue. Oh, that's a pretty big heat total for your first ever LQS. 14 points.
Not bad.
Especially after that first wave, which was just a throw to kind of get things going. But talked about Cruz. I mean, he's trying. Here he goes, Carla. Needs a 9.
Yeah, there he goes. He takes the right there as we see blue on the left. Blue went for a big turn, stuffs his nose. White's still working it into the inside here as he's hoping for a reframe as he stands parallel. Decides to kick out. 5 minutes on the clock, 5 minutes remaining. We'll wait for scores to drop for both white and blue.
And
likely won't factor into their situations.
Green, once again, your last wave, 5.87. You now need a 6.64. And last of white, 2.67, still needing the 9, Aiden.
As we're watching the replay there, we see white get some tip time to the heels. Brings it back, and then the wave's over. So waiting for that score to drop. As Mitch mentioned, last of green came in at a 5.87. Last of blue comes in at a 3.33, not going to factor in, but last of white comes in at a 4.17. Betters his situation slightly, still looking for an 8.33 in order to advance. Priority sits red, green, blue. Green, you're in third place. You're looking for a 6.64 to advance. And in priority in the red jersey, Cole Robbins. Cole, you're looking for a 6.37 to take the lead. As we know, Jonathan Melendez in the blue jersey sitting pretty with a 7.0 and a 6.87 time check. 3 minutes, 50 seconds. That's 3.50 on the clock.
Yeah, Melendez out there with the lead. Low score 6.87. Robbins in second. 5 points is your low score, red. DeWald needing a 6.64 and Cruz needing an excellent score, 8.33. Up the beach, somebody might be in position for this, Carla. It seems like Green might have a nug right here.
If he can scratch into it, Green definitely has a nug. Gets some tip time there. He's going to redirect it back into the curl here slightly. His tail almost kind of slides out on him. Green, that's Kevin DeWald, and we've got action out the back while we see Cole Robbins just perched like a hood ornament on a car in that sick 10 as he wraps it back around. It was great to see Cole back on tour this year. I enjoyed thoroughly watching him in Abu Dhabi, especially being able to lock into some of those tube rooms, getting some shade time, showing kind of that point break prowess was helpful for him in that arena.
2 minutes 40, surfers, 2 minutes 40. So standby scores, looking at the replay of the last of red.
That's a good one. I'm into that, Mitch. I'm here for it.
I don't think you're the only one.
I think it's going to be a good one. He's got a 7.5 and a 5, so looking to throw away that 5.
Most likely going to do it, too.
I think so. Needing a 6.37 to take the lead. Either way, at the moment, he's currently advancing, but he's got Green, Kevin DeWald, hot on his tail. But there it is, Mitch, dropping a nice, fat, excellent score, an 8.10 red. Last of red, 8.10, moves him into the lead. Now blue, Jonathan Melendez, needing an 8.60 to take the lead. He is advancing at the moment, as we see the replay here of him riding on the left. Gets the tip time nice and critical.
Yeah, so that was a split peak with him and Robbins. But the issue now, a minute 40, Green needing an 8, and then White needing a 9.7. Just for reference, Green, your last score, 3.97. But you're now needing a straight 8-point ride, Green, and Cruz in the White, you're needing a 9.7. 1 minute 20.
Yeah, Cole really just setting himself apart in this heat. A minute 20 remaining, 1 minute 20 on the clock, gentlemen. Next heat, you are on hold. Please hold next to the pier. Next heat, please stay close to the pier.
Yeah, green or blue, whoever you are that's a bit further over, you need to move back to the pier, please. We still got a minute.
Arturo
Thank
or
you.
Steven, please move to the pier. Time's winding down here for this heat. Heat number 1 of the round 32 of men. Currently in 4th place in the white jersey, Aiden Cruz looking for a 9.7 to advance. In 3rd place and in priority in the green jersey, looking for an 8.0. That's Kevin DeWald. Currently in 2nd place with a 7.0 and a 6.87. That's blue, Jonathan Melendez. And in 2nd priority wearing the red jersey, heat leader and champion from last year's event, Cole Robbins, sitting pretty with an 8.1 and a 7.5. Things are winding down here, Mitch.
20 seconds, surfers. Green needs an 8. White needs a 9.7. Priority is green, red, white, blue. Won't matter, though. Counting down, surfers. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
I like the way green there. Scratch. I think that's green.
It is.
Trying to get in just at the last few moments. At the very least, ride a wave in instead of having to paddle in. That's always nice.
So it'll be red and blue moving through. Good effort, though, by both DeWald and Cruz. This way for DeWald and green does count, but just a little too late for him. So we'll take a break on the broadcast side. And surfers in the next heat just going to wait for the score to drop in. Stand by to count down. It's a 2.53 green. Red with the win, blue in second. Next heat.
All right, up and riding. We got blue, Steve Newton. I think he did well last year, if I'm not mistaken. Hoping to have another good finish here today. This is heat number 2. Coming up next, heat number 3, Noah, Sowie, Cormac, and Winter. And then on deck, getting fired up, we're going to see Kai McPhillips, Ty Roach, Augustin Sedano, and Dakota Cottle. We're watching the replay on the stream here of white. That's Nico Espinosa. He had a nice first round finish. Opening up here with a solid ride. We've got 3 scores to drop.
Well, this is, as we're right into this second round today for the men's, points going up a lot as they advance through from this into the quarters, so they make it to finals day.
Yeah, that is the goal here. Make it to finals. Hey, win a heat, get an extra $100.
I wonder who will be consistent and win every heat and get all the $100.
Yeah, that definitely will be some data to collect.
Ooh, look at that beautiful replay. I like that slow-mo.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Aggressive.
We're watching the replay here of blue. We've got live action out in front of us with green and white. So plenty of action here. Waiting for scores to drop. Looks like we have a score locked in for red. First of red comes in at a 2.67. Red's also sitting out there with priority. Looks like he's taking a peek now, and he's up and riding. Gets the tip time nice high up the face, brings it back down, waiting for the next open section. Gives us a little bit of a stall there, and then rebounds the whitewater at the end. All right, first score of blue drops at a 5.0. Waiting for scores to drop for green and white. We'll update the situation at that time.
Well, once again, kudos to nature for providing such stable conditions all day, Carla. I mean, barely a ripple of onshore came for the last hour, but not much. And although the tides are extreme, that hasn't really affected it much either. Plenty of scoring opportunity for all the competitors throughout the day so far. And they continue to get good scores. A nice, 5 to open up there for Steve Newton. And some more good scores about to drop because Nico, our surfer in white, got his first good wave.
Yeah, we have some solid scores to drop, so that's why the judges are taking a little bit of time, just making sure they acknowledge all the work that was done on all of the surfers' rides. And, you bring up such a great point to how smooth and clean it still is as we watch blue up and riding Stephen Newton. This is going to be, I believe, like his second wave.
Well, he's tapped into something because he's getting those smaller inside rights, but finding that vertical face where he's got the space to run to the nose and hold it up on the nose.
Yeah.
Judges love that.
Yeah, and so because the faces are a bit clean, that wind hasn't jumped up a bit, it's made it a lot easier for these guys to get those maneuvers done. We've mentioned, Pismo Beach, it's such a beautiful place. It's a great host city to have the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. But let's be honest, it is a breezier area up here. It tends to get more windy. It can get a little chillier. You're a bit more open to the elements. So the fact that we have the conditions that we have right now, it's really lucky and it's really awesome.
We're winning for sure. You know, I think kind of like where I am down in SoCal, different than Long Beach and Huntington. It's a little sheltered here with the point right there where Morrow, super exposed, and even maybe south towards the dunes. This little cubby right here, we seem to score every event, longboard and shortboard, year after year. Sure, we've had some onshore days, but in general, and Ben could talk to it more, Run Amok, he lives here, but this area, it stays glassier in this little pocket than other spots?
Kind of. We get more exposed here.
You do?
More wind here than we do some of the other pockets.
Oh, okay.
But
Then
less than Morrow.
Then less than Morrow. Morrow's the big wide open ocean.
Right, as we watch a replay here of white. We're still waiting for this score to drop here of white. We do have some scores dropping for red and blue, but it's white that we're kind of been watching these replays. Looks like he's got 2 scores that we're waiting to drop down here. Time check, 14 minutes on the clock. Opening of red, 2.67. Second of red, 4.67. You're currently in 3rd place, but we're waiting for scores to drop for white. Blue, you're currently in the lead with priority. You have a 5.0 and a 4.4. White, your first wave comes in as a 5.50. Your second wave is about to drop. Green, your first wave comes in at a 3.67. Priority sits blue, then white. Here's the situation. In 4th place with a 3.67, green. Green, Arturo, you're looking for a 4.34. Currently in 3rd place, needing a 3.34. Red, Shane Harlow. Shane, once again, you need a 3.34. Currently in 2nd place is blue. Blue, you've got a 5.0 and a 4.4. Steven, you're looking for a 4.41 to take the lead. And your heat leader right now, currently with a 5.5 and a 3.9. It looks like we have a tie, actually, between 1st and 2nd. That's Nico Espinosa. All right, I'm gonna go do an interview and hand some cash out. What do you think, Jeff?
I think you should, Carla. They're waiting. They're ready. So Carla will be down to join Cole Robbins, last year's victor, as he just won that round of 32 heat and is into the quarterfinals, our first quarterfinalist. We've got a bunch of waves ridden. Those last few waves not factoring in for the surfers. So at the moment, Carla was going through it. Surfers all paddling back out. I think I'll wait until they get there. For the viewers at home, thanks for joining us for the webcast. We're doing a dual duty here. We have to be doing the beach commentary, getting the surfers all the scores and the priority, and doing the beach calls as we do. And we're also communicating through the webcast here at the first stop on the regional longboard tour. There's only 2 events, one on the west coast here and one months and months away from now on the east coast. Thanks for joining us, for the 2025 Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic, presented by the city of Pismo Beach. We love coming up here. I was interviewing Caitlin Mickelson earlier after her victory, and it's one of their favorite stops. Bring the whole family and actually turned it into a bit of a vacation, a staycation with a surf event. A lot of families do that here and at Morro Bay for that event. Oh my. Right now we see our surfer in red, Shane Harlow. Posted it up there on the nose for a millisecond, but that's what the wave offered, and he's found the connection onto the inside right. So a nice long wave, a finish there for our surfer in red, and I'm going to throw it down to Carla with Cole Robbins after the last heat. Blue, You have first priority. You're in second place. You have a 5 and a 4.4, and there's just over 10 minutes left in the heat. All right, Carla, we are ready for you with Cole Robbins down there for the post-heat interview.
Alrighty, I'm here with the one and only Cole Robbins, my boy Cole. Cole, last year this was an important event for you, re-qualifying or qualifying onto the World Tour. Now you're back. You got to re-qualify again. Where's your head at?
You know, I think it's still just kind of a heat-by-heat mentality. I've been doing this for so long, and you know, nowadays the whole field is so competitive, and there's so many amazing surfers. I think from heat 1 all the way through to the end, and I feel like I have a decent amount of rhythm at Pismo. Had a good win here last year, and I've spent a lot of time kind of in this area, so I'm very comfortable in these waters, and I'm happy to get that, you know, first heat through and out of the way, and excited to keep moving forward.
So it's really important for you. I was so happy to see you last year be on tour. It was great to see you in Abu Dhabi, especially. I think you're one of the few that was able to find that shade time. How important is it for you to, you know, continue the go and keep in there?
You know, it's really everything for me. You know, everything in life, work and relationships and family, it's all very important. And then when you add that we get to, you know, travel the world and surf in these pretty incredible competitions that the WSL puts on, it's just the cherry on top. So, you know, I'm really grateful and thankful for the life that I live, and that I still get to keep doing this at this high of a level. And I'm hungry. I still want that world title, so I'm going to keep pursuing until I get it.
I think we're all a little bit hungry for you. And I know you might be hungry for this Cancer Sucks bucks, $100 going your way. Any plans for this little Benjamin?
I'm going to take this straight to Old West cinnamon rolls.
Alrighty, you guys heard it here. Back to you guys.
I like it. A stalwart in the community, Old West cinnamon rolls. Like so many of the other great cafes and restaurants that support us through the event, thank you for all your help over the years, all the support, the community support. I love going to the arcade, the bowling alley, all the different eateries, going to the wineries up on the hill and up in Paso Robles. I love getting up into San Luis Obispo. I went up there last night and cruised around town and then stopped by the Madonna Inn on the way back. So no end of great historic places here. Well, Carla, everything has kind of settled in. This Nico Espinoza out in the lead with an opening 5.5, and then after a few waves got his second back up, a 4.77. Stephen Newton with priority in the blue has a 5 and a 4.4. Shane Harlow in third with a 2.67 and a 4.67. And Arturo, he has second priority in just the one wave ridden, the 3.67. So Arturo, you need a 5.73, and Shane, you need a 4.74.
Definitely all attainable scores for these gentlemen. So it's anybody's game right now, really. But coming up next, we're going to see Noah, Sawi, Cormac, and Winter, 6.5 minutes on the clock. We are in Heat 2 of the round 32. We'll be moving into Heat 3. We have 8 heats for this round of 32, and then we'll be wrapping everything up tomorrow morning. We should have maybe a 7:30 start time is going to be my guess. We have a lot of heats to cover.
Oh, yeah, right.
Somewhere right
so
around there.
So a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
But we'll wait for Ruby to give us the official update, and then we will inform the surfers. Plus, they're in this WhatsApp group, so they all get communicated what's going on, the times, and probably the judging criteria for the day. Yeah, exciting heat coming up next for sure. This one has had some moments of brilliance, and now it's kind of stalled out. That tide beginning to creep back up since 140 or so. Although when it does go all the way high, it's only a 3.5 or something like that. So it's not moving too much while the competition is on, but it is going to affect it.
Yeah, we'll start creeping up, as you mentioned. Wasn't a super low tide, but we're also not going to a super high tide, so that means the movement will be pretty gradual.
Yeah, a 0.8 to a 3 something. I think, right?
Yeah, 3.8. It looks like it goes up to around 7 p.m.-ish sometime tonight. So, yeah, it's going to be a slow climb, but it will add some water and fill things in, hopefully create a little more shoulder, a little more open faces.
Well, here we go. Green had a quick up and out. Now Shane Harlow finds the place to hang out on the nose. Lots of distance there. And a big, sweeping, aggressive cutback.
Loses that control, but
I know.
regains nicely. This is a decent score. I liked the tip time work done in the beginning.
He really bit off a lot to chew on that cutback. And here we go. Now White, our heat leader. Quick up and out for him, too. So Shane was looking for a 4.7. That nose ride, giving the judges something to think about there.
Yeah, definitely going to spend some time taking a peek over that. Going to watch the replay there. Definitely got some work done in the beginning part of that wave. And for me, I just really liked the body language, or as I say, body English on that. Here we're going to see, looks like Blue took a look, decides, nah, it's going to close out on him too quickly here. We got 4 minutes on the clock, gentlemen. 4 minutes on the clock. Currently in 4th place and in priority is Green. Green, you're looking for a 6.33. Blue, Steve Newton, you are in 3rd priority and in 3rd place, and you're looking for a 5.01 to advance. Shane in the red jersey, you've got a 5.33 and a 4.67. Shane, you're looking for a 4.95 to take the lead. And White, Nico Espinosa is sitting nicely with a 5.5 and a 4.77. You are in 1st place and you are in 2nd priority. 3.5 minutes on the clock.
Well, that right gave Shane the score. He went from 3rd to 2nd with that right and that 5.33 you were talking about. So now it's Stephen Newton in 3rd looking for a 5.01. All scores are in, so that's how it is. Nico in 1st, Shane in the red in 2nd now, Stephen in 3rd, Arturo in green in 4th with priority. And our heat leader pokes the board out the back. Maybe he's leashless and didn't want it to, he wanted to make sure it went that way instead of the other way.
No swimming for him. Blue not able to stay glued on there. He is choosing to wear the leash, so no swimming for him. Makes me think of the no soup for you.
No soup for you.
No leash for you.
Yes. Well, there's an art to the no leash surfing. I surfed for years without leashes. I love no leash surfing, and there's an absolute art to how to get out of waves and not lose your board.
And in some ways, you know, you can look at it and be like, maybe you're not taking as much risk when you're not wearing a leash. But for me, I think sometimes really what happens is you're more calculated.
Yeah, your focus is sharper without a leash. Yeah. That's what I always believed. Or it was a test for myself, and then I would fall into that, and I'd never make mistakes, or I'd rarely make mistakes.
Right.
And I wouldn't take silly waves, and I wouldn't put myself in places that I shouldn't have been in.
Right,
yeah.
Right.
And I'd surf I'd risk the maneuvers, but they were in the right places, and then you're always connected.
Right. Yeah, I think that's key. And I think key, too, even if you do choose to wear a leash, with no harm, no foul to me, just you should be surfing as if you're not wearing one. So, you know, not intentionally falling off and letting the board go. You should keep the board under your grip and maintain control with your board at all times. But we're going to watch Green here hopefully maintain some control.
Yes.
Green looking for a 6.33 here. He's had a bit of a slower start this heat, but now he's kind of finding some rhythm here.
Well, he found a wave that gave him at least opportunity and hope. You know, talking about the leash versus no leash, that's a good philosophy for a beach break. You get to a big rocky point, and I remember the events that would be at Steamer Lane, the leashless ones, Joel's events, and no leashes were allowed, and there was some carnage because inevitably people lost boards and they went to the rocks because that's all there is.
Yeah,
so place and time, right?
Yeah, the Malibu Surfing Association has had the Club Classic for years, and it's always been a leashless event. And for those of us that grew up at Malibu, that was kind of an okay thing because, like, my father basically told me no daughter of mine will wear a leash.
There you
go.
So
that was easy for us, but for a lot of the other clubs and breaks where leashes are kind of more standard and more an okay thing, that was always a harder thing for them to kind of bite off and chew. Wait, you mean I can't wear a leash?
Yeah.
I might
What
swim.
about a short one? What about a little one? A clear one that no one sees?
No leashes for me, man. All right, time check. 20 seconds on the clock. Situation remains the same. Last of green comes in at a 3-5.
And we are down to the very end, under 10 seconds. It came quick. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody up and riding. We're waiting on the score for blue. Did Stephen Newton get the 5-0-1 he needed on that last scoreable wave? It looks like it comes in under at a 2.1. So Nico Espinoza and Shane Harlow moving on through into the quarterfinals.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
His Tyler Craft.
Welcome back, everybody watching online here, Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. So got a text from our good friend Matt the Waxhead Chonoski. He says hi to everybody. Ben Schutzer, Runamuk, yourself, Jeffrey. And he's talking about Cormac, 16 years old from Torrance, born and bred in the South Bay, student of surf history, rides all different types of boards. He surfed for Waimea, switched though, and it was pretty large last winter.
He had a breakthrough when Matt and I were doing the event up in Morro Bay, and he was a kid on fire, and he had so much flair. I forget if he made it to the semis or the final, but he was just so entertaining to watch. He was bringing a lot of character to all his waves. He looks like he's kind of refined his act.
Yeah.
But he was ripping earlier.
Got a pretty gnarly mullet going on, too. Bringing back the 80s. 18 minutes, guys. No Hogel in the red, Zawi Po in the blue, Cormac O'Brien in white, Winter Larrabee in the green. Next, he check in Kai McPhillips, Ty Roach, Agustin Cedeno, and Dakota Kodal.
He seems like he's grown into himself, too. He was a spindly, thin little kid then. He was a super grom.
No.
I think that was 2 years ago at Morro Bay. So
the
2
year,
years yeah.
Richie won that year? Yeah.
And he beat out Bucky Berry by getting a high 9.
Want to say Jack Van Wagner was in the final too?
It was a great final, although they all caught too many waves. They got the left. It was this perfect 3-foot left sandbar, and they couldn't not take off on waves. As we see our surfer in blue, that's Sawi Po on his second wave from Punta Mida.
Yeah, owns a surf school as well.
Yes, of course. What a nice area, man.
Yeah. Well, people from Surfing for Hope actually go down there quite often, and Zawi's still riding on the outside. Hogel, his opening ride, incomplete. 17-minute surfers. And just a couple small scores to start things off before this last of blue. Blue, your opener, Zawi, was a 2.5. The first of green, 2.27. And waiting on the last of blue. So stand by.
Running down the line now, our surfer in white, who we were talking about, gets out of that one quick. Even his cutout looks good.
Well, he's got a cool name, Cormac.
Cormac, yeah. And we saw Winter. He's in the green with priority. He opened with a 2.27. He was one of our test pilot guinea pigs yesterday. Out there in the dark, came in with a buckled board, which it looks like maybe he patched overnight.
All right, so here he goes. Speaking of Larrabee, ooh. A bit too quick to the nose right there, and unfortunate because that wave had potential down the line. So 16 minutes. Gonna go downstairs, talk to Nico Espinosa. I'll be right back, Jeffrey.
Yeah, man. Here we go. Our surfer in white. Wow, hanging tight on that one is Well, one lost board. Red is into the beach. That is Noah Hogel. He retrieves tons of time. 60 minutes on the clock, and the same thing now happening to Cormac. Got tweaked. Tried to hold on in the whitewash and couldn't. So he's doing the swim in too. Priority out the back with green, Winter Larrabee. Sawe, your last wave, a 3.27. You're in the lead. You have a 2.5 and a 3.27. Small score comes in for Winter Larrabee, who has priority on your last wave, a 0.57. Cormac, your last wave, a 1.5. You're in third. And Noah has the one wave, a 2.67. 15 minutes to go. Well, perfect timing. While we have a break in the action, we're going to go down to Mitchell Salazar and Nico Espinoza for the post-heat interview.
Thanks, Jeff. Here with Nico Espinoza. Congratulations, Nico. That's your second heat today. Another win. Talk to us about how different it was right now compared to this morning.
Right now, there's definitely a lot more kind of juice pushing through the wave versus this morning. It was really bumpy and like lots of trenches. So you'd go up for the nose ride and just kind of disappear into nothing. It's a little bit more consistent this time around, but there was still a couple to be aware of and just trying to keep it clean and not losing the board.
I saw you at the Vespera the other night. You said the water's actually really warm for this time of the year right here. How cool is that, especially settling in a two-heat day?
Well, coming in Thursday night, the water was really warm. It definitely churned up a little bit of colder water over the last night, but it's still nice. Still kind of similar to what we have down in San Diego, so kind of felt at home.
Any shout-outs before we give you the Cancer Sucks Bucks? Another $100 for you. Congratulations.
Glad to take it. I want to thank the VP of our surf club, Celia Carver. She lost her husband to cancer, and he was an amazing person, so I wanted to give a shout out to him. And big thanks to Josh Hall again. He's my shaper, and Grunge Factory for some fins. So kind of all I can do.
Congratulations. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you at the bar.
Jeff,
nice.
See you later.
Yeah, nice interview there. Nico, yeah, cancer, touches everybody. Directly, indirectly, 1 degree, 2, 3, 4 degrees of separation, and, the many varieties of cancer you hear about. And so Surfing for Hope running a great program here for years, bringing the community together about how do you rebuild your lives when you're in those emotional moments of your loved ones with it, or the kids of parents with, or uncles, or it's for anyone that just needs a bit of help in where do you go, who do you reach out to, how do you handle this process, and then to bring the ocean into it, get the good mojo of yoga on the beach, in the beach, playing in the sand, connecting with nature. And so we'll talk to Bob Vogelin later, the founder of Surfing for Hope. Not today, but maybe tomorrow. And there's a benefit tonight that they're running a big auction, which generates a lot of funds, towards the proceeds for Surfing for Hope Foundation. And I've enjoyed always being a participant of it, and they continue to be a participant of these events going into the future.
So priority switch, it goes green, white, blue, red. Surfers, 12 minutes. Nothing has changed. Blue, you're in the lead. Sawi, 3.33, 3.27. Green in second. Low score, green Larrabee, a 1. O'Brien and white, you're in third, needing a 1.78. And red, you need a 0.6. Here we go, Jeffrey Larrabee.
Well, I liked what Nico said about the trenches, the holes that just underneath, they die in this heat before. That was the mystery that we were watching when they would be riding and it would just disappear on them. Green finishing up right on the shore. I don't think he could milk much more out of that wave.
Not at all.
But, he knows he had a 1 in his score line and not safe in second place with a 2 and a 1.
Well, he did well. Long wave, tall kid too. So it makes it look even nicer when you stand upright like that on a longboard. So 10 minutes 55 surfers. Waiting on the last of green. White has a score to come through as well. And yeah, big shout out Surfing for Hope. You can go to surfingforhope.org. Please consider donating. And especially tonight at the gala, we have a ton of different silent auctions going on today too. There's a Weber surfboard right there that's actually really sick as well. I'm going to bid on that myself, Jeffrey.
Ooh, is that right here? We get a look at it?
At the Vespera, yeah.
It's in the Vespera.
It's in the Vespera. We look at the replay here of Green Larrabee.
How are you liking your time at the Vespera?
Oh, it's amazing.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing.
Beautiful.
Every hotel, Sandcastle, in at the pier, it don't matter where you stay. I mean, they're so accommodating. All the food's been amazing so far in the first 2 days of being here. Yeah, I love this place. Last of green, Larrabee, 387. Winter still in second. Blue, you're in first. Low score, Blue Zawi, 327. White O'Brien, last score 1.4. You're needing a 4.64 in third. And Red Hogel, you're needing a 3.48. Just under 10 minutes.
Yeah, we go home plumped up after these events. They feed us well. It's hard not to.
Good nose right there, Jeffrey, from Noah. And
plunk. Well, what happened?
Quick.
We had a couple guys lose their boards, but they got in quick. Didn't affect them. They were back out there shortly.
Well, these are water men and water women. They're in good shape. And here goes Sowie now, the heat leader. And he's up, Jeff, going left.
I like it when they do the fade back. That just makes me feel comfortable. Like, you know something, I'm anticipating something good when they fade back on his handcrafted boards, shaped by himself.
Yeah, his wife's also an excellent surfer too, Nadia. Son Bacal.
So the family that surfs
definitely sticks together. Yeah,
it's great.
And they've traveled.
Oh, there we
everywhere
go.
Over.
He just did it. He did little skate push.
Mongo? Was that Mongo?
He did the Mongo, yeah.
That's cool, though. Added a little bit of style. So standby score, surfers, 8 minutes 40. 8 minutes 40. Last of Red Noah, your best, a 3.33. Now needing a 2.82. And the last of Blue coming through, Jeffrey. It is going to be the best for Blue. 8 minutes and 20. Here's the replay of White's last. Ooh, O'Brien.
Yeah, he found some really good. He found a beautiful section there to do the longboard dance.
And then a quick one there from Hogel and White outside, Jeffrey.
Oh, so he's going switch stance on both ways. He was regular foot on the right, and now he's goofy foot on the left. Like you were saying, Matt Janowski was texting us saying he surfed Waimea switch stance.
I mean, just surfing the bay in your regular stance is already scary. Doing it switch is nuts. So waiting on a couple numbers, surfers standby, 7:45 on the clock.
That is a good post-heat interview question. Why did you choose to do it? Did you want to see the wave in front of you as opposed to have looking over your shoulder?
Or did you just want to make things even more interesting out there? 5.9 the previous White. Your previous ride, White 5.9. The last of Blue, boom, 4.37. That is your best, Zawi. Now waiting on a score for Green and another one for White. 7 minutes.
Well, White found his way in this heat. That last right, he got the 5.9, and now he has this left to be scored. So finding his stride.
And now, Red up the beach, Jeffrey. We're looking at the replay, still finishing up of O'Brien. Just a quick one there for Hogel.
It's happened a few times over there. They get up and they try to jump to the nose right away and then don't get down the face. Another good score comes in for our surfer in White. Cormac O'Brien, your last wave of 5.5. With that, you jump into the lead. Sawe, you are in second. Now Winter with priority, who's up and riding. We'll just wait to see what he scores.
Well, this is what happens. A lot of waves ridden. Try to get the situation in, and it just keeps changing. So want to wait for everything to really come through, and that way we give them a proper breakdown. 6 minutes to go. We can tell you, Blue, your last score was your best, Sawi, 4.37. Last two of O'Brien, 5.9, 5.5. Those have you in first. And now waiting on the last of Green. Needs close to a 4, Jeffrey. 6 minutes. Here goes blue outside. He's going to kick out pretty quick. And now red having a look at this right. No can do-y.
So I wonder, he paddled, so he's lost he lost first priority. First priority will go to, when it pops up, I'll let you know, with blue. So Sawi, you have first priority now. Noah, you have second priority. 5.5 minutes left. Waiting on those last scores. We know blue's going to be a throwaway because he just took off and cut out. And then Winter Larrabee, though, what is Winter going to get? Looking for a 3.84. Has this long right that he got a lot of nice work done.
So just over 5 minutes, just over 5 minutes. And here we go, blue. He's going to have a nice fade right here, Jeff. Going right. Gets the 5. Going to try to bring it back into the pocket, and that's going to be it for Bull. Last of green, not enough, 3.63. So white first, blue second, green needing a 3.84 still, and red, you're needing a 4.38. Here goes live action, white.
Oh, nice little arch there, just adding a bit of extra steez.
For somebody to move a board around as easily as he did, that's so heavy.
Extra 20 pounds.
That's
full of water.
Really impressive.
Well, and you think, he can't get another board that's that magic because he's just holding on to it going, sorry, this one just works perfect.
If it ain't broken.
Yeah.
All right, 4 minutes. A lot of waves ridden this heat. A lot of waves ridden. So waiting on numbers, guys. 4 minutes. Last of white, 6.5. The last of blue doesn't change anything, Sawi. It's a 2.27. Last of red, just a 2.17, Noah. And the last of green, a 1.7. So, white in the lead, 6.5, 5.9. Blue in second, 4.37, 3.33. Green still needing the 3.84 in third. And red with priority, you're needing a 4.38. 3 minutes 30. White first, blue second. Green needs a 3.84. Red fourth needs a 4.38.
Well, that score popped in for Cormac, a 6.5, so extends his lead. And like you were saying, just looking incredibly in tune and fluid with that craft he's riding. I mean, even the little extra, hand drive on the cutback, as if he was on a shortboard.
Yep. Next heat, you guys stay next to the pier. Next heat, stay next to the pier. Still got 3 minutes, guys.
Do you remember the old cartoon, The Surfer?
Two minutes 40. Here goes red. This is a crucial wave for Hogle.
Leash kick.
And that's complete for Noah. So he's needing his best, a 4.38 or better. 2 minutes 20.
Yeah, so sometimes I wonder, is it the surfer or is it the shaper? Because some boards look so sticky.
Standby last of red. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Watching the replay here of the last of Hogle.
We're down to 2 minutes. Noah needing that 4.38. It's been eluding him, and there he is. He gets it. Goes into second with a 5.87. Blue or red in second. Blue now. Sawi with priority needing a 4.84.
And it seems like Larrabee up and riding on the inside. He's needing a 5.34. So blue, Sawi, you now need a 4.84. Red up to second. Low score for red, 3.33 now. And white, the heat leader, low score 5.9 at 1 minute 20. And here goes blue on the outside. This is a really important wave, Jeff.
Ooh, found the space at the top of the wave to run up to the nose. Nice little floater re-entry.
Oh, might get a double up too.
Looking for that inside connection. Couldn't find it. It just went a bit flat on him. 1 minute.
Yep.
Right now, Cormac is having fun because he just continues to use his priority and surf long 5. How deft was that? I mean, cat-like skills to deal with what was happening on that wave and get back down the face without really looking like he was off balance at all.
30 seconds. So what we do know, White's in first, so regardless if he improves or not, he's safe. Really the score that's really of value is this one. 15 seconds, surfers, 15 seconds.
Yeah, Blue's last score.
Waiting on this one, gentlemen. 10 seconds. Count it down for us, Jeffrey.
Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and these both surfers are up as the horn blows. So the next heat, hold your positions because we're going to have some scores to drop in. Red up and riding in second. Can he increase the lead? And then Blue's scores need to drop in.
And then Green got a wave next to the pier too, so few waves still owed, surfers. Last of Blue, not enough, Zawi. It's a 3.5.
And he has another one. Or is that right? Yeah.
So that was the second to last of Blue then. Yep.
Yeah. So a lot of waves ridden at the end.
Yep.
I'm not sure if it's going to make a difference. Red is coming in.
267. The last of Green 2.3, last of White 2.9, and last of Blue 1.1. White first, Red second, Blue third, Green fourth. Heat 4, stand by. We're counting you guys down.
Welcome to Slow Cal Roots, your homegrown cannabis destination. Everything starts on our Central Coast farms, where passion and sunshine meet craft and care. Then it all lands right here at Slow Cal Roots dispensaries in San Luis Obispo, Grover Beach, and Route 1 in Guadalupe. So whether you're cruising the coast or kicking back at home, stop by and smoke local with Slow Cal Roots.
Welcome back, everybody watching online. Surfing for Hope, Longboard Classic. Mitch and Carla with you. So Kai McPhillips, second-generation professional surfer. His father, Colin, surfed earlier this morning. He's going to be later on in this round. A few heats, actually.
Yep, we're going to see Colin in Heat 6.
There's a good number of McPhillips, actually, that make a living out of surfing. Addison, Ezra, Kai,
Good for
Colin.
them. And here's Kai. Kai had his hand out at Abu Dhabi, got a chance at the wave pool. He's here, Pismo, hoping to
Surfed
get
at
his
the Open,
chance.
too, yeah?
Into the, I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah, so he's getting his hand here, hoping to fill some big shoes.
467 opener of red, McPhillips, 467. Yeah, Kai, longtime member of the U.S. junior team, fantastic shortboarder, obviously extremely talented on a longboard as well, but just a good competitor overall.
It's in the blood.
He was going to Saddleback, and he was on the surf team over there. Don't know if he's transferred already to another college, but definitely one of the guys that probably more heavily recruited in the area for the surf teams nationwide. It's a bummer, Carla. I wanted to have a surf team at the schools that I went to, and you would think, being in Southern California, you'd have surf teams there.
Not necessarily.
There weren't any when I was going there.
That wasn't a thing when I was in high school. Yeah, surf team wasn't a thing. I was lucky if there was. I had 2 girls in my high school that surfed. That was kind of a big deal, you know. So yeah, now it's such a different thing. Every school has a surf team.
Where'd you go to school? Thousand Oaks?
I actually went to Agora High School.
Okay.
Yeah, I lived in Decker Canyon, so my school of residence was Santa Monica, and that was way too far from Decker Canyon, so I got a permit. I got a permit and went over the hill, was in the Conejo Val. But I am a born and bred Valley girl, so it was the right place. Opening ride for Red, 467.
Shout out to Brandon Richards and the Richards family.
Yeah.
So fourth priority goes to white. There was a block. So fourth priority to white, third priority red. Red, your opener, 467.
Looks like we might have some action out there.
Next heat check into Tony Silvani, Tim Rita, and Iniblas Tucker Coleman.
That is blue, Ty Roach. This is heat number 4. "16 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock, gentlemen. As we mentioned, this is heat number 4. Kai in the red jersey, Ty in blue, Augustin in white, and in green, Dakota. We've made the call out for the next heat, heat number 5. We're going to see Tony Silvani in red, Tim Rita in blue, Andy Needless in white, and Tucker Coleman in green. And then on deck, Tommy, Kaimana, Colin, and Emiliano. Waiting for scores to drop for blue. Little lull in the action. Big thanks to Surfing for Hope, the nonprofit that puts this event on. They have been a part of the San Luis Obispo County for many years, for the last 14 years, in fact. They've helped raise over $1 million to help local families recover from all types of cancer. So make sure you go check out their website, and if you're feeling so inclined, give a donation. All right, first score to drop for blue, 417. 417. Time check, 14 minutes 50 on the clock, 14:50. Currently in first place with a 467. That's Kai McPhillips in red. Up and riding, that was white. He's going to work it on the way to the inside. Currently in second place, Ty Roach with a 417. In third place with just a .67, that's green, Dakota Cottle. And in white, Augustin Sedaniel. We'll wait for your score to drop. Up and riding on the left, that's green. Dakota. That'll be his second ride. Alrighty, now that we've got a little bit of a lull in the action, let's hit it down to Mitch for our heat-winning interview.
Yeah, thank you, Carla. Here with Cormac O'Brien. 2 heats, 2 heat wins already today. Compared to this morning, how did it feel out there this afternoon, especially with a little bit more onshore breeze?
Yeah, it was fun this afternoon. Kind of little more onshore, but like super fun. Kind of shifted a little more like north. But yeah, it was sick. I talked to Wayne before my heat, and he got me super dialed with where to sit. But yeah, so fun.
Our colleague Matt Chinoski is giving you a lot of props. I mean, I know you're from the South Bay, but when you get your peers to acknowledge your style, your talent, how good does that feel, especially coming into a big event like this one?
No, yeah, Matt has like always been super good to me, and he was just at my house a couple weeks ago on his way back from El Salvador. Like, we just cruised around town, like surfed, got some Mexican food. Like, I love Matt, and it's just like so nice to have him. But yeah, it was a good time. Matt's the best. Like, shout out to Matt if you're watching. I don't know, he's probably got a lot going on, a lot of ladies.
He's watching for sure. All right, $100, Cancer Sucks Bucks. That's $200 today. Any special plans tonight?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe you have to go bowling alley, some froyo. Yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks, Tyler. Thanks, Amsterdam Wetsuits. Yeah, stoked.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Congratulations. Carla?
Wow, the youth. I feel like it's going to be the OGs versus the youth today. We've got riders going right now. We have a split peak situation with blue going left. Time check, 12 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Situation's going to be changing in a moment because we've got scores to drop. What an interview right there with Cormac. And yeah, shout out to the Waxhead. Hope your lady situation is going strong. White, we're seeing the replay here on the broadcast. You see White in the replay, and actually we're seeing White live. It's a little bit of a Twilight Zone situation for me. But yeah, in the replay here, White did some nice work on this. We're waiting for scores to drop. We're going to be having 2 scores drop for White. We do have opening rides for red, blue, and green, but a lot's going to change, Mitch, in a few moments.
Well, and looking at that last wave of McPhillips, too, I mean, good nose ride, but then the speed that he carried throughout the turn, really impressive. And now Roach on the outside in blue, that's going to be a quick one for Ty. So as Carla was saying, guys, multiple numbers dropping, stand by. Just under 12 minutes, and here we go. Red again, Carla. McPhillips to the nose. Tight 5 right there.
Booyah, baby. Nailing it, and then the connectivity into the cutback there, showing that power, speed, and flow. I'm digging this ride right now, using some variation in his turns as the wave kind of gets smaller and peters out, but still opening open face. You know, leaving open face for him to get some scores down there. So, yeah, I opened up with a 4.67, but we've got a couple scores to drop for all these guys. Last of blue, 2.47. We got green up and riding. Time check, 11 minutes.
Yeah, that's Dakota in the green and outside blue. So nice exchange right here. And shout out to our judges, too. They've done an awesome job today. A lot of waves being ridden, especially in the last few heats. So major props to them. They're doing an incredible job. As we look at blue here, this is Roach on the left. Good kick out right there from Ty. So waiting on multiple scores. The opener of White, Agustin, 5.07. White, your opener, 5.07, Agustin. First of blue, 4.17. Your second was a 2.47. Last of White, 4.27, Agustin. And waiting on a number for red, 2 actually, I believe, Carla.
Yeah, we have quite a few numbers dropping here, as you mentioned. Shout out to our judges who are just doing a fantastic job splitting the eyeballs there as these guys are splitting peaks. So really amazing. And the conditions just holding up, really. Really beautiful day here in Pismo. So great to be here again as we watch online here the replay of McPhillips' last ride where he gets the 5 to a tighter 5, wraps it around to the cutback. This is the one that I really feel just had the connectivity to it that we've been really looking for. Wraps it around a couple times as he just kind of waits for the wave to stand up again. It gets kind of small here, but he's just staying active, staying fluid, and kind of keeping it moving at all moments.
Yeah, that was really well done by the young
is.
kid. 7.67, Red. 7.67 on your last. You move to the lead. You have a 4.67 as a backup, Red. White, you are in second. Cedeño, waiting on another number, but at the moment you are in second. Low score is a 4.27. 9 minutes, waiting on multiple scores. 9 minutes, guys, but Red, you are in the lead. Counting low score is a 4.67, Kai, and you do have priority.
This is one of those crazy heats where you can't really lock down who's in first just because there's still so many scores to drop. Currently, Kai sitting in the lead and with priority, but as you just mentioned, we've got a number of scores to drop for White and Green.
And one more for Green, I think, is owed. And here we go, guys. 8 minutes 30. Let's break it down. Red first, 7.67, 4.67. Blue, you're now in second. Your last score, blue, 5.6. Your low score, 4.17. That means White, now in third. Agustin, you need a 4.71. And Green, Dakota, in fourth. Your last score was your best, a 3.97. Now needing a 5.8. 8 minutes. White needs a 4.71 in third. Green in fourth needs a 5.8. Priority goes red, green, white, blue.
All right, we're already going to have another exchange here. It looks like White taking it on the inside, sitting somewhat under priority. Hesitates a bit, but just sets it up quite nicely for the 5. Quick 10, holds the 5, still on the nose. Now he comes off it, brings it back up to the nose again, keeping his center of gravity kind of tight and small. He's going to try to get this reform as he comes into the pier. Doesn't look like it's going to open up quite a bit. Maybe right in here.
And that's going to be it for White. But White looking for a 4.71, not a gigantic score. I think he got a lot of tip time done on that, so it's feeling strong here.
It's a good heat right here.
Oh, man.
7 minutes. Last of White. There it is. 5.57. It's your best, Agustin. So Blue, you're down to third, now needing a 5.04. And Green in fourth, needing a 6.67. Red leads. Low score Red, 4.67. White in second place. Low score for Cedeño, 5.07. Roach and Blue in third, 5.04 required. And Green in fourth, needing a 6.67. 6 minutes 40. Got to take a little breather every now and then, Carla. I mean,
I was kind of like, I was letting you take over for a minute. Jeez, take a breath. Boys, you're doing the work, that's for sure. Somebody taking a scratch right now. That looks like Red using his priority. Finds some magic, hopefully, in this one. It's not able to find the line there. It was definitely a poor wave selection there, I'd say. So he's going to have to go back out, restart. He now leaves Green in priority, followed by Blue, then White. Time check, 6 minutes. 6 minutes on the clock, gentlemen.
And this is Green. Kodal. Use priority on this one. And Hose Ride wasn't bad, then got into the lip line momentarily. So priority goes Blue, White, Red. Last of Green, 2.27, not enough. Still needing a 6.67. And now higher priority with White, so Red has to give way.
White up and riding. Kind of has that hesitation where he waits just for the right moment to get to the nose. I like the rebound. He completes it. He's feeling good about it, too.
Yeah, that was pretty sick.
Blue, he's going to be up and riding behind him. He kind of goes for the left, pulls out quite quickly. Now Red back in priority situation, sitting in the lead with a 4.67 and a 7.67. Waiting for scores to drop for Blue and White. Looks like a decent score coming in for White. Let's see if it's able to better situation. Not quite there yet, so still going to stay White with your 5.07 and 5.57. Red riding right now. Gonna rebound that Whitewater. God, there's just so many waves being ridden in these last two heats.
So McPhillips right here. Good patience being shown.
Just stand with it. Yeah, we'll wait for that last score of Red to drop. Last of Green, a 2.27. Last of White, a 4.87. Last of Blue, 0.53. And the last of Red will drop shortly. Currently, the situation, we've got Blue in priority, followed by Green. In fourth place, needing a 6.67 is Green, Dakota. You need a 6.67. In third place, wearing the blue jersey, Ty Roach. Ty, you've got a 5.6 and a 4.17. You need a 5.04. He is up and riding, working right now for a 5.04 in order to advance. And currently in second place, Augustin Cedeño with a 6.78 requirement in order to take the lead.
Well, that just changed, actually, because McPhillips drops a 6.17. He extends his lead, and looking at Green right here, needs a mid-6 for second place. Kodal brings it back.
So I'm going to need to get the confirmation on the pronunciation. Do you know for a fact it's Kodal? Because by the spelling, it should be Caudal, like bottle.
Oh, Caudal. It could be my bad.
Really into language and phonetics, so just saying. I could be wrong, though. You never know. But I'll ask. I'll find out.
You're probably right. Sorry, Dakota. Dakota Caudal. 2 minutes 45, surfers. 2:45.
That's right. This is Heat 4. Coming up next, Heat 5, we're going to be seeing Tony Silvani, Tim Rita, Andy Nieblis, and Tucker Coleman. That's going to be a hot heat.
So this is the last of Roach here in blue. Waiting on this score right here. He needs just over a 5 for second. Switch stance, that wave fizzling out.
Yeah, that fizzle there may have kind of been the nail in the coffin, but right here, he's putting his stamp on it. Gets a nice tall 10. Still with the wave, gets a little cheater out, throws a little arching, reverse turn there. It's just working all the way to the inside here. We'll see if this wave's able to connect to the double up in front. Doesn't look like it will. So yeah, looking for a 5.04 with a minute 55 on the clock. Last of green comes in at a 3.9.
And waiting on the last of blue. 1 minute 40, surfers, 1 minute 40. So they're going to watch the replay of this. And steep at the beginning.
Yeah, steep there, little out there, a little high line there. Did like a, not full bottom turn, but kind of dragged, stalled into it. But does get multiple nose time. He does bring the switch kind of drop knee, if you will, cut back.
The only issue with a lot of these lefts, though, they do tend to go flatter, so not as critical anymore. And we've seen a lot of the rights be scored higher because of that. Here's White.
White
Cedeno.
on the right. Did some
1 minute, guys.
getting some good tip time on there. Wave seems a bit boggish in some of those zones, so they're kind of getting hung up. They are nose riding kind of on the foam ball, and then they have to regain that speed again as they work it into the inside. Final countdown is starting here. We're in 45 seconds.
Yeah, so seems like the last of blue gonna come short tie. It's a 4:07. Waiting on the last of white. He's looking to improve on a 5:07. It doesn't happen. It's a 3:43. 30 seconds. Red first, white second. Blue needs a 5:04. Green needs a 6:67. Here's heat leader in red. 20 seconds to go, surfers. And very smart surfed heat red here by McPhillips. Cedeno as well. He entered into the double digits. 10 seconds. Maybe a chance for one more wave. Got the countdown car left. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So this wave counts for green. We're on the outside, still watching red on the broadcast. But he was in the lead. Green needing a score. So Dakota. Dakota, that was a nice re-entry right there at the end. So heat 5, we're on standby. Heat 5, standby. The heat has not started. Waiting on multiple numbers, guys. Last of green, 3.8. Last of red, 583. Doesn't go into your top two. It's going to be red, white moving through.
Just vibe one time for your mind. Just vibe one time for your mind.
We've got surfing happening here, Jeff.
Yeah, Tony Silvani, who yesterday was having challenges paddling out. He was one of our markers for calling the event off also.
Yeah.
Struggling in the giant conditions, gets a beauty of an opener right there, which we got the second half when we came back from break. Thanks for joining us here at the 2025 Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. That is Tony Silvani right there in the red, paddling out on his orange Mal through the pier or next to it. Score's about to drop in. A nice opening right-hander for this seasoned veteran.
Yes, seasoned veteran, quite possibly the biggest gentleman on tour. one of my favorite people to hang out with and just be around. He's just full of energy, positive energy, as you see him getting that nice 10 there, working it all the way to the inside and then staying lively by hitting the white water there, continuing on to that reform on the inside, and then a nice drop knee slash back into the white water. We've got live actioning happening too as we watch this replay. Lots of surfing been happening in these first 5 heats of the men.
Yeah, Tony got a lot of pop on that floater that they just showed on the replay, and then green behind him, Tim Rada carrying a ton of speed too. Unfortunately, that left hit the sandbar and closed out on him.
Yeah,
oh, look at
like
this. This is teammanship. This is sportsmanship right here.
Right on.
Bringing him the board instead of letting it.
So it looks like Andy lost his board. Tim Rita paddling it back out, or helping him get it out as they paddle back out together. And then out the back, that's Tony Silvani. That's his second ride. So throwing the scores down right away, showing why he's been on the tour before, hoping to requalify here again. So wanting to take the win, or at least get really high up the ranks in this event, so that going into the second event in Virginia Beach, he will be sitting in a good position. All right, opening score for red comes in at a 6.0. Tony, you open up with a 6.0 followed by a 1.33. Currently puts you in the lead, but we do have scores to drop. First of white comes in at a 2.1, and first of green comes in at a 3.83. We still have a score to drop for blue. But time check, 16 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock.
All right, more replays here. You just see these surfers ripping into these sections, left, right. That's where the board was lost, and Tim Rada helped out his co-competitor, paddling the board back out to him. I love that shot of the surfers paddling out on their knees. Got to have a board that you can knee paddle if it's a true Mal. Here we go. Tony Silvani looking for another right. Opened with the 6. Getting some long hang time there through the hole. Can he get through it? Nope. Doesn't make it through that deep spot right there. So that'll be another marginal throwaway. A 1.5 on that last wave, Tony. You have a 6 and a 1.5. Tim, your opening wave was a 2.73. Andy, your first wave a 2.10. And Tucker, your first wave a 3.83. Priority is green, white, blue. And there's 15 minutes and a half left in this heat. So Kai McPhillips, after you get up, walk on over for your post-heat interview. Carla will be waiting. Well, it's been a fine day of action here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. We have worked through the first round of the men's, the first rounds of the women's, and now we're in the second round of the men's. All these surfers advancing from these heats, and we are now in Heat 5, are moving into the quarters. So women's quarterfinals are actually round of 16 will start tomorrow, and then we've got men's quarters that we're working into right now. Thank you to the Vespara Resort on Pismo Beach, the Inn at the Pier right behind where the event is, the Sea Venture Hotel and Restaurant, and to the Sandcastle Hotel on the beach. All 4 hotels are located right along the boardwalk in beautiful Pismo. Easy access, obviously, to the pier and the boardwalk, and all this access to the beach. Supporting sponsors, thank you Cali Squeeze, Mid-State Containers, Slow Cal Roots, Peak Wi-Fi, Natural Healing Center, American Riviera Bank, Radiology Associates, and we have a split peak right now up. The nose ride was much longer than that. I like how he just cleanly glides off that finishing section there. Our surfer in blue. looking for a 1.11 to go into second place. You got to say, with the level of all these surfers, those 1s and 2s aren't going to play in at the end as we see. Oh, this is blue. Excuse me, that was Tucker before. I got the blues and the green mixed up. Excuse me. Tucker needs the 1.1. All right, well, I will throw it down now. Carla and Kai.
Yes. Oh, this was my first.
This was your first heat. Right?
Take it away, guys.
All right, I'm here with Kai McPhillips, winner of our last heat. Kai, you were telling me that it's a tradition that you guys camp for this event. And while conditions might not be ideal for camping, how about the conditions for surfing?
Yeah, we may be roughing it in the rain camping, but man, we're scoring waves here in Pismo Beach. Winds have been light all day, and waves are chest to head high, so we couldn't ask for much more.
Speaking of scoring, you've scored now. Your dad scored and won his heat. He's about to go out. He already won $100. You're about to win another $100. You guys are going to be raking in the cash, perhaps. How does it feel to have your dad here in the event and potentially, vying for you for a world title, world tour spot?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. He's always up here for, my events, and this year he entered, which I was stoked. And usually he's the one coaching me, but it's been funny. These heats, it's hey, now I get to kind of help him out. I just talked to him. He's paddling out next and gave him pointers, which waves to look for and which ones not to. So he's all fired up, and yeah, it's been really fun having him surf with me.
I saw that. I actually had to wave you in because you're hanging out. Okay, Dad, make sure, blah, blah, blah. So it's cool to see that kind of, not just the passing on to you, but you giving it to him, and it's great to see that. You've got $100. Cancer sucks. Bucks. What are you going to do?
This will pay for the campsite for, I guess, the next couple days.
All right. Do you have any shout-outs or things you want to mention to everyone watching?
Yeah, shout out to everyone back home watching. I'm sure you guys are all staying warm inside. And then my girlfriend, my grandparents are up here. Wayne Rich, we've been hanging out with him all day. So, yeah, shout out to all those guys. Thanks for watching.
All righty. Back to you in the booth.
Great. Nice interview. Thanks, Kai. Congratulations. Moving into the next round. I love that father-son duo. Maybe they're going to play poker with their hundreds. Get a couple good pots going. As we see Andy Neblis finishing a long left, catching up on a few scores. That was Tucker that we saw before the interview happened. Pings it off the top there. All these scores still waiting to come in. The judges got a bit backlogged. So all four surfers needing a score. Once those scores are delivered, guys, then we'll deliver all of what everyone needs and who's sitting in what position. For the viewers at home, that's Tony Silvani on his very first wave, the opening 6-point ride. So maybe the judges having a good gander at this to figure out where these other last waves we saw ridden might go. This was Tim Rada. Got up quick to the nose, but that wave finished up on him quick. Couple scores dropping in now. Green, Tucker, your last wave, a 5.93. That put you up in first. The last wave for white, Andy, a 2.1. And the last wave for blue, a 2.53. Waiting on Tony Silvani's last score.
Alrighty, 9 minutes, 20 on the clock. Scores dropping, as you mentioned, for Tony. Getting ready to head on out there. That's going to be heat number 6. We're going to see Tommy Coleman in red, Kaimana Takayama in blue, Colin McPhillips in white, and Emiliano Mendez in green. And that's Mendez Rosas. Time check, 8 minutes 40 on the clock, 8:40 on the clock. Waiting for scores. Last of red comes in at a 2.93. Tony, you're in second place
with priority up and riding. That is green. That's Tucker Coleman. We got a couple Colemans in the event and a couple Hoovers, not necessarily related.
And a couple McPhillips.
Couple McPhillips that are related. In priority, we've got White. He's sitting all by him lonesome there. Second priority, Blue. Red making his way on the inside as we see on the live stream. Green working it all the way into the sand.
Yeah, and then behind him, Tony Silvani. So the heat leaders in on the shore with just under 8 minutes to go. And right now, things nearly at the point. Nothing's ever out of reach, right? But once the scores get up into the high sixes, the mid-range sevens, it gets harder and harder for third and fourth place to climb back in. You know, especially with the averages that we're seeing in the scores all day. Very few waves going above 7.
Right, as we watch the replay here on the stream of Tony's wave. Looks like that was a pretty strong ride there. I'm guessing that was his first 6.0. Or his last ride.
Yeah,
we're waiting for a score to drop for Tony, so this is his last ride here. This is gonna come in hot. I'm feeling it, Jeff. He's got lots of work done here. He got some really good tip time, little smile at the camera. It almost looks like he knows exactly where the lens is.
Grin it to win it.
Green also getting some critical tip time there with the 5 to 10. Goes back to the 5. He's gonna reset that line there where he rebounds off the whitewater just to give it a nice finish.
That was one of his earlier waves, Tucker's. So we're back to this is the replay of Tony's first wave. We just saw the replay of his last wave, which the score hasn't come in yet. He's looking to better the 293, which is going to get him back into first, which it does. A 5.83, Tony, on your last wave. You're now in the lead. Tucker in second. And Tim, you need a 7.57, and Andy leading an 8.2. So that's what I was alluding to earlier, Carl. If those scores come in and better their position, now third and fourth needing
Much
really
larger,
healthy score.
yeah.
An excellent score and a very good score. Tucker, you're in second place. You have a 5.93 and a 4.37. Tony just got a 5.83 and went to first. Priority is white, red, green, and there's just under 6 minutes.
All right, this is Heat 5 coming up next. Heat 6 on deck. Heat 7, we'll see Gavin, Noah, Cody, and Benjamin. Five minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Your heat leader has a 6.0 and a 5.83. That's red. Tony Silvani up and riding right now. Green. Green is looking for a 5.91 to take the lead, but he is in advancing position at the moment. Throws in some switch as he tries to get in onto the double up there. Not able to do so. Out the back. That's White. White opened up his first round with some really nice rides, hoping he can find his rhythm here. Just negotiating it carefully into the inside as he gets to the open face there to get the tip time. Nice steps to the nose to the 5, brings it back down. Wave slowing down a bit as he just waits for it to stand up again. Time check, 4 minutes, 20 seconds. Priority with red as White works it all the way to the inside. We'll wait for scores to drop for green and white. Paddling out, heat number 6. We got Tommy, Caimana, Colin, and Emiliano. Last of green comes in at a 4.67. 4.67. Last of white, 4.23. Currently in fourth place, blue. Tim, you need a 7.87. In third place, white, Andy, Neeblis. You're looking for a 6.37.
In second place, green jersey, Tucker Coleman. You're looking for a 5.91. And your heat leader up and riding right now, that's red. Tony Silvani is currently sitting with a 6.0 and a 5.83. Doing some tricks to try to up this game there and throw away one of those scores.
Doing the tricks. I remember one year, Richie Cravey, I think, on the south side, he was just, in my mind, he was just flowing things together, but he wasn't getting he couldn't get past these certain fives.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, here we've got green throwing a 10 in there, not able to connect. Comes unglued, and he's going to likely spend the majority of the heat swimming in. 2 minutes, 45 seconds.
Well.
Not an ideal situation, but he is in second place currently and advancing. He is just going to need these other gentlemen to be put at bay, but
so at the beginning of the heat, his competitor saved his board. At the end of the heat, he's like, yeah, I already did that once, bro. It's behind me now. See you later.
Right.
That's yours.
Well, and that's the risk you take, not wearing the leash.
Man, and a few times when they've fallen, those boards are missing them by inches.
Yeah.
When they shoot over their head, like.
Yeah, when you have the leash on oftentimes it's more dangerous because that thing comes snapping back at you. So sometimes falling and having it go as far away from you as possible is the best scenario. Just not for swimming's sake. 2 minutes. 2 minutes on the clock. Next heat, you'll be on hold momentarily. Keep close to the pier.
Well, priority out there with blue. In blue, first priority. Down in the cellar, Tim needing a 7.87. He needs something special to crack the code. Looking at this right on his forehand. Well, he did get some little bit of time on the nose, but that's not going to be enough. Even if it reforms, he needs something special.
Yeah, I definitely got some fast footwork off in the start there, but not really able to get much more scoring potential in the rest of that wave. Needing a fairly excellent score at a 7.87. Time.
Yeah, I was going to say we got a minute left. A quick shout out to all of our judges: Bill Seitz, Tim Milliken, Chris Burnett, Mike Stidman, Tim Mano, Missy Perry, and Tony Cosia. It's great. The judges staying consistent all day long. They always do a great job at all these events.
We've got 50 seconds on the clock. Quick shout out to our supporting sponsors, obviously, as well. Cali Squeeze, Mid-State Containers, Slow Cal Roots, Peak Wi-Fi, Natural Healing Center, American Riviera Bank, Radiology Associates, Adventist Healthcare, Alpha Fire, Sex Wax, Herc Rentals, Cool Cat Cafe, and Drift Ocean Designs. 25 seconds on the clock, gentlemen. 25 seconds. Situation is relatively the same. Last to come in for White, insignificant score, up and riding.
He's on a roll. He's finding waves everywhere, and he's out in the lead. This is going to be a victory lap for him, for Tony Silvani with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Third round. This could better one of his other waves, so he could come in really strong.
Yeah, he's a veteran, but definitely young at heart and ready with the fire, to keep his campaign continually going. As I mentioned earlier, too, he's one of the biggest gentlemen on the tour.
Okay, I'm noticing that the colors of the boards, we're going to go to a quick commercial break for the viewers at home. We'll come back with Heat 6. The colors of the boards have gotten a bit more vibrant.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Mid-State Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Heat after that, Jack Van Wagoner, Cody Craig, Kaidon Larrabee, and Kai Esposito. Welcome back, everybody watching online. Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. Into the last few heats of the day. Here in heat number 6 of the men's round of 32. Mitch and Jeff, are you with you? Tommy Coleman in red, Kaimana Takayama in the blue, Emiliano Mendez Rosas in the green, and Colin McPhillips, the multiple-time world champion out there in the white jersey. So Tommy Coleman opens up with a 2.5. Red, your opener, 2.5. Jeffrey, the rain is slightly coming back.
And I just squeegeed the windows
I know
while
you
were
did.
gone. And they hadn't been pestered. There were just little drips, and now they're the same. That's okay. Blur vision, it's fine. Tony, congrats. Make your way up to the interview booth. Carla will meet you there when you're ready.
And here we go, Jeffrey. That's White, McPhillips on the outside.
Father McPhillips. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, Colin. That's right. His son just came in, so his son is out on the pier coaching, screaming at him now. What happens if they come up? But now the format has changed because we had to suspend yesterday, so there's no head-to-head matchups. So you're not going to find them head-to-head in a man-on-man heat.
Yep.
Which would have been kind of fun.
Oh, it would have been amazing. But maybe down the line, we'll see. Coleman right there. He kicks out. That's his second ride. So 17:30 on the clock, surfers. 17:30 on the clock. Priority with green. Mendez. So waiting on multiple numbers here, guys. Stand by. Spent a lot of time yourself over in Baja, haven't you? I mean, just crossing the border right
Baja.
there. Close.
Oh, yeah, a lot.
Close to your house. That's
I
where
grew up traveling all up and down there.
Emiliano's dad's from, as we see the opener of Colin. So multiple-time world champion. He's also been a coach for the U.S. team multiple times. And he's traveled pretty much the entire world. Down to China to compete. Obviously up and down the west coast of the U.S. Was mentioning that he was in Fiji earlier.
Yeah, that was really cool. I was thinking about that we get to be super fans, and there's so much surfing on all the time. You know, because there's events happening regularly in all the disciplines.
Yep.
All over the place. In QS, regional events, Challenger Series on the shortboard, and then, you know, men's and women's longboard tour events.
Yeah, and then Kaimana right here, Jeffrey. Well, he's got a strong lineage of surfing in his blood. Father Michael, one of the best shapers ever. And still rips himself, too. So shout out Mike if you're watching back home, Uncle Mike. 4.1 Kai, 4.1 Kaimana, your opener in blue. Last of red, Coleman, 417. And the first of white, Colin, 517. So just under 16 minutes, surfers. Priority goes green, red, white. Yeah, I mentioned Baja, Emiliano Mendez Rosas. His dad, Memo, Macaco is what we call him. Great surfer out of the Ensenada area. He was actually one of the best competitors back in his heyday out of the country. As we see here, this is green. Speaking of him, Emiliano, he's up, Jeff.
You queued him up. Perfect. And this left running for him. It looks like it's going to have that hole, the pesky hole. Got him. I thought it was going to run all the way into that inside sandbar, but on the outside, Colin McPhillips, this one had the water drawn off of it just enough. See how challenging that section was.
That thing is just gliding through every section he's going to. Touches the 5 right there. And does well to recover after a slight stumble, but good work done by McPhillips right there. He already has the 517. And in the first 5 minutes, he's already going to have a couple scores on the board. Really impressive. Talked about his veteranship, the age up there too, but doesn't seem like it's really affecting anything on the negative side, Jeff, as we see Coleman right here going left again.
As long as you keep surfing and keep loose. Wow. I think his feet came off the board completely. Jumping to the tail there. Yeah, Baja, what a place. It's changed a lot. It's gotten a lot more, you know, built up all along the bluffs. the whole way down, so a lot of the spots not accessible like they used to be.
So looking at the last of white here, McPhillips. His opening ride was a 5.17, 14 minutes to go. And priority does switch. It goes green, blue. Priority green, blue, surfers. All right, let's go downstairs. Tony Silvani with Carla.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Tony Silvani here. You know, you're one of the veterans on tour, but right now that heat, you could have been one of the youngest the way you surfed out there and the energy you had. Explain to me, like, what was going through. Where did it come from?
It was a long wait all day, so I was like so hungry, and that's like my personality, especially in contests. And yeah, I definitely need to slow it down and like find that better set wave. I just watched a lot of heats, and I was like, I don't want to leave it to the end. You know, I want to start out strong and, you know, really capitalize on that and then build momentum. But some of the other waves that I was going for were just, you know, scraps.
Sometimes it happens out there. You're not a scrappy guy. You are one of the biggest gentlemen on tour. I tell everybody, I think you're one of the nicest guys on tour. Where do you get all of your positivity?
I think I've grown a lot as a person, and I think my surfing, you know, I want to try and let my surfing speak for itself, and that's really, you know, a task in itself. And I think I just strive off of being positive and humble and, you know, really helping train the younger youth to grow with their surfing too. And you know, I have to give that a lot of props to a lot of my mentors from my early childhood years.
I think we all do, and I think you are becoming a wonderful mentor, and I'm so happy to be able to give you $100 Kansas Sucks bucks for you heat winners. So keep winning. You'll keep winning some cash. What do you think?
Thank you so much. I do want to say one thing. Thanks to Eric Linus with Stewart Surfboards. The airlines lost my board, so this was a rush job to get my boards made. And thanks to the Larrabee family for driving them up. And, you know, big props to my girlfriend here watching me at the contest, and Chase and Rita and the whole Hogel family. I mean, it's just a lot of camaraderie. So we're pumped, and let's keep it going.
That's right. Let's keep it going. Back to you in the booth.
Thank you, Carla. Congrats, Tony. Okay, a few waves written right there. So the second of white, McPhillips, 5.5, waiting on your third. Third wave of Coleman in red, 2.53. First two of green, 2.17, 0.9. And the second of Takayama in the blue, it's just a throwaway Kaimana. And here we go, Jeffrey. So this is the one score that we're waiting for from Colin.
This was during the interview. Wow, carried a ton of speed, aggressive lip line there.
It's a big board that he's moving around easily, too.
Well, that's nice of the Stewart family to rush his boards. How do you rush a longboard? I mean, it's the same process, but there's just a lot more layers of resin. When you rush a shortboard, it's like 4 and 4 in a patch. Here you go.
Well, and it hasn't been sunny this week either, so who knows how
exactly.
how they tried them out either.
Solar resin, one of those ovens. You know, the blue light cookers.
Last of white, 5.83. White, you're in first. You have a 5.83 and a 5.5, Colin. Red, Coleman. You have a 4.17 and a 2.53. Although we're waiting on your last, you are currently in second. Kaimana in third. You do have priority, blue. High score of 4.1. At the moment, you're needing a 2.61. And Emiliano in green needing a 6.17. Waiting on a score for yourself. As the last of red comes through, it's a 4.17, so you have pocket 4.17s. And now looking at this wave, this is the one that they're owing us for green, Jeff.
I wonder if there was much before that. We got that in bit. You wonder, how do they lose longboards? Like a coffin full of longboards?
J.R. Esquivel, same thing.
No.
His boards never made it to
Huntington for the U.S. Open?
They never made it to Salvador, yeah. And then
oh my gosh.
Edward Del Perro, same thing. His boards showed up literally 5 minutes into the first heat that he surfed over there.
So they did make it there. They just got put aside somewhere and lost, flown to the wrong country.
Well, there's obviously been a lot of stuff going on with TSA and, you know, so.
Mistagged.
Yeah,
who knows?
it's a bummer, but surfers deserve better. So situation once again, white in the lead. Red second. You have a pair of 4.17s red. Blue in third, needing a 4.24. Kaimana And green Emiliano, your last is your best, a 2.6. Now needing a 5.74, just over 9 minutes.
I had the there's just no stop of action right now. We got replays and we got live action. The rain.
Yeah, the rain's coming back. It's getting a little chilly again. I got to put up my layers back on. So looking at green here, Mendes. And on the outside, blue, Takayama. Both of these guys needing scores, Jeff.
And those waves just right there on the edge, not really giving them much, especially, well, Emiliano needs that 5.74, which we know is going to take something a little more special, a little bit more length of nose right on the outside. Got to keep the judges sparked, right? When we're engaged, they're engaged, and that's when the scores flow freely.
Yeah, and Kai, a really cool dude. Same thing for Emiliano. I believe he's been a student of engineering for a few years now. Really good scholar himself. Came through the WSA program. And this has potential to be a keeper score for him right here, especially with that nice 5, Jeff.
Yeah,
Once
this
again,
one,
another nose ride.
So he found the pockets to execute what the judges are looking for. He needs that 5.74. Kaimana needs the 4.24. And Colin finishing another wave.
Yep. This is his 4th already. He's throwing away a 5.17. And he's throwing away what would still be the best score of the heat.
Well, like Tony, he was having he just could do no wrong. 6, 5.8.
And outside, Jeffrey, red, Coleman.
Perched and happy.
Oh,
what was, I didn't know what was happening. I was pig dog.
All right, we got 7 minutes. If you paddled out early for your heat, you guys need to stay as close as possible to the pier or under the pier.
Yeah, we still have 7 minutes left in this heat.
So Benjamin, it is a 5-minute paddle out, by the way. We're just saying there was somebody that paddled out early. But if you guys are going to paddle out, you guys need to be next to the pier or right under it, please. Thank you.
Dylan, need you. Sorry, buddy.
All right, 6 minutes 40, surfers. 6 minutes 40.
Did you go down to Baja and surf? I used to go
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, it used to be like the border was so much easier. It was such a quick transition. We would get up at dawn and we would surf Baja Malibu firing and have breakfast and be home by 11, like those days are kind of gone.
No, we'd stay Rosarito. We'd go and compete there quite a bit. Surf Tres M's and Ensenada, a couple different places. There used to be a QS San Miguel.
I remember. I used
No
to surf
Fear
it.
event. Yeah.
Yeah, I've surfed it, but I mean, the day hits, the morning hits. Like, let's just go hit Baja Malibu real quick. Dawn Patrol.
Carissa Moore actually got a 10 at a men's QS there one time.
At San Miguel.
At San Miguel, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so just under 6 minutes, and for some reason, we did have the surfers of the next heat paddle out early. And once again, you guys need to be right next to the pier, or you guys need to be under the pier. So next heat, heat 7, talking to Gavin, Noah, Cody, and Benjamin. You guys need to be next to the pier or under the pier, please. There should only be 4 surfers out on the lineup at the moment. I don't know what happened, but we need you guys out of the lineup. Thank you.
They were just so excited because the waves are pumping. They wanted to get out there. Waiting on scores for Colin McPhillips' last wave and for Tommy Coleman's last wave. Then we can let Kaimana and Emiliano know what they are going to potentially need to go up into second.
Yeah, so that was a radical turn, if you ask me. It was very different. Let's see how it's scored. He has a couple of 4.17s at the moment. So just under 5 minutes, guys. Priority goes blue, green, white, red. And waiting on the number for both McPhillips in white and Coleman in the red. Kai, by the way, big hip-hop enthusiast. We connected over that a few years ago when we met at the Mexi Log Fest. He's been competing at the high level for a few number of years now. Great style. And the last of red comes through, Tommy. It's a 5.73. So red, that is your top score, 5.73. And the last of white doesn't go into your top two, Colin. It's a 4.7. Blue in third, you're needing a 5.8. And green, you're needing a 5.74. Just under 4 minutes, surfers. Just under 4 minutes.
Mitch, I got to say, I was thinking about you during the World Series. Come on.
Los Dodgers.
That was, yeah, that was exciting.
It was.
Who didn't? I had so much fun. I got locked in on the 18-inning game, and I was committed. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is historic. I'm not going to bed. And I didn't go to bed, and I'm so happy I stayed up.
So
the
did
whole
I.
series was insane, but to be a part of that, there might not be another World Series as gripping as that one. I don't even know.
It's
Historic.
a good call. It is a good call, though.
The
I mean,
whole
18
series,
innings,
all 7 games.
The last game was like, I almost had like
A conniption, a full heart attack.
I was about to pass out multiple times. I didn't even sit down like the last 3 hours. It was crazy.
You got a trench in your living room, just pacing back and forth.
My roommate was like, hey, the whole apartment's shaking. You need to calm down a little bit. So we saw Coleman in red. And now Emiliano out there in the green, and then Takayama behind him. So a few waves being ridden here, Jeffrey.
Yeah. You're going to have to hit the sports store up the street. Did you go in there?
I went there yesterday.
Okay, I did too.
I'm spending too much money already. I need to go surf a heat to get the Cancer Sucks bucks to go pay for all of that. 2 minutes 30, guys. 2 minutes 30.
He had his Los Sanchez hat on, the guy, when I went in there.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's repping.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about it. I'm like, okay, this area, they get to choose. Do they go north to the Giants or south to the Dodgers?
Both great teams, both amazing ballparks, too. No loss, really, but as you said, one of the best World Series in history right there. 2 minutes, guys. Last of red, Coleman, 5.07. You increase your second place. Last of green, 3.57, Emiliano. And that means that Takayama in fourth now. You need a 6.7, Kai. And green, you're needing a 6.63. Here we go, Jeffrey.
Kaimana looking for that 6.7.
Goes heels.
Well, that's the way to get it done, even though it was a quick heels. Heels is heels. I remember Conniella Stewart doing that at Huntington on a set wave, but holding it for a while. Incredible.
And Coleman behind him, Jeffrey.
Nose riding bonanza here. I like it when they get the little sole arch, and it actually looks, it works because it displaces the weight and lifts the nose a little more, you know?
Exactly. Carries your speed better, allows you to really concentrate that weight on a certain part.
It's style and function.
And McPhillips on the outside, Jeffrey. 55 seconds now, surfers.
Fun finish to this heat for us, for sure. Ripping cutback.
Gets the nose right in on the inside, too. Mendez behind him in green.
Ooh, head dip. Came around it.
So 35 seconds.
Oh, photo finish here.
It's happened about the last 6 or 7 heats now, where there's been about 10 waves ridden in the last minute or two. Takayama now on the outside. He's needing a score 20 seconds. I got the clock, Jeffrey.
Boy, they are just ripping the finish of this heat. So this is going to be the last wave ridden. Takayama needing a 6.7 and Emiliano needing a 6.63. Do Tommy and Colin better. This thing is coming to a close, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Surfers in the next heat. When you paddle over, hold your position because all 4 of these surfers rode waves, so it's going to take a minute to get those scores in.
We're on hold, guys. Last of red, 5.9. Momentarily in the lead. Last of blue, not enough, Kai. It's a 4.13. Scores coming through for white and green. Last of green, 2.57. And waiting on the last of white, McPhillips. You're in second, Colin. needing close to a 6 to retake first. So next heat, heat 7, we're on hold, guys. Watching the replay on the broadcast of The Last of White. I mean, you're surfing like this at that age, Jeffrey. It's not only really impressive, but I think this goes to show that experience is the most valuable of assets you can have out there in a jersey. It's a 4-4-7. Not enough. It'll be red, white moving through, guys. Third place blue, fourth green. Taking a break on the broadcast. Let's count heat 7 in. And here we go, Jeffrey. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Buenas tardes. What a great afternoon it's been. We've had great conditions all day. Yes, a little bit of rain, a little shower, but it's kept the wind at bay, and that's kept the faces nice and clean. And really, we've had plenty of excellent surfing. So it's great that we've been able to pull. The weather report was looking a bit hectic. We got that text from Andy. It's going to be a bit wintry and woolly and crazy this weekend, but it's turned out to be actually quite nice.
Yeah, the first, hour and a half maybe you guys would say was, good amount of rain.
Yeah.
Not horrible, though. No. Then all of a sudden, sun never truly came out, but it was actually a very pleasant, nice day.
I was mentioning one of the others. If the sun fully came out, I think that west wind would have kicked in, and it would have been a much different situation as far as texture.
Good point.
So, hey, we're here for it. We're Californians. We don't know rain very well, but we got to adapt.
The last few years, though, it's been quite wet. I want to say the last 3 years we've had a lot of rain.
For California, I assume so.
Here we go outside, Carla.
Yeah, up and riding, gets some tip time right off the bat, then just kind of squares it off as the wave closes out. Looks like that was green,
yep,
Ben.
Ben Goldstein.
So I'm taking a little tally here of who's had multiple heat wins, who will win the most. So far, Cormac has 2 heat wins. He's won 2 hundies, right? And Nico has had 2 heat wins. So he's won a total of 2 hundy. So they'll see if Cody here. It'll be Cody's opportunity to see if he can hit on that list of winning 2 big Benjamin Franklins, putting in his pocket.
So there was Gavin real quick, up and out in the red jersey. Opener of green, Goldstein, 2.5, Ben. Opener of green, 2.5. Jack Van Wagener, Cody Craig, Kaiden Larrabee, Kai Esposito check in. That'll be our final heat of the day. And then tomorrow, round of 16 onwards. And because of, the situation yesterday not being able to run, every heat tomorrow has to be a 4-person heat, too. Kind of makes things exciting, really, when you talk about the rankings, because normally if you win one event, the other person wins another event. Depending on your second best result, it makes a big difference.
Right.
So now, depending, you got second, third, or fourth, and how you do in Virginia.
You can grab a few more points, perhaps.
Heck yeah. It's going to be exciting.
The fight will be on, which I think that's really what we're all hoping to see. All right, here is White's opening ride here. A little bit of a hop situation there as the wave dies out. He kicks out. Cody looking for another heat win so he can put another $100 bill in his pocket. But any of these guys can take this away. Noah Shimabukuro, I'd say, is kind of one of the veterans.
Oh, man. I met him a few years ago, Ripper out of Oceanside.
Super.
And what a great dude, too. And
he really lets his surfing speak.
100%. But some resemblances Oceanside Pier out there right now.
Sure.
You get every now and then these moments, especially with the tide coming up. The familiarity of having the pier right next to you, too.
We've talked a lot about adaptability, and if you're surfing beach breaks more often, then you're going to have a little bit more of that adaptability too than, say, someone that's grown up on point breaks like myself. But here's White giving it a try here. 15 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Priority blue, red, green. Alrighty, everybody trying to give it a go here. We got some opening rides, pretty small. Green with the biggest 2.50, less than a stick for our other riders. Blue sitting patiently. As we said, this is heat number 7. Coming up next, heat number 8. Getting ready to go, getting their jerseys ready. Jack Van Wagner, Cody Craig, Kaiden Larrabee, and Kai Esposito. Big shout out to Surfing for Hope Foundation, the whole reason we're here. As we see red up and riding, Gavin Idone. Had a short opening ride, but now he's locking it in with a nice tall 10. Setting it up for a rebound off the whitewater here as he brings it back around. Hoping for an inside reform. No stranger to beach break coming from Florida. Gets some more tip time there. A nice second ride for red. Opened up with a .30, so not anything super significant, but this will be a significant ride for red. Red had the opportunity, Gavin Idone, to surf down at Bell's. Had a fairly decent showing there. Wait for the score to drop for red. Opening ride for white was a .83. Again, opening for green, 2.50. Opener for red, a .30. Still waiting for a wave for blue. We're watching the replay here. Gavin Idone worked it all the way to the inside, giving us a nice drop knee and some more tip time to the very inside there. Really milking it. Really a strong score, in my opinion, coming in for red. Judges are hashing it out. Time check, 13 minutes, gentlemen. 13 minutes on the clock. While we wait for that score to drop, let's take it down to Mitch.
All right, thank you, Carla. Here with Tommy Coleman. Congratulations, Tommy. First time we've met in person, so obviously a good participation out there, especially come from behind win. Want to talk about competing against Colum, who I know you've seen multiple times growing up in San Clemente.
Yeah, always seen him around at Sano. Elusive, I don't think we've ever really spoken to each other. So my first time saying a word to him was shaking his hand on the beach. But yeah, I got lucky, put together a couple. I was like battling out there and like in my head, like, I know I need a wave. So I looked at about like 7 or 8 waves, decided to go on the 7th wave, and it worked out. So, yeah.
What about how special competing at home in California, too? I mean, an event literally in your backyard, 4.5 hours up north. How cool is it to be able to compete in the state?
Yeah, super nice. Don't have to risk any dings on the board, which is super nice. Can throw it in the van and drive right up. But yeah, water's not too cold. It's like only 4 degrees colder, 3 degrees colder back in San Clemente, so no stress.
Any shout-outs as we give you Cancer Sucks Bucks, $100 for yourself. Anything you want to say back home?
Thank you. I will be spending this on dinner for my girlfriend and I. But thank you to Caton for the support. Coolest Trunks, been in business for a long time, doing cool stuff. I'm riding a model I'm working on with Bing right now, so shout out Bing. That's coming out soon. And yeah, thank you guys for working hard.
Appreciate it, Tommy. See you tomorrow. Carla?
Alrighty, awesome. We've had a bunch of waves ridden during that interview, so we'll have scores to drop. But the last of red was a 6-1-7. Gavin, you are currently in first place and in priority, but we do have scores to drop for green, white, and blue, so stand by for the update on that situation. 11 minutes on the clock. As I mentioned, in priority is red. Waiting for scores to drop for green, white, and blue. Red currently in the lead with a .30 and a 6.17. Last of green drops at a 3.83, moving him into second place. Benjamin Goldstein, you've got a 3.83 and a 2.5. You're looking for a 3.68 to take the lead. Again, we have scores to drop for blue and white. Means that situation could change. 10.5 minutes on the clock. Coming up next, final heat of the day, we'll see Jack Van Wagner in red, Cody Craig in blue, Kaiden Larrabee in white, and Kai Esposito in green. Whew, so much action happening here. Watching the replay here of White's last wave. Nice little ripper down onto the inside as he gets the rail work done, followed by the footwork and the nose time. And then replay also, we'll see perhaps of blue here. Last of red comes in at a 1.33. Last of red, 1.33. Priority with, sorry?
Shimabukuro right here. This is the replay that you were talking about. Ooh, lays it down fully.
And up and riding, looks like green, live action. As we watch the replay of Noah's wave on the stream, we've got green on the inside, red on the outside. Your heat leader currently looking to throw away a 1.33. He's got a 6.17. This is looking good, Mitch.
Yeah.
Great
nose rides there.
And the hair flip action. I whip my hair back and forth, I whip my hair back and forth.
You've brought out you're like Cote today. You've drawn out a ton of musical references.
I don't feel as fenced in. I feel like I can really let my hair down.
Yeah, go ahead. Let your hair go.
I rarely see my hair down, but White, he's throwing it down right now.
Yeah, this is Canzaneri, Cody. Won his heat earlier this morning. That's a beautiful wrap right there in the pocket from Cody.
Yeah, so potential for Cody to throw another $100 in his pocket. He already won his first heat.
And Cody did compete long time on the QS on the shortboarding side, originally from Houston, Texas. Been living in San Clemente in Southern California for a good number of years now. But Gavin in the red has the 6.17 already. We're waiting on his fourth ride. Down to 8 minutes, guys. 8 minutes. Next heat, Van Wagner, Craig, Larrabee, Esposito. And outside, Noah. Outside local.
Looking good there. I like just the calm collectedness, nothing too busy, just very calculated with his maneuvers, make sure he's staying in the pocket and in the speed zone while giving us, the tricks and the talent. The tip time, he's going to get it back up there again. Opened up with a 5.17, so great opening ride for Noah. So this is going to be a good backup.
Yeah, and I like the recognition right there of how difficult it is to be able to put a board like that on rail the way he does. That's 2 waves now. So waiting on multiple numbers, guys. 7 minutes and 20. Blue finishing up literally on the sand. So stand by, guys. Looking at the last of green right here. So this is Goldstein. This is his third ride. Still owed to him, Carla.
Yeah. This is Green's second ride. He got a 3.83 on this one. So they're kind of just comparing the waves here. Want to make sure they get everyone's ride locked in as it should be.
So just under 7 minutes. And this is live action right here from Goldstein. So stand by, guys. Stand by. Multiple numbers coming through. Priority with red. Second of white. Looking solid. Seems like it's going to be in the mid-range. It is. It's a 5.23, Cody. That is your second. Last of blue, Shimabukuro, 3.97. And this is the last of red, Gavin, with just over 6 minutes, Carla.
Yeah, I think this was a strong score here. Could potentially better even his 6.17, but he's going to lock that one in. He's going to throw away a 1.33. He's gotten multiple tip times on here. Really just stayed in the pocket and then gave us a little bit of his own steez at the end there.
You like that? Kind of Danny Zuko-ish,
I
huh?
mean,
I feel it, I guess. I don't know if I can say I fully like it, but it's definitely there.
But it transmitted.
It transmitted to what I think he was putting out. So
Time call.
check.
Yep. 5:40, Cody. 5:40. We're waiting on numbers, though, guys. Last of white, 4-2-3. Last of red, 5-3-3. Second of blue, 3-9-7.
All right, so the situation at 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Currently in fourth place, still waiting for a score to drop. He's looking for a 5-6-3. That's green, Ben Goldstein. We'll wait for that one to drop. In third place, blue, Noah Shimabukuro, looking for a 4.3 to advance, Noah. Currently in second place and with second priority with a 5.23 and a 4.23, Cody in the white jersey. Cody, you're looking for a 6.27 to take the lead, and your heat leader currently sitting in priority with 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. That's the red jersey, Gavin Idone. He's got a 6.17 and a 5.33. Last to green came in at a 3.57, not going to affect your situation. You've got a 3.83 and a 4.27. Looking for a 5.2, Ben. In green, you're looking for a 5.2. Priority red, white, green.
Here goes white. Cody, just over 4 minutes. Good nose right there. Holds it. And he's going to be able to bring it back to. And 4 minutes to go. Let's see if that improves on his low score of a 4.23. Once again, red in the lead. 6.17, 5.33, Gavin. You do have priority as well. Blue in third at the moment, although we're waiting on the last of white. You're needing a 4.3. And Goldstein in the green, you're needing a 5.2. But once again, if white improves on his low score of the 4.23, requirements will go up for both blue and green surfers. 3 minutes 30, Carla, looking at the replay of white.
Yeah, we see the replay there. He kind of bottom turns into it, brings it back into the pocket, then walks up to the nose, gets the 5. Gets pretty good amount of time on there. Kind of high up the face as he bring it back into the curl. This is where it kind of dies out. So I'm not quite sure he is going to better that 4.23. That'll be up to the judges. Time check, 3 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock.
And it doesn't. It's a 3.87. So red first, white second. You're going to keep the 4.23, Cody, and that means blue, 4.3 is what you need. Green, you're needing a 5.2, and he's up.
Ooh.
This is blue, Shimabukuro.
Well, he got a little bit of action done, I think, in the beginning part, but it was that rebound off the whitewater there that was really lively.
You know, it was really lively. It took him probably a minute and a half at the most to make it from the shoreline all the way outside. That was a pretty fast paddle.
I was teasing that earlier. Where's the jet ski assist, right? No jet ski assist here. These are watermen and women. They will do it all. Noah is working it all the way to the inside here. He's looking for a 4.30 to take over that advancing position, so it's possible he may do it here. We'll see what the judges lock in at. Priority still sits with Gavin, 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock.
All right, 2 minutes, guys, 2 minutes. Waiting on the last of blue. Stand by, Noah. And watching the replay here. So ended up going left.
Gets some quick tip time, gets the steps, does a bit of shuffle back there, but it's that rebound off the whitewater there that really had some liveliness to it. And then the wave kind of slows down in here as he waits for the reform. Just kind of keeping it cool and collected. Does some footwork. And then just kind of wrapping around. Again, he's looking for a 4.3. So the question's going to be did he get enough work done? Was the nose ride and then the rebound enough
Oh, it's going to be close. Score's coming through, guys. Stand by, white. You need a score now, white, because blue gets a 4.87. White to third, needing a 4.81. Green needs a 5.77. Red, you're still in first. 1 minute 10. Red first, blue second. White needs a 4.81. Green needs a 5.77. Priority is red, green, white.
Wow.
And it was unanimous too, Carla. Everybody went over the requirements, so that's a good indication for Shimabukuro, as you said. Enough on the outside, and especially that rebound right there helped him out.
Well, here, using his priority, we got Red up and riding.
40 seconds.
He is the heat leader thus far. Taking in a 6.17 and a 5.33. Getting some action done here. He's got a couple turns.
20 seconds.
Got some tip time in the beginning. Nice way to finish the heat for Red. We'll be counting it down here. 15 seconds.
There's Green outside. Needs a 5.77. 10 seconds, surfers.
Oh, and White. White taking his priority.
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
So really interesting here. White up and riding, needing a 4.81. He did get some work done in the outside section. Will it be enough? Can he squeeze into that second place? Noah already getting out of the water there, finishing his ride with just about under 2 minutes. We are on hold. Next heat on hold. Waiting for scores to drop. This is going to be interesting.
So standby, heat 8. Looking at some replays. This is the last of Red, but he's in the lead by a significant margin. Gavin. Really good surfing from the surfer in Red, the high seed in this heat. So he's looking to improve on a low 5 if he can. Either way, he's pretty comfortable in first in the top 2 spots.
Yeah, waiting for scores to drop for Red, White, and Green. Looks like Red does improve his situation just slightly. Drops his last score to 5.70. So still White looking to drop a 4.81 in order to move into advancing, and Green looking for a 5.77. Those are the 2 scores we're waiting to drop. Next heat still on hold.
Hold your positions, guys. Hold your positions. Heat 8.
Alrighty, there it is, locked in, Mitch.
Not enough, guys. 3-5-3 Green, 3-1-3 White. It'll be Red, Blue moving through. So heat 8. Final heat of the day. Counting down, surfers. In 5, 4, 3, 2.
Normal time. The city of Pismo doesn't want us to start earlier than that. You know, Sunday morning and horns and all that. We get it. The noise echoes up the valley. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us all day here on the live broadcast. Up and riding in the green is Kai Esposito, who just went out of vision. But yeah, we're here at the 2025 Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. We have moved through the second day of the event, but truly it's the first day since yesterday was called off due to the large swell. So it's a compact, long day, and moving forward into tomorrow, no head-to-head matchups. All the heats, because we'll run out of time, have to be the four surfers in the heat. Moving all the way through the finals tomorrow, 8 a.m. start, so tune in then.
Opening ride for Blue comes in at a 3.0. Opener for Green, 1.23. 18 minutes on the clock. As we got White up and riding, Kaiden Larrabee. He already won a heat today.
Yeah, he's got some good vibes. I saw him hanging out, talking to friends, and He was jazzed to get back out there.
Yes.
He'd love to carry away another $100
Yeah.
bucks. Ooh, getting the full figure 8 redirect there.
Yeah, he's definitely making it happen. Definitely using the whole length of the surfboard as he works it all the way into the inside. This will be his opening ride. Alrighty, red up and riding at 16 minutes 45 seconds on the clock. That's Jack Van Wagner.
Wow, that's gonna be a beautiful score.
Yeah,
The way
definitely.
He owned it up on the nose twice.
Loving the way he's laying it down there, getting that nice 10, both on the outside and a little bit on the inside.
All right, Carla is on her way down to have that interview with Gavin. Moving on into the quarterfinals tomorrow. Congratulations, Gavin. Carla is right on her way. Here we see this beautiful replay of our surfer in red, Jack Van Wagner. First cheater 5, then he found his way all the way up to that, and he held it through that section quite a while. Rips a beautiful cutback, and then worked his way through to the inside here, deft in the middle of the board, and got a little bit more work on the nose before that wave dumped him on the sandbar. So waiting on that score to come in for Jack Van Wagner's opening ride. A 6.17 for Jack in the red. Opening wave for blue, Cody a 3. Kaiden Larrabee, a 4.33, and Kai Esposito a 1.23. Priority is green, blue, white, red. 15 minutes on the clock, and we're going to throw it down to Carla with our last heat winner.
Alrighty, I've got the winner from the last heat, Gavin Idone. Gavin, that was a good heat. You stayed pretty busy. You got lucky with the waves. What was your experience like?
It's a lot of luck out there. My first wave was by far my best wave, which was surprising. And it's usually not how my heats go. I try to build it slowly up, but had some fun, found a couple waves, stayed busy.
How are you feeling being here in Pismo? You were here last year. What's it been like being here again?
It's a lot rainier this year, but the waves are super fun. I can't really ask for too much more. It's cold and rainy, but still fun. It's warmer than last year, at least, I think.
Yes, it's definitely a bit warmer than last year, although it's rainy. I think it's kept the temperature, a little bit higher. What do you have planned moving forward into tomorrow?
Pretty much gonna stick with the same thing. I try to find the right if I can, even though the lefts look so much better. But pretty much gonna try to find the same pier bowl without hitting the pier.
That sounds like a good plan. So I've got $100. Cancer sucks bucks. I'm telling you right now, you better take your girl out.
No, I need to. Been bowling.
Bowling and the girlfriend. That's what you do. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Carla. Yeah, get up to the historic bowling alley. I mean, that's one of the old established places here, this town, starting in 1881. And what is going on? What is on his feet right there? Maybe his booties just have a dual color. Blue. Cody Craig, he's finding his time on the nose, answering back to Jack Van Wagner. And the switch stance, drop knee, cutback. Red behind him. Well, that was a great ride there for Cody. Was that the replay of that's the replay of his last wave. So we're waiting on that score for Cody. And then Jack had a wave behind him. So we'll get both those scores in. There we go. Cody, your last wave, a 4.57, puts you into the lead real quickly. Waiting on Red's last score. And here we go, Carla. We get to see the replay. Oh, and a bit of a soul arch. He came out of that thing with so much speed.
Wow.
Almost went off the board backwards.
So Jack isn't any stranger to being on the podium. He's also had some moments being on the World Tour as an event wild card. So I really think he's putting down what the judges want to see in somebody that's deserving of qualifying into the Tour for next year.
Yeah, it's funny how each heat has its personality, and certain surfers, for whatever reason, are just locked in, and they're catching the right waves that are allowing them to perform that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he's getting the waves that have that steep section in front of him, and he gets to ride into it, get on the nose, and go through it.
Well, and Blue's been putting down some good stuff here, too. Cody Craig, he's no stranger to this longboard scene either.
Well, yeah, he just got the 4.7, or the 4.57. That's the replay of that wave. Oh, no,
that's live action right
live.
there. That was live action right there.
It gets confusing going back and forth.
It does. It is a bit different doing a simulcast here, being on the beach and, for the streaming and the broadcast. But we did get a score to drop for Jack, for the red surfer here. He's live action right here, but his last wave, it came in as a 7.33.
He decides no more of this one. Green, Kai Esposito, and we'll get back to that because that is the premier score of the heat. Yeah. Kai Esposito getting himself into the game. All these guys cruising on their mouths, finding the mojo everywhere. So the tide pushing up is just giving them a little more opportunity section to section.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier that it wasn't going to be a huge push or a huge change, but it's definitely doing something to give these guys plenty of canvas to show their artistry and the different colors that they can paint on the wave. White really getting a nice ride here. White looking for a 3.25. This will be his second wave, a backup wave. His first one comes in at a 4.33, so he's going to feel pretty solid about this one. Nice finish there.
Yeah, although it's not, length of ride isn't the marker, but he got a lot of good work done on the nose in the sections that stood up for him. But back to Jack Van Wagner's right, the previous right that he got the 7.33 on. Beautiful surfing there. Way out in front now with a two-wave total of 13.5. What a day it's been. Day one of competition here. Packed into a full day, men's round one. Going into men's round two, and this is the final heat. We had the opening round of the women's. We've established their round of 16. With this heat concluding, we know the 4 quarterfinals that will be featuring tomorrow, 8 a.m. start.
Yeah, we'll have a 7:30 call time for an 8 a.m. start. Pretty sure we'll be pretty hard-pressed to get that going.
Well, and I think, the swell is decreasing a bit. I don't know how much, but regardless, this sandbar, the waves stand up, so even if it looks waist high, they'll be shoulder high, head high waves, and they will make the most of it.
Well, the epitome of longboarding really is hanging 10, and sometimes the best waves to hang 10 on are under 4 feet in size. So that's not going to be a problem for us tomorrow. There's going to be some pretty excellent surfing, I imagine, and I think the guys and the gals are ready to put on a show like they did today.
What a show it's been. Beauty, grace, and soul.
So let's give you guys an update. 9 minutes on the clock. Currently in third place is Green. He's got a 4.10 and a 1.23. Kai, you're looking for a 5.56. Currently leading the heat right now is your rider in red who's up and riding. And just as you said earlier, there's sometimes these moments where there's a particular surfer that just finds the rhythm and finds the liveliness, finds the spirit. And Jack is really the one that's locked in right now.
Yeah, because he's getting waves that are supplying so much energy. He's gaining speed out of every time he comes off the nose and his roundhouses.
And needling it through the piers. We watch Blue go in the other direction on the left. That's Cody Craig. So we've got 8 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. We do have scores to drop. The last of Green came in at a 4.10. Last of White had come in at a 5.33. We're waiting for scores for both Green, Blue, and Red.
So critical scores for Blue and Green. Red could just increase that on the 6.17 after that last wave. And going back to the post-heat interview with Gavin saying the lefts look so good, but the rights seem better. And I think that the lefts bend out to sea a bit. They don't bend in. And so that's why you're seeing like Jack on that right harnessing so much energy because it's bending in at him. So
Yeah.
really allowing the rail to be free in the face of the wave. Where
Yeah.
that left bending out, it's sticky. They're fighting it to come down the face again. And
Well, here we see him just threading the needle through the pier there. It's often a bit more intimidating when you see it as a third person than when you're first person. It's actually more doable, I think, than people realize. But hey, last of red comes in, Jeff.
beautiful score, 7.67 for Jacqueline Wagner. So increasing his lead.
Last of blue comes in at a 5.43, puts him into second place. Still waiting for a score to drop for green. Green right now looking for a 5.90 in order to move into advancing position.
And white, Kaiden got the 5.33 on that last wave, but because the other two surfers above him got higher scores, so third place white, you're still looking for a 4.68, and Kai, who's up and riding.
Kai up and riding right now. Last wave of Kai's was a 2.87, so he's looking to throw that away. His second ride was a 4.10. He's looking good here. Like the way he's linking stuff together. Got a couple cross steps up there. May have had a shuffle up to the nose. We'll re-watch that in the replay, nitpick it. But he's working it as best he can, kind of trying to follow suit with that jack line of drive there, where he kind of moving it into the pier.
I wonder how the free surf's going to be after this heat ends. Will all the competitors descend on it? It looks really fun right now. The right looks like super high performance.
Yeah, and we're going to have still, a good amount of light left. So we watch the replay here.
We'll see the true grit of the competitors. Are they going to go out there in the rain and the cold for the last hour of light?
Yeah, it will be interesting. Perhaps some of the girls might want to give it a go again.
Right.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a shuffle there to the nose on that second inside nose ride. But fast footwork for the boy in green. Kai Esposito.
Well, it just blows me away because I watch that and I think, how many rails would I dig on that same wave that they are just seamlessly flowing on these 9.6, maybe bigger?
Yeah,
I don't know.
9 to 9.6, maybe even 9.8.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're watching the replay of Green's second ride. This was a left that he got, is a 4.10.
So the judges still deliberating on that last right that Kai Esposito had. He needs the 5.9. There's just 5 minutes left. So waiting on that score, will he get the almost 6-point wave he needs to go into second? Priority is with white, then with red, then blue.
Up and riding, that is blue. Blue sticking on the 10 there, but not able to bring it down and off the nose, so that will be incomplete.
What's on his feet? Are those just the booties with like straps or something?
It's just the color of the bottom of the boot.
That wraps around.
It's like a gum color.
Looks like he had Crocs on under his booties.
Hey, Crocs.
Or
you might
Birkenstocks.
All right, Green just making the most he can, trying to stay busy. He's still waiting for his fourth wave to drop the score. Just staying busy. We'll wait for another score for white to drop. It'll be insignificant. 4 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock.
Well, it's always a good sign when the judges deliberate for quite a while because they're reflecting.
So I believe this is the 5.43 of blue. Getting a nice solid left here. You see he gets the tip time and then wraps it around into the pocket again. Continues back up to the nose for the 5 to the tight 5. Maybe a little bit of a 10 there.
Giving a little praise right there.
Little
crouch down praise.
Mickey Munoz.
Yeah.
And then we've got live action happening here too as we finish out the replay of blue. We're watching live action of white. We may even have, that might be a non-competitor. Let's make sure the non-competitors stay separated from the contest area.
3.5 minutes left. Still waiting on that previous score of green, the right. Judges are going to lock in his last wave and really deliberating on that bigger right that he got earlier because he held it on the nose. It was a set wave, got a really nice aggressive carve back, and then this sequence of cutbacks and nose rides on the inside, quick, fast, quick footwork, great style, and just kept the poise and the balance all the way through. The wave kind of gave up on him right there on the beach, but will that be the 5.9, Carla?
Yeah, I think he's going to come somewhat close. And it looks like it just comes under at a 5.27. So helps his situation just slightly. Now his requirement is a 4.74 as we watch Blue working his way onto the inside with 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Blue doing a nice big reverse drop knee cutback.
Well, Kai, the good news is you got the 5.27. Now you need a 4.74. You have second priority and 2 minutes and 10 seconds around. So there's a bit of time, and he needs less of a score.
As we watch the replay of White here.
This is that one that you thought maybe there was a competitor because of the rain on our window. But
yeah.
He rode it a long ways, and then it reformed on the inside after this a bit. Oh, no, that he cut
I think
out.
that was maybe his 5.33 that he got earlier. No, we definitely see some non-competitors starting to kind of encroach on the competition area as we watch Green still giving it a go. Needing a 4.74 in order to advance. We do have scores to drop for all surfers.
Well, will this give him more opportunity on the inside?
Reformed.
Little hang time,
Nicely.
extra extended hang time, although it's on the inside. Ooh, I like that. What do you call it when they get that jet of speed? Is there like a term?
I don't know. Like, is a speed burst? Yeah, and he was in the right spot on the board.
And that's the thing that the judges, I think, identify with when they pick up speed because they've got themselves on the right spot on the wave and on the nose ride.
Well, and I think, too, what's
that
important,
lift.
it's the speed and the lift, and it's what they do with that speed after it,
yeah.
and if you're using it to connect into the next maneuver, not letting it kind of peter out. So we've got 45 seconds on the clock. White up and riding. Got scores to drop. Last of Blues not going to factor into his situation. Looks like the last of Green not going to help him out as well. So last of Green comes into a 3.80, not going to change.
Cody, you need a 5.33 to go up into second. There's 25 seconds on the clock. Winding down. What a day it's been, Carla.
Yes.
And Mitchell.
Yes, been
Jeff Baldwin here.
Super great day. Gonna do it all again tomorrow. Be counting it down, Jeff.
All right, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the heat is done. The day is done. The score, well, we'll have to wait for that score. Getting a little tricky on the end there, Cody. Needing a 5.33. Wait, White. Oh, no.
White also still riding. White managed to jump into that advancing position.
Right.
In earlier, right? He got a 5.33 and then jumped in with that 5.43, snagging it away from Blue. Blue, we got some scores to drop. He's needing a 5.33 to jump back in, so we'll see if that last of Blue will make a difference. But we will be back here tomorrow. We'll have a 7:30 a.m. call time for an 8 a.m. live with you guys.
Well, that score drops in for Cody, a 3.27, not enough. So advancing into the quarters in the red, Jack Van Wagner and Kaiden Larrabee in the white. We will see you guys tomorrow. To everyone at home, thanks for joining us here live on the webcast. And again, we have an 8 a.m. start time tomorrow. We are men's quarterfinals, women's round of 16, and then women's quarterfinals, and on we go to victory.
To victory.
And 2 finalists.
All right, catch you guys tomorrow.